Yes, Nithyananda, all have all with Nithyananda, the next is where as one is yoga is expanding the whole body. One of the so this is a chance to move on. Om 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 Om. The next is the body. When we do something for whole body, mind, and heart, the touch is easy to perform when when in yoga class. When you do your yoga, that is Yes. This kind of thought patterns starting of yoga. I'm completing to that. Yes. So this now start with that part. This is what has this now keep your right hand shape of Gokarna Mudra. The left hand, keep a watch on the Panchapatma and chanting following mantras internally. Drink the water that flows to the base of the palm. Om Adidaktam Shodayami Sudha. Om Vidyadaktam Shodayami Sudha. Om Shivadaktam Shodayami Sudha. Wash your hands with the water in the Panchapatma. Now with the right hand, I will by chanting following mantra. Om Hamudaya Namaha. Wash your right hand with water. Now with the right hand, wash your right hand with water in the Panchapatma. With the right hand, with the right hand, left right hand, left hand, right hand. Wash your right hand with water. With the base of the right hand, touch the shoulder, right foot, left foot. The right hand, top of the hand, right shoulder, left shoulder, left foot. The next is the sankalpa. Now, any resolution that you want to make, any which you want to make it as a you can you will see by doing the yoga, especially by doing the Nithyananda yoga, which is directly defined by Swamiji. It will directly manifest the reality. As Swamiji says very beautifully, yoga is not a mere section of your body or your muscles or anything. It is a space. It is an active where you align your whole body to cosmic geometry and manifest the same space, powers, being, and so conscious of Paramashivoham, which gives us a blissful and conflict-free lifestyle. Now, request all participants to make a resolution, a conscious declaration which you want to make by covering your right hand over the left hand and keeping both the hands on the right hand and hold this sankalpa, the conscious decision, the conscious declaration which you want to make at the end of the till the end of the sankalpa mantra. Mamopatasmasta Srita Sayadvara Bhagavati Nithyananda जम्बो द्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शकाब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये शोभकृतनाम संवत्सरे उत्तरायणे श्रीलक्ष्मीवेङ्कटेश्वर ऋतौ कुम्भमासे कृष्णपक्षे वदितौ शुभवासरयुक्तायां शुभनक्षत्र शुभयोग शुभकर्ण एवं गुणविशेषविशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभदितौ श्री कैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्त श्यामला पीठारूढा श्री मीनाक्षी सुन्दरेश्वरा बिल्लस्वरूपा परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपानलब्धरिव्यज्ञान विश्रुता सकल निगमागमसारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिव करुणा समधिकद मुक्तावेशश्रया निगीयमान चत्कचामर श्रीकृष्णकाहलादि समस्त विरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा वयापवर्ग वर्ष
विश्रानजीमूत परमतकलभकेसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपन शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान धानो दीक्षया निर्हार ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमत् स्थापक दैव समय पत्रे सर्वज्ञपीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी भागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाटिक स्वामी नाम अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धित श्यामला पीत सर्वज्ञ पीत प्रणवद्युत्तर द्विशतम गुरु महासन्निधान अर्णगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीत गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशतम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रचित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परमेश्वर समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वतम निक्ष्वाक हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्री रामचंद्र सूरसेन इत्यादि सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंदिर चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक धनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश सर्वज्ञ वीर सुरांज साम्राज्य बुधाभिषिक्तुदामने साक्षात् श्री परमेश्वर समुद्भूता कपिल महागुरु पुनरुत्थिता महानिर्वाण पीता अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमेश्वर समुद्भूता श्री महागणपति समारंभ नवच्छिन्न पीताधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अजल पीता अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र अजल पीताधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्ग पुरस्पन्न पीतस्य त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागता आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगत गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद् जगत गुरु श्री लक्ष्मी भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमेश्वर श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामी नाम प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरु कृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम क्षेम स्थैर्य वीर विजयारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थम समस्त मंगलावाप्यर्थम भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमेश्वर प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव अवतार भूत श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूप कृपाकटाक्षेण पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त धृतगात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थम परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थम नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये. With this conscious declaration, let us wash our hands towards the Purify. Om Avopasprisya. Yes. Now, with this space, the beautiful thing you can do is just start doing the Nithyananda Yoga. The first asana is Sukhasana. Now sit in a comfortable cross-legged position with your head and spine straightened. Remember Swami. Visualize Swami, visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space. Bring the index and thumb joined together in Bindu Mudra and place them on top of your respective knees and engage in the Mahamudra Bandha, where you suck the perineum in and your stomach goes in and out, and in which is Dhyana Bandha, and tucking your chin to your chest. As you engage in Samana Kumbhaka, visualize Paramashiva in your inner space. Repeat Soham in your throat. Sukhasana. तत्सुखासनमित्युक्तम् अशक्तस्तत्समाचरेत् आसनं विचितं येन जितं तेन जगत्त्रयम्. Let's start as Paratasana. So bring the legs into Padmasana, bring palms together and raise them above the head. Your elbows straight and engage in all three bandhas. Visualize yourself as Mount Kailash. Repeat Soham in your throat center. Parvatasana. अथ वक्षे महादेव पर्वतासनमङ्गलम् यकृत्वा स्थिररूपी स्यात् षट्चक्रादिविलोपनम्. The next asana is Kali Pavasana. Now, bring the toes of the feet together in front of you. Hold the left hand by the right, which is in Shambhu Mudra, and place the forehead on the ground behind the heels. Engage in all three bandhas, the Udyana Bandha, Jalendra Bandha, and Mula Bandha. Repeat Soham near towards center, engage at the Kali Pavasana. पूर्वं विरियाहो मे जाना उभे पगतली संपरितानो पुष्टिपचेदो भूकर्यावो दक्षिणकरसो वामगहावो. The next asana is Nagi Pavasana. Now remain the same position. Cup the palms, just as the hands. Cup the palms, taking hollow in Shambhu Mudra. Engage in all three bandhas. Engage. Visualize yourself as a snake. Nagi Pavasana. घोरभवति परियागाने तो होई कहो निपनस्य लगाई हाथ आगाने धरती लगावे पसार दो हाथ की अंचुल करे भूय दी परि लगावे दुष्टिनासा अग्रासन कौकन शरीर पिता जाई. The next asana is Kokilasana. Now hold the big toes with index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Stretch the legs straight out and upward and spread and cross into Padmasana. Now lean forward and down onto your elbows, engaging all three bandhas. Visualize yourself as a bird. Kokilasana. Atanyadasanam vakshe yena siddho bhavenaraha akasmat vai samskaram kokilakyasana cha ऊर्ध्वे हस्तद्वयं कृत्वा तदग्रे पादयोषधीः वृद्धाङ्गुष्ठद्वयं नाता शनैः शनैः प्रकारयेत्. Next asana is Nithyananda. Now place one ankle on top of the opposite knee and hold the opposite elbows. Engage in all three bandhas. Rotate the arms in circular motion in clockwise manner. Engage at the root. As you visualize the supreme point of Hinduism, Swamiji in your inner space. Nithyananda. Godambamba Padikiyatmani Sargako Barilo Tapri Kulpa Samoya Vapariko Mahilo Bahuro Gulpajitana Tapri Goda Diski Antabari Livana. Next asana is Gajasana. Now press the hands onto the ground, lifting the hips up high. Lower the head and the chest, scooping the body forward again and again. As you visualize yourself as an elephant. Gajasana. Nujjampadagree bhoma kritta lambi bhuyamastakagree nidhaya nitambam modamannamaya nabi laksham bhumo nasika maniya hastadalaparyantam naye vittam punah punah kurya gajasanam bhavati. Relax yourself into Rikshasana. Now press the hands onto the ground and the hips up high. Alternate pressing the heel of one foot into the ground while lifting the other leg clean up and repeat this again and again. As you visualize yourself as a board. एकैकं पारमाकुञ्च गजासं कुर्या रिक्षासनं भवति. The next asana is Vaishyasana. Now stand tall on the tips of the big toes. Keep the head and the spine a straight line. Bring the index, middle, and ring finger to the heart center, Nithya Mudra. Gaze Swamiji, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. केशेन पादयुगलं बद्ध्वा तिष्ठेर्दोमुखः अथवा ईशावक्षे सत्यवान् भवेत्. The next, we will enter the first karma of the day, which is the Urdhvana karma. You stand with heels touching, toes facing outward at 45 degrees angle. Keep knees bent and both the hands at your chest level, elbows parallel to the ground. Notice one knee towards the center and then raise it up, and then back across the body toward the original position. Simultaneously, as the leg raises, follow the movement with the respective hand, raising it up and across the body. Repeat this on the other side. The next asana is Valingasana. Now interlace the fingers from outside in and hold in Sarvashankari Mudra. Hold on to the knees and pulling it up towards the chest. Keep the spine straight and engage in all three bandhas. As you visualize yourself caressing a baby. Engage in Mahamudra Bandha. Balingasana. Ekam tanursyalingya satavyam balalinganam bhavati. The next asana is Paripidanasana. Now take one foot and pull it behind towards the buttocks and holding it both the hands. Keep the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Engage in all three bandhas. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Paripidanasana. Sitte kasmin paditale karabhyamisti yetunam Krishna samstapayatnena Paripidanamasanam. The next asana is Natarajasana. Yes. Now the rest of your hand, hold onto the foot of the foot from the inside. Extend the opposite hand forward with the index and thumb joined to the Binda Mudra. Simultaneously kick and fold the foot up and back by leaning forward. Visualize yourself as Lord in Antaraja, the cosmic dance form of Paramashivoham. उत्तानपादं क्यों चमच मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारिणे. Let's now repeat the Balalingasana sequence on the other side. Balalingasana. Now hold the leg towards your chest. Visualize carrying a baby. Ekam janursya lingyastativyam. Now bring the leg behind your butt. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Stitte kasmin paditale karabhyam veshti. Next asana is Natarajasana. Now extend the arm forward, kick and pull the leg up. Visualize Nataraja in your inner space. उत्तानपादं क्रांचं च वरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नचिराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारिणे. We are moving ahead through next Karana for a day, which is the Ardharechita Karana. Now from Aramandi, the half sitting position, the half point position. Bring right foot behind the other with the toes down and heel. Now flip the left hand at the chest level and extend the opposite arm out wide like a pendulum and bring it back towards chest in Hasta. While the arm swings, move fingers one by one inward towards the palm and then outward. Now place the right hand over the nose, uncross the ankles and repeat this on the other side. Yes. With that, let us relax ourselves by doing the skeleton dance. Very beautiful, Swamiji says. It's a very powerful meditation technique where you visualize yourself your skeletons, your bones, which gives you the ability to restructure your whole body the way you want to manifest. Now, visualize yourself as a skeleton. Shake your body intensely as possible. You can close your eyes and keep it open. You just jump, go ahead and just shake yourself completely. Yes. Now, relax yourself. Inhale and exhale as deeply as possible and as slowly as possible. Walk front and back in your mat, relaxing yourself completely. Yes. We'll be now moving ahead to the next Karana, which is the Kati China Karana. Now, from Aramandi, the half squatting position. Bring the hands above the head with arms crossed and palms facing up backwards. Now move the hips to one side. Simultaneously uncross the arms wide above the head. Come back to the beginning position and repeat this on the other side. Yes. The next asana is Tadasana. Now stand tall in tips of the toes. Raise the hands up above the head beside the ears in Shambhu Mudra. Engage in all three bandhas. Now, for the next set of asanas, we'll be repeating a new japa, which is Shivoham, Shivoham. Repeat Shivoham in your throat center. Visualize yourself as a palm tree. Tadasana. महामुद्राबद्ध कोनो तादासन विभेद कान्यो तंसदा कुर्या रंतर्वद्दी परिप्रिया. Next asana is Uttanasana. Now from standing position, lean forward and down, bringing hands flat to the ground. Engage in all three bandhas and bring forward towards the knee and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Uttanasana. महामुद्राबद्ध कोनो तादासन विभेद कान्यो तंसदा कुर्या रंतर्वद्दी परिप्रिया. Next asana is Tarakshvasana. Now keep the hands flat on the ground, shoulders width apart, and step feet back, keeping toes on the ground. Now tuck the chin to the chest in Janindra Bandha and rotate the head from side to side as visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Gajasevastitva mastakam varam varam dakshakukshim savakukshim nayet Tarakshvasanam bhavati. Next asana is Bhujangasana. Now lower the entire body down on your stomach with those pointed backward. Keep the hands next to the chest and raise the head up using the strength of the lower back muscles. As you inhale, open the mouth wide and exhale through the nose. Visualize yourself as a cobra. Bhujangasana. Angushina viparyantam rubhumam vimsekharabhyam saram vito shishapanivahi. Next asana is Shashasana. So from tall plank position, alternate bringing one knee in towards chest and then back and forth. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Shashasana. Shashasanam dvayama kuncha varam varam kartavyam. Shashasanam bhavati. Next asana is Rathasana. Now remain still position. You can stop the simultaneously jump one feet at back. The other is the two hands alternating again and again. Visualize yourself as a chariot. गजासंस्थितौ एकैकं पादं पूर्वमार्गे भावयित्वा कर्तव्यं रथासनं भवति. Next asana, Virabhadrasana. Now keep one foot flat on the ground, toes pointing up forward and knees bent at 90 degrees angle. Extend other leg back, keeping the knees straight and toes pointed out at 45 degrees angle. Raise the arms up parallel beside the ears. Pull the stomach in and up in Dhyana Bandha and gaze at the third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra. वाशिष्ठमतिकौण्डिन्यं मोदकोक्तमेव च अष्टावक्रमतो तान्नं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्. Let's repeat Virabhadrasana on the other side. वाशिष्ठमतिकौण्डिन्यं मोदकोक्तमेव च अष्टावक्रमतो तान्नं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्. Next asana is Vrikshasana. Now stand tall, bring one foot to the inner thigh, bring the palms together in front of your heart in Namaskar Mudra. Now slowly raise them above the head and gaze, keeping the elbows upright. Pull the stomach in and up in Dhyana Bandha and gaze at it and gaze forward as you visualize yourself as a tree. Vrikshasana. Mamurmooladese cha yavyam padam nidhayito dishtet vrikshavad-bhumo vriksha-sarvadam viduhu. The next asana is Garudasana. Now stand tall and place one foot at the opposite hip. Bring palms together in front of your heart in Namaskar Mudra. And keep the standing leg straight like a rod. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. Garudasana. Garudasana-mavake nidhyayam sarambhavi sarvadoshatirmukto bhavatiha mahabalihi. Now let's repeat Vrikshasana on the other side. Mamurmooladese cha yavyam padam nidhayito dishtet vrikshavad-bhumo vriksha-sarvadam viduhu. Garudasana on the other side. गरुडाश्रमावखेद्यालं सृम्भवी सर्वदोषातिर्मुक्तो भवति महाबलिः. Next asana is Konasana. Now stand and step one leg far back, toes, keeping front toes pointed forward and back toes facing sideways. Keep arms straight and bring the front of the arm down towards the ground beside the foot, while the other arm extended towards the side. Visualize yourself as a triangle in your head. Trikonasana. उत्तानपादं क्रोञ्चं च मरीचं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्तांगष्टप्तारिणी. Now let's repeat Trikonasana on the other side. उत्तानपादं क्रोञ्चं च मरीचं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्तांगष्टप्रसारिणे. We are entering into the last karna of the Bhuta Vinyas Krama, which is the low Likutaka karna. Now sit in Arumandi, the house calling position. Now place the hands in front of the heart level, and at the chest level, facing each other forward. As you do this, bring one leg towards your heel and switch from one heel to the other heel, and simultaneously your hand follows. Yes. Next asana is Angushtasana. Now lower in the tips of the toes, place the perineum on back of the heels. Keep inhaling, keep knees and palms in front of your heart in Namaskar Mudra. We will entering your pranayama for this second which is the Brahmari pranayama, where you'll be buzzing subtly like a bee and repeat Oh Sadashiva Universal. Kabanda Asimitya Ho Gorakshasa Memata Ankush Muchikam Yam Brahmaprasaritam Tata. Next asana, Saurasana. Now, from tips of the toes, extend one leg straight out and heel down and toes up. Keep the fingers wide open on the ground by the sides and palms resting on the forehead. Sorry, and palms facing forward. Prasare ekam padatilam sustapyatvega padakam. Next asana is Virunasana. Now, same the same. From sitting on the toes, extend one leg out straight with the heels down and toes up. Now, the respective hand, reach forward and hold the big toe with the index finger fingers Pranamudra. Keep the opposite hand on the back of the knee. Vilpasita paramekam visaya tatvatam sanchetat karena. Vilpam chayam dhayat karena. Dhoyam pitam chamasya chovetra. Now, let's repeat Saurasana on the other side. Visaya ekam paditam samsabhitveka padikam. Virunasana. Gulbasda paramekam prasaya tatvatam sanchetat karena. Vilpam chayam dhayat karena. Dhoyam pitam chamasya chovetra. Next asana is Brahmajaram Kushasana. Now, keep the toes on the ground and place the perineum on top of the feet. Keep gap between the legs. Back of the hands resting on the sides in Shambha Mudra. Tilt the head down and gaze through the gap between the arms. As you wish to Swamiji in your inner space, continue and gaze in the Dhyana Bandha. Brahmajaram Kushasana. Dau pala pani hoi vese ek do gira nivese korpa ke liyan ki mai aisma hina sheri. Next asana is Kapilasana. Now place one knee on the ground with toes tucked behind, sitting the perineum down on heels. Rest the hands on top of the thighs. Pull the stomach in and up in Janravanda and gaze above. Visualize the rest of asana as if Kapilasana. उभय पवित्र समय ठहरावे तिलको मारे कोर मिलावे पना पाए की होए वैसे एक दो जोनी वैसे. The next asana is Badri Asana. Now remain same position. Switch the gaze to the third eye and Mr. Swamiji in your inner space. Dovu pagli samdukare korva ibu pradare korva yera ke ese tapri mulat par tapri mulat bhar se. Next asana is Suryasana. Now sit with toes tucked in perineum place on top of the raised heel. Knees off on the ground. Alternate the thumbs and little fingers. Bring the thumb and little fingers together in front of you in Padma Mudra, resembling a lotus flower. Now raise the arms straight up above the head and gaze through the hole between the palms. Visualize Lord Surya in your inner space. एली दो विदात्रिया ने पनापानी भेड़ गुरुता ने गोदा जग अदर कर रहे आदि बाम सीख दिखे. The next asana is Mandukasana. Now sit with toes flat and place the heels on the perineum. Keep the hands on top of the knees and lift your body up against the roof of the mouth. Now visualize you catching a nectar of immortality, which is dripping from the Sahasrara chakra with your frost-like tongue. Mandukasana. भारत लोक पृष्ठ देश अंकुष्टे देश संतशे जान एकदम प्रेस कृत्या सारी Mandukasana. Next asana Uttar Mandukasana. Now remain same position. Continue to hold the opposite elbows. Keep the hands on the back and holding the head with the elbows and lift the tongue up again against and placing it against the roof of the mouth in Manduki Mudra. Visualize yourself as a frog. Manduka asramadhyasam kurprabha nirmshiraha etad vegavaduttanam ekaduttanam mandukam. The next asana is Siddhasana. Cross the ankles and sit on the feet. Keep the knees wide open, fingers spread on the top. Open the mouth twice, stick out the tongue and exhale forcefully. Gaze the tip of the nose and repeat this several times. As you visualize yourself as a lion. Siddhasana. दक्षिणं सर्वकुलतेन दक्षिणः क्षेत्रं हस्तोजान् संस्थाप्य स्वाङ्गुलीश्च प्रसार्य च. Next asana is Bhadrasana. Now sit on heels under the perineum and keep the knees wide. Cross the hands behind the back and hold the big toes in Dandravana. If you do not have the Dandravana, sorry for that. Now apply the Dandravana where you tuck the chin to your chest and gaze at the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Bhadrasana. Gulpo Chavrasya Jada Yukramira Samahitaha Parangushokara Bancha Dikpachapisha Deshataha. The next asana is Kapushim Asana. Now squat and keep the feet flat on the ground and knees wide open. Bring arms around the back, interlace the fingers behind you in Paramashivoham and gaze nose. Visualize yourself as a crow. तो मैंने मेरे ऊपरी दो हाथ काम क्या है तेरे को मोहितम प्रिया The next asana is Panipavasana. Now place the palms on the floor, shoulder width apart. Bring the knees in the back of the arms towards the armpit. Lean chin forward and down and gaze ahead. Panipavasana. Asana comes to Asana is The next asana is Kapaliasana. Now place the hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Bring the top of the head on the ground, forming a triangle between the hands and the head. Now bring the knee onto the elbow, hips over the shoulders, straighten the legs up and gaze at the door. Kapaliasana. शीर्षा धरती के बगमेवा ऊंचा गुतरे पगले आकार दो धरती एक अग्र. Yes, that's wonderful. The next asana is Parsvamayurasana. Now squat and toes with legs together. Twist the body and place both the hands to one side. Align the elbows with the knees and the hips. Lean onto the arms and balance. Extend legs to the side and gaze at the third eye. Visualize yourself as a peacock. Mayuram dandavat kuryan, Mayuram dandanamakam, Kuryan Mayuram Pashvabhyam, Mayurapashanamakam. Now let's repeat Parsvamayurasana on the other side. Because all participants do, all of you can try out, find your balance. Mayuram dandavat kuryan, Mayuram dandanamakam, Kuryan Mayuram Pashvabhyam, Mayurapashanamakam. Next asana is Bharaganatasana. Now place both the hands on the ground, shoulders width apart. Stretch the legs back straight into Tarakshasana, the plank position. Step one foot outside the respective shoulder. Bring the foot between the hands and gaze at the third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Kalikarama. Asana Kaugana Piti Jayi. Now let's repeat this on the other side. Asana Kaugana Piti Jayi. The next asana is Unmukapitasana. Now from Tarakshasana plank position, place the forearms on the ground and walk the feet forward, raising the hips up. Lift the chest and head up and gaze at the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner Bhonyastajani hasto charispara vamakam uttabitangrigalam kadistalama. The next asana is Vashishtasana. Now from Tarakshasana, rotate the body onto one hand and raise the opposite hand up. Keep the balancing hand directly beneath the shoulder. Raise the hips and gaze towards the sky. As you visualize yourself as Bhagwan Rama's Guru. Says Vashishta. Uda Kukuravashista Marichi Hale Matsikam Parivitam Chodarasya Vidam Danarasanam. Now let's repeat this asana on the side. Vashishtasana. Uda Kukuravashista Marichi Hale Matsikam Parivitam Chodarasya Vidam Danarasanam. Next asana is Anjani Asana. Now sit with legs stretched, toes pointing up. Bring the hands under the buttocks, palms facing up. Keep the spine straight, elbows to the body, tuck the chin to the chest and gaze at the nose. As you visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman. Anjani Asana. दो कर की बेहतेरी कोरवाली में ले भेली सो आगाम ने भूपदा से महाने अंगुल मिलिरा से. The next asana is Paschimottanasana. Now sit with legs stretched out, bend from the waist and hold the big toes with the index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Bring the chest to the thighs, head to the knees, engage in all three bandhas. Paschimottanasana. Janu parirajam tu paschimottanam uchite, yena kena prakarena sukam daram chitayate. Next asana is Ugrasana. Now sit your legs stretched and apart. Clasp the hands behind the head in Parashmudra. Lean your chest forward and down, bringing the head to the knees. Engage in all three bandhas. Visualize Mother Kali in your chest space. Sabaniptanam Dukka Danuparishru Odise Asma Agaranam Proktam Bhavedana Deepanam Dehavasara Haranam Paschimottana Sandikam Ye Tadazim Shresha Pratyamsa Deshuri Vayu Paschima Gena Tasya Sanchara Tidruvam. Yes. For the next set of asanas, we'll be repeating new japa, which is Mahasadakshivoham. While you repeat yourself that you are Mahasadakshivoham. Next asana is Marichi Asana. And for the next set of asanas also, you'll be doing the new pranayama, which is the Rechaka pranayama, where your exhalation will be held longer than you inhale slowly. Now sit the legs extended, bring one heel to the groin, knee raised. Reach the arms in and around and raise knee and clasp the hands behind the back. Bring the chest to the thigh and head to the knee. Visualize yourself as Sage. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गिष्टप्रसारिणे Mahamudrasana. Now sit with legs stretched and toes up. Bring one heel towards the perineum and let the knee fall to the side of the ground. Reach and hold the foot, keeping the legs straight. Bring the chest forward and down. Engage in all three bandhas. Gaze at the nose. Mahamudrasana. दावा पर मोड़ी यदि मानसम गोल पर मुड़द्वार नीचे दे तेजी जीवनी पकड़ी धरती दे गोदम तो भोरा से. So let's repeat Marichasana sequence on the other side. उत्तानपानं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारिणे. Mahamudrasana on the other side. दावा पर मोड़ी यदि माहिलं गोल पर मुड़द्वार नीचे दे तेजी जीवनी पकड़ी धरती दे गोदम तो भोरा से. Next asana is Vajrasana 2. Now sit and bring soles of the feet together with heels across your perineum. Keep the knees wide and hold the feet firmly. Maintain a straight spine and gaze up the nose. Vishwa Swamiji in your ears. Vajrasana. Gulpo Jabrisya Yadaha. Jivanya Pashokshipet. Parapa Shudapani Jambadras Nisalam. Vajras Ramavete Sarvavyari Shapaham. Next asana is Gwali Pavasana. Now from Bhadrasana, extend the feet away from the body, keep the toes together, heels apart, knees open. Place the hands on respective knees in Chamalputra. Tuck the chin to the chest in Jayendra Bandha. Gaze at the knee. Continue to rotate, continue to repeat the japa. Mahasadashoham in your throat center. Purva Charvro Chokka Sosoi, Bahi Video Kiche Soi, Yabe Eze Binajurashe, Angula Tantarorashe. Next asana is Joni Asana. Now sitting, keep soles of feet together, heels closing the perineum. Hold the soles of the feet and lean forward and down. Bring forehead to the feet and gaze at the nose. Visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. दो पकड़ समझ करे एदमेंट की थिंग नदरे अदहात को अंतरराशे इलाद पकड़लिया बबरदाशे. Next asana is Nidiki Pavasana. Now sitting, keep the heels together, toes apart, and knees wide open. Lean forward and down, extend the hands out wide open, palms on down and on the ground. Palms down on the ground. Now bring forehead to the ground behind the hips and gaze at the nose. Vishwa Swamiji in your inner space. पूर्व पगतरी संपुरुषोल एरी मिलीराशे एरिया सुमालिकाने अभितो अंतर्दति लगावे हाथ गोदा पर लगावा अजवार चापरा पसारे. Next asana is Siddhi Samadhi asana. Now listen, keep the now sit and keep the toes together, heels apart. Bring the arms below the shin, extend it out and keep the palms facing upwards. Bring forehead to the ground above the feet. Bring the toes near the throat and gaze at the nose. दहु पगे समझ करे सोले में दागा में दरे अंगुलातन तेरा से एक पवे से विदा के. Next asana is quiet. Chiliki Pavasana. Now sit and keep heels together, toes apart. Hold the feet and open them up. Bring the soles towards the sky. Keep them back with the hands on the ground. Place the elbows on the thighs towards the knees and gaze towards the nose. Vishwa Swamiji in your inner space. Chiniki Pavasana. दो पगा की थी धरती मिगवा में लगा वे पकली मारी को अंगता की शो दिजो दे कारी रिकोर बंदा शुलिया राशे. Next asana is Sarvata Chokasana. Now remain same position. Place the hands on the knees and gently press them to the ground. Pulastamangina Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze at the third eye. Sarvata Chokasana. दो पगली समझदारे आगम लेकर जा रहे बसारे घोड़ा बुसो लगता राशे खादी दो गोदा पीड़ा से. Next asana is Bhairavasana. Now sit and bring soles of the feet facing together, knees wide open. Lift the heels up, bring the toes down onto the ground. Keep it Knees on the ground, pull his stomach in and up, Uddiyana Bandha. Raise the hands to respective knees in Dinga Mudra. Visualize Lord Kala Bhairava in your inner space. Bhairavasana. Will pose and be the chan, yonyam, nikameno, jidamchane, janva, pavikitam, Bhairavasanam. The next asana is Samanasana. Now sit to one heel at the perineum, lift and hold the other foot, putting the sole of the foot onto the chest. Raise the third eye and hold the breath in Moya Bhairava. Samanasana. Samanasana ma vakshe siddha mantra saradan ek paru dadva gushona linga vatrike. Next asana is Aparasana. Let's sit and place one leg on top of the rest of the shoulder. Raise the other foot upward and straight. Keep the hands on the ground to the side and catch the and gaze at the third eye. Visual Swamiji inner inner. केवल अपार में कंचा स्कंदे चारों पे इतना एक पाने को ये डिस्टेबल वक्त को now let's repeat Samanasana on the side. Samanasana vakkya siddha mantra sadhana एक पारू दत्ता गुशोदलिंग वत्र के Asana on your other side. केवल केवल अंपायर में कंचा स्कंदे चारों पे इतना है कि पादने का गेट डिस्टेबल वक्त को next time. Also for the next set of asanas, we'll be entering in your japa, which is Om Nithyananda. Om Nithyananda. Om Nithyananda. Repeat this japa in your throat center and engage in Sitkali Pranayama. Sorry, Sitkali Pranayama. Now, sit and cross one leg over the other, aligning the knees at the center of the body, with the feet by opposite hips. Place both the hands on top of the respective knees and gaze at the nose. Visualize the cow's face in your inner space. Gomukasana. Sabbe dakshigal pento pishtvasya yoche. Dakshivita sam gomukam kumvita. Next task is Anushasana. Now from Gomukasana, hold the big toes with index middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Relax shoulders and relax the shoulders and pull the stomach in and up and gaze at the nose. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anusaya. दक्षिण गोद नीचो ताने वाम ताके ओ प्राणे गोदा संधि मिलावे बारी आधा परी देश की सारी. Next task is Anushasana 2. Now from Gomukasana push, interlace the fingers behind the back and lean forward and down. Bring the chin over the knees and touch the nose to the ground and gaze at the nose. Continue to visualize Swamiji. Continue to visualize Rishika Anusaya in your inner space. जीवन गोदा की संधि पिता गोदा की संधि विदा राशे गोदा से लिए पक चलिया हो अदवाय सुदा राशे. Next asana is Garudasana. Now sit on the ground with one heel pressed against the perineum. Keep the opposite foot on the ground in front of the other. Keep spine tall, chest out, and hands to respective knees. And gaze at the nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. दावा भुगमोड़ी ये कि वाहिन गुल पे बुलत नीचे रे बेसे जीवनी भगतरी धरती की गोदन से बोला she. Next asana is Naradasana. Now sit and place a penny on top of the one heel. Lift the top of the foot flat on the ground. Place opposite foot on the ground in front of the opposite foot. Interlace the fingers behind the neck and twist the body of the raised knee and switch to the third eye. As we stress Narada in your list. विष्णु जी बाबा पगली के गोबे था लगा वेपरी गोदा सपने है जो शिपा कीड़ा केसो ये. Next asana is Matsyapitakasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Wrap the respective arm around the knee, holding onto the big shin, opposite shin. Extend the opposite hand straight and hold onto the respective toes with the index and two fingers and thumb. Yes, at the Pittakasana. Vami Namagishanto Grihitam Pitakam Yona Vami Sampidjami Jalpuri Dakshinan. Let's repeat the Gomukasana sequence on the disc. Gomukasana. Savya Dakshakan Panto Pistashir Yoshalik Sapita Samam Gomukam Kamita. Anushasana one on the disc. दक्षिण को जो नीचे होता है वाम तक को प्राण गला समला वे भारी आधा पूरी सुनते बसारी अनुशासन टू on that side जीवन गोदा किसे वृद्धा गोदा किसम की बिना राशि गोदा से लिए बक्तलिया आया उदाराशि Now let's repeat Garidasana on the other side. धावा भगमोदी ये कि वाहिन को तुम उधर नीचे दे बेसे जीवनी पकड़े धरती टेक गोदम गोदा से नारदासना on the other side. विष्णु जी बाबू पकड़े कि गोबे का लगा विपेले गोदा सो परो हे जो इस पार तेरा किसोई मत्स्य पीतिकासना. Continue visualize the fish avatar of Mahavishnu in Vrindavan. Mame Navama Gishtantu Grihitamati Pitikam Yorvame Sampitya Medarupari Lakshanam. Next asana is Vastendrasana. So place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Place the opposite foot on the ground and far side of opposite side. Twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee. Keep the arm safe by the neck and turn the head back and gaze at the throat. उदरम पश्चिमा पासं कृत्वा दिशि यत्नः नम्रा वाम पादं हि तेक्षायो परिन्यसेत्. Next Tasas Kubasana. Now twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee and extend the hand down onto the foot. Keep the opposite hand at respective ear and turn the head and gaze at the third eye. Asana ka ugran jo lo jaye. Vatsipidakasana. Now twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee. Extend the hand down to the foot. Keeping the opposite hand on the ground behind. Turn the head back and gaze at the third eye. Mastendra Pitam to the Praditam Pachanak Mandala Kandanastam, Abhyasa Kundalini Pravotam Dandastratam Daribam Sam. Now let's repeat Mastendra on the other side. Udaram Pasima Pasam Kitadisi Yatha, Mrangva Padam Hidakitano Pariniset. Vasna on the Asana Kauya Jola Jaye. Mastendra on the other side. Mastendra Pitam to the Praditam Pachanak Mandala Kandanastam, Abhyasa Kundalini Pravotam Dandastratam Daribam Sam. The next asana is Padmasana. Now sit and place feet on top of the opposite thighs. Place the arms on the knees. Gaze on the bandhas and gaze at the feet. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva here in a space. In a throat sector. Asana Amritam Proktam Padmam Bacha Sabita Udu Advarisya Redyo Bhirpa Leyata Padmasanam Bhavi Teja Sarva Papa Pranashanam. The next asana is Padmasana 2. Now sit and place feet flat on top of the opposite thighs. Cross the arms and hold onto the toes with index and thumb joined together. Gaze at the nose. Mahamudrasana. Padmasana 2. Padmasana 2. उत्तानोचन कृत्वा संस्थाप्यतः पूर्वमध्यतः पाणिकृत्वा तादृशो. Next task is Kukutasana. Sit and place the feet on top of the opposite thighs. Place palms on the ground between the two thighs and lift the body up. Visualize yourself as a rooster. Padmasana संस्थाप्य नानोवरंत Kukutasana. Padmasana संस्थाप्य नानोवरंतरे करौ निवेश भूभावादिष्ट व्योमस्थ Kukutasana. The next task is Baddhikeki Asana. Sit and place the feet on top of the opposite thighs. Rise onto the knees and place the palms on the ground, fingers pointing towards the perineum. Bring the elbows together, press it against the navel. Then lean forward, find a balance, extend the knees up from the ground. Dharamayastavyakradve nagakupanistavinavi pashastvaha uchchasnadandarusikashemayiramidravdantitam vairam padmakam kuryad bhatikeki katyate. The next task is Mayurasana. Now continue. Now while on the knees, place the palms on the ground, fingers pointing towards the perineum. Bring the elbows, keep the elbows together, press them against the navel, then lean forward and find a balance. Extend the legs up from the ground. Visualize yourself as a peacock. Mayurasana. Adavakshe Mahadeva Mayurasana Uttavam. Now, all of you can relax yourself into Makarasana. Lay on the stomach and feet pointing outwards and forward on the mat. Place the fingers behind the neck and fold. Visualize yourself as a crocodile. Repeat. Om Nithyananda Mahasadaशिवोहम. Repeat. Om Nithyananda Mahasadaशिवोहम in your chest. अजयशेते हृदं निधाय भूमौ च पादस्य प्रसार्यमाणौ शिरस्कृत्वा कृदन्तयुग्मे देहाधिकारं मकरासनं प्रति. Next asana, Shalabhasana. Lay on the stomach and place the hands on the ground beside the chest. Rise the legs up, bring your thighs off from the ground. Visualize yourself as a locust. Adyashite karikmamakshabhuvinashtakyakaroslavyaam adochune chivatasticho davadantapitam shalabam munindraha. The next asana is Ushtrasana. Now lay down on the stomach and bring the hands to the feet. Pull the feet down towards the ground and out. Pull the feet down towards the ground and outside of the hips. Visualize yourself as a camel. Adyashite parikmavashtam prishya nidayabhitam karabhyam akunche savijasiga damustanti pitam yogino vadanti. Next asana is Dhanurasana. Now lay down on the stomach, bring the hands to the feet, kick the legs up, back, and simultaneously pull the feet towards the sky. Lift the chest off from the ground, raise the head up, and gaze at the third eye. Prasaripado Vilandaru Pakaro to Pristeri Parikmam, with Vadara Surividan to Migati Yogi, Dhanurasanam. Next asana is Bhagasana. Now sit on both the knees and head and spine is straight line. Place the palms down on top of the thighs, Shama Mudra, and gaze at the third eye. Repeat, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the Mahavaksha in your throat center. उल्टा मोदी पावलो वैसे भरोजी करे एक वैसे पावना महिला जुल्फ जो गुलाब पासी ला वैसोहू. Next asana is Gohi Asana. Now from the knees, place forearms on the ground, fingers interlock, elbows shoulder width apart. Place top of the head on the ground, holding the back of the head with hands. Walk toes forward until the hips align with the shoulders. Lift the feet up, keeping the knees bent together against the chest and touching the chin against the knee. लोहादा की कहूनी जोई पुनः कलाई जाने दोई पिष्टंगिरिया की प्रजाने सबले भू परितानो. Next asana Sirsasana. Now remain same position. Chest, extend legs up in the air. Continue to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Viparitam mandalam chadde javiritam vinaha. Dandasamita proktam viparitopaveshane. Sarvang vishesha bhagastu sashtaspratasute. Yes, that was a good balanced position all of us had. That is how relax ourselves into progress. Now, for the next set of asanas, we'll be doing a new pranayama, which is a bhastika pranayama, where you'll be breathing rapidly. You'll inhale and exhale rapidly. Now, sit with hands behind the calves and stretch the legs up. Bring your forehead to the knees. Come to a vertical position with the legs, which is Swamiji in your दो हाथ बार आने गोदा तेरे काक सीता ने अंगुष्ठ पिंडली लगदा तेरे चले पे आकाश ही करे. Next asana is Parigasana. Now sit and extend the legs out up at the 45 degrees angle. Bring the hands behind to hold the opposite shoulders in Shami Mudra. Keep the chest upright, legs straight, toes pointed. Hold your breath and gaze at the third eye. Visualize yourself as a maze. Uttan Shayan Kritka Padom Lita Prasarya Ritta Bhumos Visyastabhyan Kandrabatka Kumukam Kritka State Parighasanam Bhavati. The next asana is Avkasana. Now remain same position. Keep the elbows and palms down at the ground, on the ground. Visualize yourself as a boat. Adya Uttanam Shayan Purpura Vyabhunastabhyasta Nitambam Nidaya Tiruhura Dangapa Dantavadharya Naukasana Bhavati. Next is Rudrasana. Now sit and lift the feet up, scoop the hands under the heels and pull the feet towards the chest. Keep the spine upright and gaze at the floor. Visualize yourself as Lord Buddha. Pagadali Samkare Hatasya Paguchaya Pagal Samasarkapu Yoga Parlika and Talve Lagave. Next asana is Unmukha Now lay down on your back with the feet flat on the ground, palms facing down, fingers just touching the back of the heels. Lift the hips up in the air, press the feet in the ground, tuck the chin to the chest in Chalendra Bandha, and gaze at the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Ode Jajani Kutka Shayadhova Kamtata Utta Pehasta Tishtet Pitu Unmakanamake. Next asana is Shivasana. Now lay down on your back, with palms facing upwards. Completely unclench from micro movement of all the body and mind. Let the body remain dead as possible. Visualize the body is dead and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji is liberating you and bring awareness to every single body part in you in Shakti Chalan Mudra. Adashavasanam Uttaram Shavadbhumo Shainam Dishavasanam Shavasram Shanti Haram Chitta Vrishtanti Karakam. Completely relax yourself. Now start to wiggle your toes and your fingers. Rise up, rise yourself to a comfortable seated position. Yes. With that, we have finished the 100 asanas of the Vinyasa Krama. Congratulations for all the participants. Now, we'll be moving ahead to the Nithya Vinyasa Krama. We'll be moving ahead to the Nithya Vinyasa Krama. Now, request all participants to take few minutes, freshen up yourself. You can drink some water, touch yourself completely as we prepare ourselves for the Nithya Vinyasa Krama. Now, let us all start the Vidya Vinyasa Krama. The first asana of Vidya Vinyasa Krama is Yathasana Asana. Now, sit with a posture that brings ease to your physical and mental space. Visualize Swamiji in your third eye. Keep your hands in the Bindu Mudra where you're touching your index and thumb. And keep on your knees. Repeat Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in your throat center. Engage in the Samana Pranayama, Samana Paka. Engage in Mudra. Yathasana Shasana. पर्यन्तं तत्समाख्यातं यथा संस्थावधास्तिः Now sit in chaotic position, hands hands on knees with thumbs and index and take long inhalations and इदानीं गन्तुलीनां Next task is Muktasana. Now place the left foot against the genital region. Place your right foot over top of the left. Hands facing downwards on top of the knees and gaze at nose. Visualize yourself as a sage being liberated by Swami. Repeat the Sivanim Sukshman Dakshinetara Gulpataha Vamya Amena Gulpena Muktasana Bhavet. Next asana is Siddhasana. Now maintain same position as Muktasana. Switch the gaze to the third eye. स्थानं वैचेन्द्रियसुरभिष्टा पश्यं ध्रुवानन्तरं चेतन्मौखिकपादभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रसिद्धे. Next asana is Siddhyasana. Maintain same position as Siddhasana. Switch the gaze to the ground in front of you and engage in all three bandhas. वामपादिकी यदि जानो जीवनिमदितां कौतानो दक्षपादिकी यदि वेदमदीलका सोयी. Next asana is Rudrasana. Keep the legs in the same position as Siddhyasana. Rotate the hands on top of the knees in the Bindu Mudra. Switch the gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra, the fierce dimensions of Paramashiva. वामचरण परिदस्य रागे एकटिकटी असा विधा के वाम पग के मायली कोर दक्षिण के जो बाहर लेवोर. The next asana is Santadhanasana. Now make the same position with Rudrasana. Switch the gaze to the nose. Visualize your embodying tranquility and unshakable nature. Adra Kogana Manaki Sankara Kamita. The next asana is Siddhasana 2. Now maintain one heel on top of the other. Bring hands to the heart level. Covering one palm over the other in Samstha Mudra, establish a lotus flower. Vijay KAILASA Siddhasana Mudira Samstha Adhoka Dhoka Dobya Mangal Madarat. The next asana is Bandha Yoni Asana. Now maintain one heel on top of the other. Little fingers beneath the bottom lip. Ring finger above the upper lip. Little finger closing your nostrils. Ring fingers over the eyes and thumbs closing ears in Chandra Mudra. Visualize your Sankalpa is manifesting through the womb of your creation. यत्र मध्य महादेव बन्धयोन्यासनेश्वरो यकृत्पाख्यशिरो भूत विचरैकीश्वरो यतः. Next asana is Virasana. Now place one foot on the thigh and other foot under the opposite thigh. Touch the thumb and relax the fingers on together on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Visualize you're embodying the spirit and state of all bravery. एकं पादमथे कस्मिन् विन्यस्रोहि संस्थितः इतरस्मिन् गतः चोरं वीरासनं मुदीरतम्. The next asana is Balikasana. Now left heel on right side into arm. Toes under thighs, right foot on the left leg, toes by the knees. Hands on the knees, in thumbs and in Bindu Mudra, gaze at the third eye. Visualize the great stage, the altar of Ramayana, sage Valmiki in your inner spirit. Valikasana. Dava Pagati Pagatali Puneji Hersoya Panam Dishimeta Dishina Aniraga Visoya. The next asana is Joni Mudrasana. Now keep leg in the same position. Switch the gaze to the third eye. Visualize you representing the goddess Devi, the Shakti symbol of the creation of energy of the universe. भावपादिकी भावपादिकी पदतली जाहि मैथिली कोरी जोहि तहांतरी वैसिए उल्टा पाव जो मोरी. Next asana is Yoni asana. Now keep the feet and hands in same position. Switch the gaze to the third eye. Continue to visualize the Yoni mandala. Yoni asana. Yoni mudrasana. भावपादिकी पदतली जाहि मैथिली कोरी जोहि तहांतरी वैसे उल्टा पाव जो मोरी. I complete with all the participants for for the little instruction we have with yoga. I'm waiting for that. We'll be continuing back to yoga. Next asana is Yoni asana. Now keep the feet and the hands in the same position. Switch the gaze to the third eye. Continue to visualize the Yoni mandala representing the goddess Devi, the Shakti symbol of the creative energy of the universe. योन्यासनं भवेत्तेन योगं फलेनिलं तत्कालफललां तावत् केचरो यावदेव हि. Next asana is Bhadrasana 3. Sit and bring soles of the feet together, holding with both the hands in Shambhu Mudra. Bring the knees down towards the ground and gaze at the floor. Visualize Lord Veerabhadra in your gaze. गुल्पो चवर्षस्यादः सीवन्या पार्श्वक्षिते सव्य गुल्पं तथा सव्ये दक्षगुल्पं च दक्षिणे. Next asana is Aghorasana. Now bring the soles or the feet together at the perineum or at the perineum. Press your tongue up against the roof of the mouth to gaze at the third eye in Srichari Mudra. With your right hand covering your mouth, close the left nostril with your index finger. Inhale through the right nostril. Close both the nostrils. Hold the breath and exhale through the right nostril and repeat this on the other side. Visualize yourself as an agori. पूर्व कहो बिष्टिका जोई वाही विधि जो कीजे सोई तब अंगुरी मकबा हरि आने मग को पुनि समझ करिताने. The next asana is Kaneri Pavasana. Now, remain same position. Bring your elbows to your heels and rest your chin at your hands. Visualize yourself as a female elephant. Kaneri Pavasana. गावाली तवा आसने कश्यो है जैसे याहू में जाने विदिते से गोदा गुलपमाहिया जान ओरो एत्या विची कहू नीतानो. Next asana is Parasana. Sit with knees raised, arms between the thighs and the calves. Interlace the fingers, lift the feet off from the mat. Visualize the supreme point of Hinduism in your inner space. जोग प्रदीकार दोहु कर की अंगुरी जोई वतशा आने लगा वे सोहु. Next asana is Gopi Chandasana. Now interlace the fingers around the feet with toes together. Toes at the groove in the chest, in the throat. Heels touching the chest, chin on the hands and gaze at the nose. Visualizing, embodying the state and space of a king. Gopi Chandasana. Puraba Vidhi Pagaka Angata Kataka Kuparashe Yedi Hridalagave Kagasi Itya Angul Parirashe. Next asana is Udarasana. Now sit the soles of the feet together, insert the hands underneath the legs, holding the feet with the interlocked fingers, bring the feet up to the chest, bring the head down, touch the chin to the soles and gaze at the nose. Visualize your body free from any defects. दो पगड़े संप्रदाने हुए हस्त करी उर्दही ताने अंगुष्ठ दो समतहरावे चिपका नीचे ताही लगावे. Next asana is Vishishtasana. Now sit your feet together, arms under the legs, raise up 2 feet to the face, fingers interlock, Chame Mudra, palms over the forehead. Visualize exhaling in every. दो पगड़ी जोड़ी संपत करे हाथ दो पग बीच आनी ताले बाहिल्यावे. Next asana is Bhujasana. Bhujasana. Now in seated position, lift both legs over top of the respective shoulders. Bring arms underneath the legs and up, interlacing the fingers around the back of the neck in Chame Mudra. Visualize yourself as a cobra. Surasanam to Vignayam Dak. कक्षासनमतः परं ग्रीवासनं च परमं भुजासनविमोच्यते. The next asana is Kalyanasana. Now maintain a seated posture. Raise the legs up. Bring the elbows under the knees and wrap the arms around the back. Palms clutched behind the nose. And gaze at the nose. Visualize yourself as a blissful, auspicious goddess. Kalyanasana. दो हाथ भगामिति आने तिलको गोदर नीचे ताने बहुरी पाक्यत्या बाह्यारु पुनः जुगति ऐसे तहरावे. Next asana, Sankatasana. Now, with left knee on the mat, place the left foot flat and place the perineum on the heel. Now raise the right leg over top of the left and bring the right foot heel to the left hip. Place the hands to respective knees in Vaishnavi Mudra. Visualize yourself as a swan. Sankatasana. वामपादं संन्यासधरनीतले पाददण्डेन याम्येन वेष्टेद्वामपादकम्. The next asana is Dhenukasana. Now from Sankatasana, slide the left heel to the left hip. Keep the right knee over top of the left. Place both the hands at right thigh in Vaishnavi Mudra. Visualize yourself a cow. Dhenukasana. Next asana is Pachandrasana. Place the right foot on the left side. Place the left foot on the right knee. Bring the left hand behind the back and hold the right side. Place the right hand on the left side. Twist at the body and gaze at the third eye. Machandrasana. Vamajangagapritachitani Vamahastane. The next asana is Machandrasana 2. Now remain same position from Machandrasana. Untwist and hold onto the respective toes. Lean your forehead so it touches the ground and twist to touch the knee. Machandrasana. Padma Jivano Chalo Joyi Vamajangagapritachitani Soyi. The next asana is Guru Asana. Now maintain feet in same position. Increase the fingers and place them on top of the knees in Vaishnavi Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Uru Morilka Dusya Kanishikapati Se Gulpam Sanstapitati Vakari Idukari Pashni. Now let's repeat Sankatasana on the other side. Visualize yourself. One. Sankatasana. Bhavapadam State Molam Yasatan Nithale Padatandena Yam Veshesama Padakam. The next asana is Dhenukasana. Visualize yourself a cow and slide your feet from Sankatasana. Anusagi Nagara Pamcham Vrishyam Dagalyami Raya Dyagali Vanka Pagalyani Rayakudu. Next asana is Machandrasana. Vamajanga Ghaparitachikari Vamahasvisane. The next asana is Machandrasana 2 on the other side. Pratama Jivano Chalno Jujoi Vamajanga Ghaparitachitani Soyi. Next asana is Guru Asana on the other side. Urumolirpadasya Kanishka Pradeshe Gulpam Samstapitati Va Jalupada Pashni. The next asana is Parshvasana. Now sit with feet flat on the ground, knees against your chest, hands holding the opposite knees in Shambhala Mudra, thighs together and spine straight, tongue pressed against the roof of the mouth in Kechara Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Next asana is Bodhisattvasana. Now from seated position, place the feet flat on the mat, bow down on the legs and hold the opposite wrist. Place the chin on the knees and gaze at the nose. Visualize being in an abode of bliss. Bodhisattvasana. Dobu padatuli dhopari dhere koramaliye ese kare. The next asana is Purakatasana. Now from seated position, place the feet flat on the mat, place the arms under the knees, and hold the opposite elbows and gaze at the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. दो हाथ पग बाहरिया गोरा नीचे एक सहरावे. Next asana is Sumati asana. The maintain same hold beneath the knee. Bring the right foot over the left so the heel crosses. Toes pointed up and gaze at the navel. Visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati in your inner space and gaze at the nose. मूलद्वार धर की परिताने दावा बक परिदच पद आने. The next asana is Dandasana. Now extend the feet. Now extend the feet out straight, arms raised straight above the head. Interlace the fingers, wrist pointed outward, engage non bandhas and gaze at the nose. Form in your inner space. Dandasana. इदानीं गर्भिणीतां योगाभ्यासयुता लघुभू सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोचते प्राक्तने पति. Next asana is Arambasana. Now sit with legs straight, hold the big toes with index and middle finger. Chest forward and down, head to the knees. Inhale through the left nostril and exhale to the right as to the Nadi shoulder. Arambasana. Dohu pagamilani pagadi lilata godal pagave. Next asana is Bidokasana. Now sit with legs straight, extend the knees slightly up, one hand distance between the heels. Bring shoulders down, grab the arms around the legs, hold the soles of the feet and gaze at the third eye. Vishnu Swamiji in your Pratama bhai se do vipana pasare vajika udda ko fir to dhare. The next asana is Jalandhari Pavasana. Now this is similar to Now extend both the legs out with the heels together. Place the chin, mouth, and nose on the heels. Insert the hands below the legs. Keep the elbows together on the ground along with the fingers. Palms facing outwards and gaze at the nose. Jalandhari Pavasana. दो वेदी मैल के दीजे हाथ पसारी पुनी चिपका मुखनासिका तादिग भूपरिधारी. The next asana is Urdhva Uttanasana. Now sit and extend both the legs out. Lift one foot behind the neck. Lean forward and down as in Paschimottanasana. Vishnu Swamiji, yes. पश्चिमतानवत्स्थितं कृत्वा एकं पादं दीवायाम्. The next asana is Anastasana. Now lay on the back, left hand hold, left hand holds the foot from the top. Straighten your body, concentrate on the air, on the prana, which is flowing from the Mooladhara to the Dharasthana. Anantasana. उत्तानशैली एकैकं पायिङ्ग्रीवायं विन्यस्य. The next asana is Ankushasana. Now from Anantasana, rest on the elbow of the hand, holding foot. Concentrate on the prana, which is moving from the Muladhara to the Sahasrara Chakra and base at the उत्तानशैली एकैकं पायिङ्ग्रीवायं कुर्वन्. The next asana is Drishasana. Now lie down on the back, bring the knees to the chest, encircle the thighs and the calves with arms. Roll to your left and the right. Drishasana. उत्तानशैलं जानी हृदये वस्तम्भ जङ्ग सहितारुणि करद्वये भद्र सव्यपसव्यं नोदये दृशासनं भवति. The next now let's repeat the Urdhva Paschimottanasana sequence on the other side. Because all participants to put your other leg behind your neck and to do the Paschimottanasana. Paschimottanasam siddham krita ekam paring grivayam distet Udapasivanam bhavati. Next asana is Anantasana on the side. Remain remain in the same posture, keeping the leg behind the neck, lying down, and opposite hand holding the finger toes. Anantasana. Uttan Shani Kekam Payangrimayam Vinyasya. The next asana is Ankushasana. Uttan Shaiti Kekam Paringrimayam Kurvan. The next asana is Yoga Nithyananda. Lie on the back, lift the legs one by one behind the head. Hold the hands behind the back and gaze below. Vishwa Swamiji in your inner. Hastabhyamyashya Kantam Hastab Padabhyamyashya Kantam Hastabhyam Prishabandhanam. Next asana is Atma Ramasana. Now lie on the back, raise the legs towards the head. Wrap the hands around the legs, insert the fingers behind the neck and gaze at the and visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you with it. Prathama Suro Sove Pagute Ane Agane Ane Do Bhagavichi Hadikari Kahoni Ki Mahili. The next asana is Kochikasana. Now lay on the back, knees to chest, toes facing up, sit arms sideways and gaze at the third eye. दो हाथ चेसा करे 300 से पा करे. The next asana is where we do 1, 2, and 3 of the same sequence of asana. Now lay on the back, knees to the chest, arms reaching to the sides to shoulder level. Now Jata Paravritti 1. One knee bent, twist and bring it to the ground on the opposite side. Keep the other leg extended straight. Now keep both the knees bent to one side in Jata Paravritti 2. And keep both legs straight to one side and head looks in the opposite direction of the legs in Jatara Paravritti 3. Parivitte Kukshibhage Tridadi Parikirtaha Baddha Konam Supta Kol Oda Konam Atapicha. Now let's repeat Jatara Paravritti Asana again on that side. Parivitte Kukshibhage Tridadi Parikirtaha Baddha Konam Supta Kol Oda Konam Atapicha. The next asana is Dvipadapitam. Now lie on the back, bend the knees and place the feet flat on the ground. Hold the ankles and lift the hips up and gaze to the moon. Visualize yourself as sturdy as a bridge. Pratikriyayitum Dvanda Pita Sarva Balapradam. The next asana is Paryankasana. Now lay on the back, place the feet flat on the mat, bring the arms over the head, and place the hands flat on the mat with fingers pointing towards the head. Lift the entire body up from the ground, visualize as sturdy as a stone furniture. Uttanishayana Hastabhyam, Uttanishayana Hastathalabhyam, Bhunastabhya Padathalabhyam, Bhunditta Nabi Pradesham, Udbham Kuryat, Paryankasana Bhavati. Next asana is Shvatanasana. Now lay on the back, knees to the chest, hands on the shoulder. Move the hips with circular motion. Visualize you are lying. Visualize you are laying on your back like a dog. Sharavat Shariram Sanstapya Jani Samvirya Nabo Annimya. Next asana is Viparita Karini. Now lie supine and raise the lips and legs up. Elbows and hands extended on the mat below, helping the balance the body as legs raise up straight. Move the legs around and around. Viparita Karini. Ata Viparita Karini Mudra Bhutriya Sharir Datvakya Naye Charanadvayam. Next asana Viparita Karini 2. Now remain same position. Remain same position. Avoid any movement. Continue to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Karane Viparitya Sarvadivyadi Nashini. The next asana is Langalasana. Now lay on the back, lift the hips, take the feet over the head, toes on the floor, hands stretched on the ground, palms clasped in Parishamudra. Rest the neck and shoulders. Visualize yourself as a flow. ग्रीवा कंटेन भूमि विष्टम्भ्य पादाग्रद्वयम् ऊर्ध्वं नयेत् नरकासनं भवति. Next asana is Shahita Pasmatanasana. Now lie on the back, legs over the head, toes pointed on the ground, thighs with chest, hold the toes, arms and legs straight. Visualize one of the 84 different asanas revealed directly by Paramashivoham himself. Time Shahita Purvita Shahita Pasmatanakam. Next asana, Suprakonasana. Now remain same position. Spread the toes out wide and hold the big toes. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. परिवृत्ति कुक्षि भागे दारी परिकीर्तः बद्ध कोलम सुट कोल ओद कोलम तापिचा. Next asana, Chakrasana. Now you bring the legs over the top of the head, toes on the ground, hold the ankles, keeping the knees straight. Roll backwards onto the back and keep the legs straight. Visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel. Shavasanasto pado Puryamastakau parau. Next asana, Supta Prasarita Padangushtasana. Now lie on the back. Keep the legs vertical. Hold the big toes in Pranamudra. Open the legs to the spine. Uttaraparam Kram Chamcha Maricham Veerabhadrakam Natarajan Trikonam Cha Suptangushtasarine. Next asana, Supta Padangushtasana. Lie on the back with legs extended straight up. Hold the big toes in Pranamudra. Uttaraparam Kram Chamcha Maricham Veerabhadrakam Natarajan Trikonam Cha Suptangushtasarine. Now relax yourself into Patsyasana. From Padmasana, from Supta Padangushtasana, move the legs into Padmasana. Lay on the back, hold the opposite elbows over the head and gaze at the nose. Visualize the Matsya Avatara, the fish avatar of Mahavishnu in your inner space. Mukta Padmasana Kritta Uttanshan Uncharet, Purparabhyanshiro Vishya Matsyasanam Tirogaha. Next asana is Parishramasana. Now lay on the back in Padmasana. Place the back side of the right hand onto your left palm. Gaze the nose. Visualize Lord Rama in your inner space. Prathamakare Padmasana Ache Sudosoya Bhuparipache. Next asana is Sarvangasana. Now while lying on the back, legs in Padmasana, lift the hips and legs up. Hands support the hips, elbows on the floor. Tuck the chin to the chest in Chandrabandha and gaze at the nose. Sarvangasana. Atavakshet sanchepa sarvangasana uttamam yakitva yogi nipuna vidyabhis pandito yata. The next asana is Vrishchikasana. Now lay on the back, one foot on the opposite side. Lift the other knee towards the head. Extend both the arms straight and hook fingers forward and gaze at the third eye. Visualize yourself as a scorpion. Prathama Shaila Sudo Shitaki Samdi Sudate. Now let's repeat Vrishchikasana on the other side. Prathama Shaila Sudo Shitaki Samdi Sudate. The next asana, Vishaparikshepasana. Now lay on the back, interlace the fingers around the neck. Lift both the feet off on the ground, extending one leg straight and other knee to the chest. Alternate extending and raising the knee again and again. This is similar to the bicycle punches. Utta and Shayan Kritva Anulombihi. Next asana is Marottanasana. Now lay on the back, lift the legs one by one, touching the ears with the knees. Mr. Swamiji in your inner space. Shwatanava samsiti kritva janadvayam yaparyena karnya sansmishet marotanam bhavati. Next asana, Vikasana. Now while lying on the back, place the soles of the feet flat on the ground. Stand up, then sit back down again. Visualize yourself as a bull. Adda uttanam shayanam Krita Padatlabhyam Bhumi Ditva Uttishtet Vikasanam Bhavati. Next asana is Lutasana. Now lay on the back, quickly throw the legs above the head, completely roll over. This is similar to a somersault. Position, repeat it again and again. Uttana Shainam Pado Shilango Bhumo Stapita Nuktum Yati Nuktum Sainam. The next asana is Yes. Um, I once again complete all the participants for the interruption which is being caused. We resume back to yoga now. Next asana is Sarathasana. Now lie on the belly with toes extended, hands may cross by the shoulders. Contour your lips making sound like a flute, whistling while inhaling. Visualize you're carrying warrior, a battle for dharma on your chariot back. Nithya Dhyaan Krita Nabhim Bhumam Nidhaya. Next asana is Dehulyanganasana. Now हस्तद्वयं बद्ध उद्दन्मध्य चरणद्वयम् उधानैव बहिरानीय अतर्नीय देहुल्लङ्घनं भवति. The next asana is Jatyasana. Now from standing position, bend forward and place the hands to the mat. Walk back and forth. Visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant. अथ जात्यासनं वक्ष्य येन जतिस्वरो भवेत्. We will now entering the first karna of the Diti Vinyasa Krama, which is the Lolita Karanam. Now stand with knees bent and keep the feet pointing outward. Bend the elbows and keep the hands at hip level. Shiftly move the arms across the body, then bring it back to the center. Tilt the head back. Open the chest up towards the sky and move the head in all directions. In Dolita Karana. Next asana, Sarpasana. Now stand erect like a rod, arms at the side, hands touching the thighs in Shanti Mudra. Visualize a Kundalini, Devi rising and curling around and up your body. Other Sarpasanam Vakche Vayupanaya Kevalam. The next task is Ushta Sadanasana. Now, while standing, place all fingers on the mat, then stand on the feet on the fists. Begin to move and walk like a camel. Visualize yourself as a camel. Mushtikani मुष्टिकनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशे भूमौ निधाय उपरिपादतले संस्थाप्य गजसाधनम् उष्टसाधनं भवति. Next task is Ashwasana. Now, while standing, place all fingers on the mat, then stand on the feet on the wrist. Begin to move and walk like a horse. Visualize yourself as a horse. मुष्टिकनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशे भूमौ निधाय उपरिपादतले संस्थाप्य अश्वशरीरं चलनीयम् अश्वासनं भवति. The next asana is Kapota Nikatasana. Now stand straight and with feet together. Place the hands behind the back and pull them down towards the calves. Open your chest. Visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving. Kapota Nikatasana. पादले भूमनिदाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तोजङ्गपर्यन्तं नीत्वा कपोतनिकटं भवति. The next asana is Tala Pushpitam Karana. Now stand tall with palms together in Namaskar Mudra. Gently bend the knees and keep toes pointing outwards. Simultaneously open up the palms, raise one knee off the ground, slightly lowering the waist shoulder of respective heel. Visualize your offering a bouquet of flowers to Paramashivoham. Yes. Next asana is Kadghasana. Now stand tall, bring the palms together, forming the horn of a rhinoceros in Ardhanjali Mudra. Visualize yourself as a rhinoceros and gaze at the nose. Nija Saitamas Nuja Saratamasanam Krita Padlabhyo Bhujanashtambya Uttishke Kadakasanam Bhavati. The next task is Uttanottanam. Now sit all the way down as low as you can to the ground. Stand up, gaze again and gaze at the nose. Pulapudatam Asitam Iti Uttanottanam Bhavati. Next task is Musalasana. Now stand up straight, arms, raise the arms over the head and jump repeatedly. Visualize yourself as a maze. Nayet varam varmudaram krita nayet vasadasanam bhavati. Next asana is Uchiyashtaka. Now from standing position, pull the sole of one foot towards your belly. With other leg, sit down and stand up. Alternate both the sides. Hastadhyena ditva tishtete. Next asana is Parshvajana. The next karana is Parshvajana. Now standing, keep one leg slightly bent with the toes pointing to the side. Bend and lift opposite knee towards the chest, pointing the toes downward. Keep the arm holding the knee with the hand pointing outwards and close into a fist. Let the opposite hand hang down on top of the thigh, wrist twisted and fingers pointing towards the center of the body in Parshvajana Karna. Next asana is Tandavasana. Now on one leg, lower the body to the mat, then stand straight, lifting the raised leg to the opposite side. Visualizing your fiercely dancing. Visualize your fiercely dancing as Paramashivoham. Ekiriparin sadhavyam Tandavasana bhavati. Next asana is Brahmanasana. Now place left foot on the inner thigh and stand erect on the mat like a rod, hands by the sides. Visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma. Brahmanasana vakcha yakritva brahmano bhavet. Next asana is Garudasana 3. So stand tall, wrap the left leg over the and around the left knee, right knee. Tuck the left toe on the other side of the right calf. Simultaneously cross the left arm below the right and bringing the palms together in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. Uttana karma pitescha Saimhes Garuda mevacha. Next asana is Ekapadasana. Now stand straight on the right leg, left foot on the opposite thigh, hands relaxed by the knees. Daksha Ghim Vamapadasya Jangopari Nidhaya cha. The next asana is Dravasana. Now stand on right leg, hold the big toes of the left foot and straighten outside. Rotate your body quickly on standing leg. Visualize the pole star posture. Visualize yourself as a North Star. Eke Nastere Pase Ekasipadasya Krum Ditva. Next asana is Trivikramasana. Now stand on right leg and lift the left foot behind the neck and stand tall, alternate sitting and standing. Visualize the Vamanavatar, the three steps of Mahavishnu. Visualize your Vishnu in your inner space. Ekere Parya Statavyam Griva Yampadas Griva Yampadas Stapyo Statavyam Utatavya Trivikramasana Bhavati. Let's now repeat the Parshvajana Karna on this side. Next asana, Tandavasana on the other side. Ekene pari satavyam Tandavasan bhavati. Brahmanasana on the other side. Brahmanasana vakshi yakritva brahmano bhavet. Garudasana 3 on the other side. Uttana karma kurma pitescha saimhems garuda mevacha. Ekapadasana on the other side. Daksha bhimva padasya jangopari nidhaya cha. Dhruvasana repeated on the other side. एकेन हस्तेदन्धरूपस्य एकस्य पार्यसिं कृत्वा त्रिविक्रमासना on the other side. ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति. With that, let us relax ourselves into Samanaka Karna. Now stand with feet close together, toes pointed slightly out. Keep both the hands to the sides of the body and relax yourself completely. Next asana is Gorak Asana. Now stand erect, then bend forward. Bring both the hands underneath the knees and make a finger lock. Sit in squatting position. Let the finger lock touch the navel. Visualize the great sage Gorakhanatha here in the space. Petam hi ubay hoya bahuri neetu puri hove. Next asana is Panchasana. Now insert the hands between the thighs and the calves, then wrap around behind the butt in Parashamudra. Squat down, hold the hands behind and keep the chest upright. Pura Madhyadhasto Nivesha Nitamam Dritva. Next asana is Bhairuvasana. Now bring the feet together and sit in squatting posture. Hold the hands at the back and sit upright and gaze at the navel. Visualize Bhagavan Kaya Deva in your industry. दो बगा की ताल की माहिरी कोर मिलावे पना पन कुतोय माधुवे से The next asana is Varahasana. Now squat all the way down to the ground. Keep your feet together, toes apart. Bring your elbows up close to the head. Palms joint over back, facing downward. Gaze at the nose. Visualize the bow, the Varaha avatar of Mahavishnu in your imagination. Pagadali ki mahili korulave panapani ukadavese. Legs back. Now heels touching, bring your hips to the same level as your knees. With the hands, hands down fingertips, touching the toes in front of you. Visualize yourself as a supreme point of Hinduism. Ata uttasana nani pashnidva sammilyatsva. Next asana is Bakasana. Now place the hands on your mat with fingers wide. Place your knees on the back of the arms, eyes forward and down. Visualize yourself as a crow. हस्ताभ्यां वर्णस्तम्भ्य जानुद्वयन्नाभो सम्मील्य भृङ्गोपरि संस्थाप्य दृष्टिर्बकासनं भवति. The next asana is Sushtanga Kapali Asana. Kneel down, head on the ground, palms spread for support. Raise body and the head, legs into Padmasana. And gaze at the nose. Asana Kaugana Kapala Ache Hoyi. Next asana is Guptasana. Now keep the toes flat, touching the opposite feet. Sit down between the feet. Let the heels come outside the hips. Hands on the knees, sit straight and gaze at the nose. Visualize you're sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru. Jano Varantare Pada Krita Pada Gopiyet. Next asana is Vrishikasana. This is the handstand posture. Stand. Next asana is Vrikshasana. This is similar to the handstand posture. Hands on the ground, fingers wide. Lift the body up straight. Visualize yourself. You are a tree with deep roots in the ground. Sapta Chakrakshalanaya Vrikshasana Shesikan. Nithya Dhyaan Kola Samabhyasete. Now remain in the same asana. Switch the gaze to the third eye. Shibhuasana. Dovo paga joy mahi gulpa mahili ube ho dovu hat joyi. Now the next asana is Matsyasana 2. From Bakasana, jump the legs back onto the hands and the feet. Pass by the chest, body pressed off to the mat. Push the body up, down, and again up. Visualize yourself as a fish. Nujjam Shainam Purpura Pasha Bhagaya Murda Kritya Hastatala Vyamurastambya Varambar Udharan Kuryat Matsyasana Bhavati. Next asana Sarpasana. Now lie prone on the belly, hands on the hips, extend the legs jointly, point your toes, lift the chest to right and your left like a snake. Visualize and move your whole body like a snake. Nujjam Shainam Kritya Hastaritam Samstapya. Next asana Niralambanasana. Now lie on prone on the belly, hands up at the mudra, lotus posture, holding the chin. Legs straight, toes pointed together. Visualize you feel self-supported and completely independent by yourself. Karabhyam pankajam kritva tishte kotpayasidhi mukhamannamanam nucche niralambana yogi niralambana yogisya niralambana masanam niralambanata dhyanam niralambana masanam. The next asana is Tatrasana. Now lie on the stomach, place hands flat on the mat in front of you. Straighten the arms and bend the knees. Bring feet towards the upper chest. Lift up the head and the chest. Visualize. You see yourself as an umbrella protecting your guru from his rays. Tatrasana. Adhyasasthatrabhyam bhurastambhyam niya chitrasana bhavati. The next asana is Vajrasana. Now sit on the knees with tops of the feet flat on the mat. Bring the butt on the heels, stretch the arms in front of you, palms facing down, place forehead on the mat. Visualize you are the weapon of Indra, symbolizing indestructibility. Idanim Garbhininam Yoga Abhyaso Yata Laghu Shuka Peshavalabhaya Prochate Praktirepati. The next asana is Meshasana. From Gajasana, alternate striking the ground with the hands. Visualize your experience powerful as a ram. गजासनं से एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत् एषासनं भवति. Next asana, Sajasana. From Gajasana, lift the legs into the air, slowly bring the forehead to the ground. Visualize you're unborn. Gajasana sito padadvayam mantrakali krita masake bhushet ajasanam bhavati. The next asana is Dhanantarasana. Now sit on the heels, legs together. Interlace the fingers around the toes. First, pull the feet towards the perineum. Then, place the hands on respective knees. Spine straight and gaze at the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Dhanantarasana. Puraba Bidipari Hadhi Kakasisya Vanashara Modi. The next asana is Angamotanam. Now interlace your fingers behind and then behind. Interlace your fingers in the front and then behind you. Stretch the arms forward and to the sides and backwards, giving a massage to various different joints and muscles in your body. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Hastyo Anguli Bhaddha Hastyo Madhya Sarvam Magnam Nishkasahitva Tishtet Angamotanam Bhavati. Next asana is Garudasana 4. Now sit on the heels in Vajrasana. Feet turn out to the side. Thighs and knees rest on the ground. Spine straight. Hands on the knees. See yourself as Garuda, flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on your back. Jango Rubhyanaram Pijas Tirkhayodhi Janana Janu Parikaradhanta Garudasana Muchate. The next asana is Ananda Mandirasana. The seated legs folded back, knees wide. Front of the buttocks on the ground, gaze at the third eye. Visualize residing in the blissful space of a temple. Ananda Mandirasana. Ito Vakshe Veeranatha Ananda Mandirasanam Yakritva Amaro Dhiro Bhavati Veha Sadakaha. The next asana is Mandukasana 2. Now knees wide, sit on the ankles. Hands under the knees and gaze at the nose. Visualize yourself as a frog. पृष्ठं सम्पीड्य गुल्पाभ्यां जान्वाङ्गे सवलया कृतिः. Next asana, Narasimhasana. Now keep your toes on the mat, heels up together, place the perineum on the heels, place palms on the ground, spread the fingers wide, thumbs touching, and base of the hand touching the toes and gaze at the nose. Inhale, inhale and exhale, sticking out the tongue. Visualize Narasimha, the one of the avatars of Mahavishnu. दो पनापानी हो वैसे एदी मिलर गोदा निवेसे. Next asana. The next asana is Vrishtakasana. Now sit on the toes, place the perineum on the heels, separate the knees sideways and place on the ground. Make a hollow of palm and place on the mouth. Keep the thumbs under the teeth and close the lips and gaze the nose. Inhale through the Pingala Nadi. Exhale through the mouth to capacity. Visualize yourself as Devi, presiding over any and all minuscule fears you have. Dovu paganki yedi joyi goda panum banum puni hoyi. The next asana is Makadasana. Now soles together, top of the feet on the ground. Sit on the heels, bend the elbows, bringing fingers to the armpits. Imitate as if it's a monkey scratching. Gaze at the third eye. Visualize yourself as a playful monkey. Dovu pagatri sampada ani tiniki pishti bhuma parithane. The next asana is Vajra Sangarasana. Now stand on the toes, soles of the feet together. Sit on heels, knees wide and off on the floor. Hold the elbows behind the back and gaze at the nose. Embody diamond like strength for yourself and your Sangha, spiritual community. Pratama Panapani Hoy Vese, Dovu Edi Guda Nivese. The next asana is Kanjanasana. Now keep the toes down, ankles crossed behind and sit on the heels. Place the palms on the mat to the side. Kanjanasana Vakshi Yakritva Sustiro Bhavet. Next asana is Kurmasana. Now sit with toes flat, cross the feet and place the perineum on back of the heels. Keep knees wide and on the floor. Rest the hands on the knees in Sambu Mudra. Visualize a turtle, a stable body and mind living for hundreds of years. Gulpo Chivrisias Yado Yukrame Samahito, Vishakaishro Grivam, Urvasaram Vitirtamam. Next asana is Yogasana. Now with toes flat, cross the feet and place the perineum on back of the heels and gaze at the moon. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Gudam niyamya gulpabhyam vikramena samahitaha yoga asrambhavet devat iti yoga vido viduhu. Next asana is Vijogasana. Stand on the knees, cross the ankles behind feet near the opposite knee. Hold the calves with the fingers inside and thumb outside and gaze at the third eye. Godam vamnam ubo hoyu goda adara kedohu. The next stanza, Ushtrasana 2. Now in kneeling position, bend backwards, hold ankles with the hands, keep the arms straight, push the hips forward and tilt the head back. Visualize yourself as a camel. Mere dantagrati dandya sami pada yafkuman. Next asana is Jatyasana 2. With heels together, hands on the soles of the feet, slowly lean back, bring the elbows down to the mat, place the back of the head on the mat and gaze at the knees. Experience yourself as a blooming lotus. Dohu yedi samdikare sole muyadhvarit ridhere. Next asana is Viritasana. Now sit on the knees with thighs and calves together. Lean back and touch your back to the ground, then rise up. Use support of the hands if needed. Gaze again and again. Viritasana. Janga prati bhuma nidhaya jangordhayo urni samsthapi prishtivamsam varavam shishet Viritasana bhavati. Next asana is Kapotasana. Come from Viritasana, raise the hips higher. Bring forearms on the mat to hold the back of the heel. Bring the head in between the feet. Meru Dantagradi Dhyana Sampipada Yukuman. Next asana is Varasana. Stand upright on the knees with toes tucked. Hold the arms with opposite hands and gaze at the nose. Visualize the bone fulfilling posture, receiving your bone from Paramashivoham. Jananibhuma संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा सरलं तिष्ठेत् वरासनं भवति. The next asana is Varahasana 2. Now keep knees together, toes tucked. Heel forward, bring the elbows to the mat and hands holding the head. Rest the head in the hand and heels on the butt. Suryam Chandram Vedananya Asnyani Katyante. The next asana is Mundasana. Kneel down, place the crown of the head on the mat. Between the interlaced fingers, elbows on the mat, shoulders width apart. Lift the knees up and hips high. Raise the body upside down. Visualize yourself as a lobster tree. Adho Mundasanam Vakshe Sarvesham Praninam Sukham Urdhama Pari Dattva Dharayen Marutam Siddhihi. Next asana is Andhasana. Kneel down, head between the knees, elbows adjacent to the knees. Hands hold the head, exhale through the mouth. Visualize Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your inner space and gaze at the moon. प्रथम पगड़ी सम ठहरावे कोर माहुली उबे मिलावे. The next asana is Viparita Shalabhasana. Now lay on the belly, arms extended straight out. Lift the thighs, arms and chest off from the ground. Visualize yourself as a lotus. Shalabhasana Vedasya Nataberunda Namake. Next asana is Kapalasana. Now lay on the belly, arms to the side, palms down. Keep the forehead on the ground. Keep the chest on the mat and lift the legs up together. Visualize yourself as a skull, representing the mind with purified thoughts and strong will to attain enlightenment. Kapalam bhumanidhaya udam padam nayet kapalasanam bhavati. Next asana is Akasha Kapotasana. Now lay on the stomach, hands by the side. Lift the legs up over the head and slowly place the feet on the mat in front of the head. Keep the palms flat on the mat behind. Visualize yourself as free and open dove. Ushtrasani Sitrachala Bhumaruta Primasukha Primitra Pushtapat Parishnena Bhumasapaye Akasha Kapotam Bhavati. Next asana is Chatakasana. Now sit on the knees. Bring the chest down so navel touches the knees. Keep the hands flat on the mat. Forearms on the ground and be steady. Visualize yourself as a sparrow. Purparapariyanto hasto dharamnastam vyajanuni. The next asana is Vrishchikasana. Kneel down, hands and elbows on the mat. Raise the legs, bend the back to touch the feet on the head. Lift the chin and fold. Visualize yourself as a heart. Vrishchi Vapuchapadi Mangvi Parshid. The next asana is Vrishasana. Now place perineum down on the right heel. Keep the left foot outside of the hip, ankle to the side. Place the hands on the mat, resembling a bull. Visualize yourself as a bull. व्याम गुल्पे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम. The next asana is Lolasana. Lolasanam. Now, from kneeling position, place the hands flat on the mat in front of you. Lift the knees off on the ground and cross the toes of the feet over top of the right, balance above the mat. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Lolasanam sada kuryat vayu lola paghatanad stira vayu pradeshe prasadena sthiracheta bhavedritam. Now let's repeat Vrishasana on the other side. We should continue to visualize yourself as a bull. व्याम गुल्पे मूले वामभागे पदेतरम. The next asana is Balagunasana. Now place the left toes on the ground and sit on the feet of the left foot. Place the right foot flat on the ground with the knees raised towards the chest. Palms your respective knees in Vaishnav Mudra. Maintain an upright position. Visualize Balagunahi, one of the 84 siddhas in your space. Asana Kaugya Jalvika Rajayi. Next asana is Grahasana. Now squat with feet flat on the mat. Bring elbows under the thighs and wrap the hands around the chin. Hold onto the ankles from the outside. Visualize yourself as the entire planet. पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानुमध्ये कूर्म संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां गुल्पप्रदेशे धृत्वा दृष्टे ग्रहासनं भवति. Now let's repeat Balagunasana on this side. Asana Kaugana Jalvika Rajayi. Next asana is Utkatasana. This is similar to Angushtasana in the Pratama Vinyasa Krama. Now squat on toes with heels up, knees off the mat. Place a perineum on the heels and hands and just put the knees. Keep the spine upright. You just Pijosti Yata Urvajanu Yatrasane. The next asana is Vajra Sangarasana 2. Now sit on toes with the perineum on the heels and toes together. Keep the knees wide and lift it off from the ground. Hold the opposite elbows behind the back. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Pratama Panapani Hoya Jaise Dobu Iti Kuta Nivese. The next asana is Anilasana. Now squat with feet hip width wide apart. Hands under the soles of the feet from inside, palms down, arms straight, elbows together at the navel and gaze at the nose. Do had bhuma paritani kahuni jari na bilaga ane. The next asana is Padukasana. Now place back of the hands on the mat with fingers facing towards the body. Step feet on top of the hands wrapped around the feet like a shoe and walk around. Visualize you're wearing the Padukas, walking across length and breadth of Bharat. Hasatlyo Padle Tritadishta Tache Padukasanam Bhavati. Next asana is Kukutodanam. Now place palms on the mat, raise both the feet upwards into the air and let them fall back down. Do it like this again and again. Visualize yourself as a rooster. Hasre bhuma krita padle cha urdham mundanam krita bhuma patit ittam purah kuryat uttanottaram bhavati. sorry, kukudodanam bhavati. Next asana is viparita nrityasana. Now place hands on the mat, raise legs upwards into the handstand. Move around in the two hands as if you are dancing. Visualize. Feel yourself become free from all inhibitions. Asatana bhunastam uda padangil kuryan. Hasarabhyam nartanam kartavyam vipari nrityam bhavati. Now relax yourself into Kundarasana. Separate feet and place one palm down on the mat with arms straight. Bring opposite hand to the head and be stable. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. तदवक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमं करिणेकेन पादाभ्यां भूमौ तिष्ठति शिरःकरः. Now let's repeat Kunjarasana on the other side. अदवक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमं करिणेकेन पादाभ्यां भूमौ तिष्ठति शिरःकरः. Next asana is Kadambasana. Now sit on the ground with the feet flat and heels close to the body. Hold the respective ankles and lift the feet off from the ground. Visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a highest tree that promotes long life. पार्श्वीभ्यां भूलस्तभ्यां हस्तद्वये बिल्पधृत्वा दृष्ट्या कदम्बं भवति. The next asana is Pavanamuktasana. Sit with heels in the perineum. Hold the toes with hands and press them towards the chest. Sit with heels at the perineum. Hold the knees with the hands and press them towards the chest. द्वयोः पादयोः पाणि लात्वा स्वस्ति दम्पके जानी वक्षसि साधु बभ्रादि करबन्धनैः. Next asana, Chakorasana. Now sit and lift one leg behind the head. Place both hands flat on the mat and extend the opposite leg up with the knee straight. Lift the entire body up on the ground and keep the chin up. Visualize yourself a powerful source of energy. Purvatram Chatusparipitam Vajrasam Tata. Next asana, Dhanurasana 2. Sitting on the ground, hold the left toes with the left hand, index and middle finger. Hold the foot to the left ear. Extend the right leg out, keep it straight. Hold the big toe with the right hand. Visualize yourself as a bow. Padam Dushtatu Panibhyam Grihitva Shravanavadi. Next asana, Ashtavatthasana. Now lift the left leg over top of the left shoulder. Bring right foot across and hook on top of the left foot. Lean forward and down while extend the leg out to the left. Lift the head up and chest and find a balance. Vashistamnakondinyam modakuktam evacha ashtavakramato mayuram setu bandhanam. The next asana is Pranasana. Now place the right foot on the left thigh. Bring the left foot flat on the ground. Have the left shoulder underneath the raised left leg and place the hands flat on the ground. Visualize your small chest. Etat prabedam vakshami karoti sachavaraha. The next asana is Paschimashchandrasana. Now place the right foot at the root of the left thigh, then left leg by the side of the right knee. Hold the left leg by the right hand, twist the body and remain steady. Visualize Maschendranatha in your inner space. Vamor Mularpita Daksha Vamor Mularpita Daksha Pado Janva Bhari Veshtita Dakshadoshna. Now let's repeat Chakorasana on the side. Chakorasana. Purvatram Chatuspadapitam Vajrasam Tata. Let's now do the Dhanurasana on the other side. Padan goes to the pani. The next time, Ashwakrasana on the other side. वासिष्ठमधिकाण्डिन्यं मोदकुक्कुरमेव च अष्टावक्रमतोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुकण्डनम्. Let's now repeat Pranasana on the other side. एतत्प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति स चामरः. Pasimasthendrasana on the other side. गोमोरूलार्पिता दक्षपादो जन्मभरि व्यसित दक्षिणोष्णा. The next asana is Ardha Paschimottanasana. Ardha Paschimottanasana. Ardha Paschimottanasana. Keep one leg straight and press ilium with other heel. Just forward and down. Hold the big toes and hold your toes and feet. Bring head towards the knee. Ardha Paschimottanasana. Ekam palam prasarayakam parasya pashnina. The next asana is crown chasana. Place your left ankle outside of the hip. Open the toes right, then lift the leg up towards the forehead. Keep the knees straight and gaze remote. Visualize yourself as a crane. Uttan palam krantam cha haritam bhadrakam uttarasam chikonam cha tattam. Now, now let's repeat the Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side. Ekam padam prasarim ekam padasya pashnina. Let's now repeat Count Chasna on the other side. Uttarapalam Krancham cha Maricham Veera Bhadrakam Natarajan Chikonam cha Subtanga. Yes. With that, let us now relax ourselves into Swastikasana. Now sit with soles between the thighs and the calves, spine straight, palms rest on the knees in Shambhi Mudra. Visualize and want peace, well-being, good fortune, and prosperity for yourself and for the whole world. Jano Vorantaya Samyak Krittapaditlayobhe. The next asana is Gorakshasana. Now keep feet in same position, cover the heels with the respective hands, between the chest and gaze at the top of the nose. Jano Vorantare Pada Uttana Shakti Samchitau. Next asana is Bhagasana 2. Now bring the left heel to the perineum, right foot on the left thigh. Close your eyes with index fingers, nose with the middle finger, ears with the thumbs in Shanmukhi Mudra. Gaze at the third eye. Meditate on the Arihata. Vava Pashnogvadan Samstapya Dakshagnam Vama Janghane. The next asana is Yogasana 2. Now place feet on top of the opposite knees, place hands on the ground, palms facing up. Keep the spine straight and gaze at the nose. Uttanochana Kritta Samstopyari Janunoho. Next asana is Urdhva Kukutasana. Now from Padmasana, place hands flat on the mat beside the body. Press hands into the mat and lift the knees off from the ground, hands above the ground. Visualize yourself as a rooster. Vasishtamatikondinyam bodhakukkudamev cha ashtavakramatottana mayuram setu bandhanam. The next asana is Siddha Haritali-asana. From Padmasana, insert both the hands to your knees and place them on the mat. Avoid lifting the body up, stay seated on the mat and gaze at the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. प्रथम पद्मासन को करे हस्ततो गोदा संविधेरे. The next asana is Hamsasana. From Padmasana, place hands on the mat through the gaps of the calves and thighs. Lift the thighs up to the shoulder, legs off from the mat, stay above the mat and gaze at the nose. Visualize yourself as an elegant swan. Kukutasana sthitta skandam parintam urunitva dishet Hamsasana bhavati. The next asana is Karmakasana. Now from Padmasana, place the hands between the thighs and the calves while sitting. Reach the hands behind the body, interlace the fingers, bring the forehead to the floor and gaze at the nose. प्रथम पद्मासन आसन को करे गोदा समझी माही करी धेराई. The next asana is Kurmasana 2. Now from Padmasana, insert both hands to the thighs, the calves. Bend the elbows and hold the respective shoulders with the hands. Bami jang pare dachapa. Bami jang pare dachina pava. Dahini jang pare bhami yava. The next asana is Granthi Vedasana. Now from Padmasana, insert both the hands to the thighs and the calves. Bend the elbows and hold the respective shoulders with the hands. Bend the head down, tuck the chin to the chest and Chandrabandha, gaze at the nose. Rejoice knowing you're in the secret, you're in Shiva's secret north posture. Adha Vakshani Lakanta Ghantibedasanam Shubham. We are in the 291st asana. We are almost at the finish of the Jina Sakrama, so just few more asanas left. From Padmasana, insert both the hands to the thighs and the calves. Lay on the back, bend the elbows and hold the respective shoulders with the hands. Kukudasa bandhastam karabhyandita kandaram. The next asana is Pangu Kukudasana. From Padmasana, place both the hands in the gap of the thighs and the calves. Place one hand flat on the mat, hold its wrist with the other hand, lift the body up and hold it. Visualize dorsal as a rooster. Kukudasana chitva ekena hastena hanyasya. Now let's repeat Pangu Kukudasana on the other side. Kukudasana chitva ekena hastena hanyasya. The next asana is Gridhasana. From Padmasana, place elbows on the toes and interlace the fingers. Rest the chin on the knuckles, press the thumb on the toes. Visualize you have gone beyond all the greed and covetousness in your life. Jano Vorantare Pada Guttano Vyakti Samsitao. Next asana is Padmasana 3. We are in the 200. Left foot on the right thigh on the left. Hold one hand over the other. Left foot on the right thigh on the left. Hold one hand over the shoulder. Now, all participants, I request you to place your left foot on your right thigh and place your right thigh and place your right foot on your left thigh. Hold one hand over the other. Palms facing upwards. Keep the spine straight and gaze at the nose. Uttana Charna Vidhaya Vidivat Shakti Sister Yogi Rayat. Next asana Padmasana 4. Left foot remain the same position. Place the palms on top of the respective knees in Shavya Mudra. Keep the spine straight and gaze at the nose. Visualize Paramashivoham in your inner space. Eta Padmasana Purya Pranavayu Prasiddhayet. The next asana is Paramashivoham 2. From Padmasana, hook the right hand with index and middle fingers around the big toes. Lift the elbows as if pulling a bow back and move a big toe around. Place the left hand on opposite knees and keep it straight and repeat on the other side. Visualize the Paramashiva's bow. Kamukasa 2. Atra yudasam vaste yoga pura karakshanat. The next asana is Kamukasa 3. From Padmasana, cross the hands behind the back and hold the big toes. Inhale through the tongue, straight in like an arrow. Engage in all three bandhas and gaze at the nose. Visualize your Paramashiva's bow. Karmakasana Spitta Udare Puriyat Sukam Tada Vayur Vaso Yati Kalina Sukshma Vayuna. Next paragraph. Dridasana. Maintain the Karmakasana 3 posture. Lift the chest up and gaze at the third eye. Urobhyamyopari Stapya Padiyukmam Prayatadaha. We are in the 300 asanas. Few more asanas left. The The next asana is Nagrasana. From Padmasana, arms behind the back, holding opposite big toes, lay down on the elbows, thighs and back, and gaze at the nose. Visualize yourself as a snake. Nagrasana. प्रथम पद्मासन कोमताने दो हाथ पाचने आमने. The next asana is Kandukasana. Now lie on the back, bend the knees, feet on the ground, embrace knees to the chest, head touches the knees. Visualize yourself as a ball. Squeeze the body into a ball. Vetrasne sthita hastapa nishkuyan modam nayet Krishnavansina bhuvam pote Kandukasanam bhavati. Next asana. Now lay on the back, knees raised together, the big toes evenly together, hands interlocked under the head and gaze at the nose. प्रथम सुदर्शन करावे गोद उभे राश मिलावे. The next asana is now lie on the back, bend the knees and feet, keep the feet flat on the mat, hit the palms under the hips and lift the chin. Visualize yourself as powerful as Alpha 8. Uttana Shainam Padakali, Uttana Hastapayam, Kristabam, Muttamaya, Markatapitam Bhavati. Next asana is Uttanashika Pitakasana. Now lie supine and raise the hips up. Support your hips with the hands placed at the face. Elbows by the weight of the body, chin presses at the throat and gaze at the nose. Jangor Barani as Uttanashika Pitakasana. The next asana is Narakasana. Now lie supine, raise the hips and legs up, elbows and hands extended on the mat below, helping to balance the body as legs raised into the air. Griva Kantimu Narakasanam Bhavati. The next asana is Striyan Naukasana. Now lie supine and raise the hips and bring the hands to the lower back. Keeping the elbows on the mat, raise the legs up vertically, then slowly lower ankle and keeping your core engaged. Visualize your body. Visualize you're a boat crossing the ocean of samsara. The next asana is Katasana. Keep the upper back on the mat. Raise the legs up vertically, elbows, shoulders, and hands remain on the mat below. Keep the legs vertically and hold. Visualize you're the KAILASA flag distributed across all the nations all around the world. Vajasana. Triyanakva Griva Prishtapur Pari Bhuvastambha Masakara Shena Paradvayam Odanayet Vajasanam Bhavati. Now relax yourself into Vritasana. Now lie supine and completely relax yourself over any moment. Visualize the body is dead. The supreme point of Hinduism is liberating. Uttanam Shamavadbhumau Shayanam Savasanam Savasanam Shamaharam Chittavishtantikarakam. Completely relax in your inner space. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Completely relax yourself. Relax yourself. Avoid any movements. Now, start to wiggle your toes and your fingers and rock yourself up to a comfortable seated position. Yes. Congratulations for all the participants. You have finished the 300 asanas with Vinyasa Krama. Yes. So with this, now all of us have prepared our body to become a vessel for Parvashut for his energy. Now throughout the whole day, all of us be understanding in deeper truths, which is going to be revealed by Swamiji, which is nothing but Parameshwar's energy. So once Parameshwar puts his energy, now our body is completely purified. Parameshwar will pour his energy and we'll hold his mold. So with this, I'd like to thank all the participants and all the viewers who is watching us live right now on various different social media platforms for participating with us for Nithyananda Yoga. With this, I would like to offer my heartfelt gratitude and repeat as Swamiji by concluding this session with the Pune Mantra. Because all of you to sit in a comfortable posture with your head and spine in straight line. Bring the hands in front of your heart, Namaskar Mudra. We'll end the session with the Pune Mantra. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukar Paramastu Om Nithyanandam. Thank you everyone. Nithyanandam.
You say, relax. Doing the practice does not pass in you. So that whatever entirely in you, super entirely now in practice. Now that you are simply are thinking that something in you, which is less, but which is not too much. So, I don't know if it has. But in time, what's your difference? If you enter a silver it's not advice, like in a confidence. So, we said that if we have an house, don't hang on. You trying to hang on to something which you are entitled to it. You would like to hang on to something which you are really
Nithyanandam, everyone. Welcome to the Paramashivoham Level-1 program. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramashivoham Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadusham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, everyone. So today we are going to learn about the Atma Spurana. Atma is our soul, the flowering of our being. This is regarding our 5 sheets of our existence. So before we entering into our Jnana sessions, today, now we are going to do the power manifestation. So please go ahead and post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. We are going to do the third eye power manifestation. So please go ahead and share your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. And request all of you to be on camera. Nithyananda Christina and Lingod Bhavan posted, your mental setup is directly related to your Kundalini awakening. So when you use the Shakti, to change whatever you can change and to change your understanding, you awaken tremendous energy in you. Wonderful cognition. So now please sit straight. Please sit straight with your head, neck, back, straight lines. Please sit straight with your head, neck, back, straight line. Bring your awareness to your third eye. Fill your inner space with Swamiji's form. Any thoughts coming now, let it come, let it go. You bring your attention back to your third eye again and again. With this space, start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, scan through your third eye and manifest the power of third eye. So I'm going to project the picture. Now, chant the Mahavakya with complete awareness on your third eye. Again and again and again, bring your attention back to your third eye. With your inner space filled with Swamiji's form, with the chanting the Mahavakya, experience the space of Advaita, the oneness space. With that space, scan through your third eye and manifest the power of third eye. I'm projecting the picture.
Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Now open your eyes and post whatever your third eye revealed in the chat. All right. So I request all of you to be on camera. Let's start our Dhyana sessions. Christina, Wang K, Kali Wang, Sri Maharani. All of you, please be on camera and let's start our Dhyana sessions. And Let me show you what picture I have projected. And see, this is what I projected. All right. So now we are going to learn the Atmaspurana, the flowering of our being. So yesterday, what we learned? The 7 energy centers, right? So we are going to learn about the 5 koshas. Mhm. So most of us think that we are just this body. The moment we remember us, we think whatever form we see, that is the only thing most of us think. Actually, we are a body-mind system. In Taittiriya Upanishad says that we are made up of 5 koshas or she in Sanskrit. The purpose of man's life is to realize the self. Atma in Sanskrit is referring to self. Capital SELF, the divine self, our highest self. Or the Atman, or merged existence, whatever name you give it. The enlightened masters have realized this and have devised techniques for others to realize it as well. So, what is standing in the way of man in realizing this are the 5 body seat called koshas in Sanskrit. Man's awareness needs to be pulled through these 5 seats in order to reach the Atman or the self. The 5 koshas can be described as follows. The food body, the physical layer or food body. Physical layer or food body, which we call in Sanskrit Annamaya Kosha. This is the outermost body, is made up of the food that we eat. This body represents the tangible physical body that we are all familiar with. The second is the breath, the prana that goes in the breath. The breath body are pranamaya kosha in Sanskrit. Prana is the life energy that goes in the air. This body is responsible for the breath cycle in us that keeps our whole body alive. Then Manomaya Kosha, that is the mental body. This body represents our mind, our thoughts and emotions. And next is intelligence layer, which is Vijnanamaya Kosha. This body represents the subtle or supreme intelligence in us, which can bring about a deeper sense of consciousness and insight into the inner and outer worlds. Then next is the bliss body, the Anandamaya Kosha. This innermost body represents unconditional joy that can be felt through communion with existence or God. The program that you did, the sessions that we had yesterday, the Ananda Spurana, also called in Life Bliss program, and Nithya Dhyana Yoga. Also, the updated version of Nithya Dhyana Yoga, what we studied yesterday, is related primarily to Manomaya Kosha, the third one, the mental layer. These are all related to our mental constructs, which in turn can affect our body and emotions. The next level, what we are going to study today is next level program. And Swamiji has given techniques to clean the other 4 layers. The Annamaya Kosha, the first one, related to the physical body that we can see, we can feel, touch. This kosha is primarily gripped with fear of death. Everyone is aware of the food body, and most people operate from this layer. Some strive to become aware of the inner body sheaths by practicing various meditation techniques and yoga methods. The Life Bliss program level 3 or Atma Spurana, that is a unique meditation program wherein the 5 C are discussed in detail and techniques taught to pull our awareness through these C to realize the self. The Taittiriya Upanishad forms the basis of this program. Let's understand the word Atma Spurana before entering into the program. Literally, when translated, Atma Spurana means flowering of the self. Spurana is flowering. Atma is the self. Here, capital SEL, that is our divine self. We flower into our divine self. The word self needs to be understood. In the Western dictionary, the word self is always understood as ego, individual identity. Here you see small SELF. It's individual ego or individual identity. But in the Vedic tradition, the self with a capital SELF is not considered as the individual identity. It is the eternally existing consciousness. Atma Spurana is the flowering of this consciousness. So what are koshas? Koshas literally mean sea or coverings. For example, our physical body biologically comprises various systems like nervous system, circulatory system, musculoskeletal system, respiratory system, etc. This does not mean that these are separate systems and each of which has its corresponding body part. The same physical body has a number of organs, a group of which can be classified as performing a certain function. For example, the respiratory system includes all the organs like the heart, lungs, throat, which are involved with the functions of inhalation and exhalation, sending oxygen to each and every part of the body and collecting carbon dioxide from every cell of the body. So also, we can classify our body, mind, spirit system in different ways. One such classification is the koshas. The Annamaya kosha is related to the physical body, which is the body we can see, touch, and feel. The next is the Pranamaya kosha, which is related to our breath, which is directly and deeply related to our desires. The Manomaya kosha, the third one, is related to our mind and thoughts. The fourth one, Vijnanamaya kosha, is related to all our feelings and emotions. Basically, intelligence. The Anandamaya kosha, which is related to the bliss layer, bliss in us, our true nature. We need to work on something which is between us and the self. Your body, your mind, your emotions. These few things which are between you and the self are what we need to work on. These are called koshas, the coverings. They are energy seeds in and around us. Only these koshas, which are 5 in number, need to flower, need to open, need to radiate, need to fall in tune. Understand, the ultimate self does not need anything. Only the instruments with which you experience self need to flower. They need to open up for you to experience the self or truth. All 5 layers need to be purified so that they constantly radiate enlightenment. One more thing, in the Nithyananda Spurana, we work on the samskaras or engraved memories that are printed in the koshas on the layers. Now, we are going to work on the koshas themselves on the very canvas itself. In each one of you, there is something which gives you confidence. Even though you die again and again, there is something that gives you a deep confidence that you will not die in the real sense. That is what the Atman or the self is. There is a beautiful story in the great Hindu epic Mahabharata. This is called Yaksha Prashna. Prashna is questions by there is one demigod. There was a demigod named Yaksha who had a quiz program with Yudhishthira, one of the 5 Pandava princes, the eldest of 5 Pandava princes, known for treading the path of dharma, the righteousness, always on the righteousness. The demigod was asking all his questions, and one of the questions was, what is the most surprising thing on planet Earth? Yudhishthira says, every moment, every day, we see so many people going to a mass abode, the abode of death. Meaning every day, many people are dying. Even though every soul, every person who lives here thinks that he is not going to die. He thinks that he is going to be here forever, that only others are going to die. So that is the most surprising thing on planet Earth. There is something which gives you confidence. There is some energy that constantly gives you the idea that you are going to be here forever. That is what we call Atman. If we understand this truth and catch on the energy or the self behind this thinking, we will celebrate death as a mere passage on the existence of the self. Instead, we understand this truth in the context of physical body. We will end up believing that death can never take our body away from us, and we suffer when it actually happens. Every one of you, every one of us experience the self, but unfortunately, not all the time. Every one of us has got some experience or at least a vague idea about the self. Without this hidden belief, there would be no logic for you to hold on to this body. Your holding on to the body is only a disguise of the truth that yourself is eternal. Holding on to this body is possible only because you have some idea in some corner of your mind that you won't perish, that you won't die. Consciously, you think that it is your body that can't perish, but the deep truth is that it is yourself. Atmaspurana means flowering of the self. That self, that consciousness which is in you, making it alive, making this a solid experience for you throughout your life. The goal or the purpose of the whole program is making that self alive, making that a living experience which will hold good for you your entire life. Making the self alive was the very goal of the master-disciple relationship in the Vedic tradition. And to achieve this, you should know the significance of the koshas. Then you can achieve inner bliss in a much easier and quicker way. During the Vedic times, knowledge of these koshas was passed down from the master to the disciple through the learning of the Vedic scriptures, such as the Upanishads. The Upanishads speak extensively about these koshas. Knowledge about them was imparted in Vedic schools called Gurukuls. In olden days, the disciple went to Gurukuls and learned about life engineering, that is spirituality. Once they undertook training in such profound truths, the rest of the academics become child's play. The reason is, through Upanishad training, the very learning stemmed from deep consciousness, not from mere intellect. I'll give you just simple understanding about how the mind works and how exactly Upanishad is going to help us. Upanishad means just sitting with the intense awareness, just sitting. If you want a commentary for that word, I could say sitting with an enlightened being. Let us first understand how our mind works with the help of a simple drawing. Your mind is doing nothing but making your future into past. Let's understand this. So what you call as life is nothing but swallowing your future and making it into the past. Am I right? The future becoming the past is what you call your mind, or whatever you know as life, nothing else. The time sharp diagram, this, let me show you that. Moment. moment. Yes. So this diagram is a time shaft. The space where the future and the past meet is what we call the present. You can see left side past and the right side future, and where the past and future meet at one that point is time shaft, the present. The future is just disappearing into the past. Every step of what I am describing, you need to understand completely. Only then you'll be able to go with it. A little bit of introduction about the mind is good. It is like an owner's manual. The owner's manual for the mind. We use the mind without reading owner's manual even once. Even in the car, there is information about airbag, and it says, for further details, see the owner's manual. How many of us refer to the owner's manual about the airbag? So with airbags, it is all right to ignore for the owner's manual because you may feel it is useful only when you have an accident. But if you don't read the owner's manual for your mind, you will create accidents. And you will not even know that you are going through accidents every day. This is the problem. So it's better to have owner's manual for the mind. So this is the present moment where the future is disappearing into the past. Your mind is nothing but a process in which you constantly jump back and forth between the past and the future. If you just observe your mind for a few minutes, you will understand exactly what I'm saying. Thought is nothing but jumping from past to future or future to past. Past to future, future to past. Only when you are shunting between the past and the future can you think. In the present moment, you cannot think. Try to create a single thought in the present moment. You cannot. Either you create a thought or be in the present moment. The two are mutually exclusive. The moment you come to the present moment, thoughts will disappear. The thought and the present moment are mutually exclusive. If thinking is happening, it means that you are jumping from past to future or past to future to past. If you're jumping 100 times from past to future or future to past in 1 second, you have 100 thoughts per second or 100 TPS. TPS is thoughts per second. If it is jumping 100 times for 1 second, you have TPS of 100. Are you able to grasp what it is? So understand, only if the internalization happens, You will involve yourself in the whole process. The problem is you will do all sorts of illogical and but even more, move one finger for spirituality. You will ask 1,000 questions and you think you are very intelligent in doing so. You keep justifying your foolishness by thinking that you are intelligent. Many people come and tell me, I know that smoking is bad, but I'm not able to drop it. What, what do? I give them money. I give them a drop of honey, specially energized for de-addiction. Even when your logic says that something is not good, you will do the same thing when it comes to a pleasure. But when it comes to meditation or spiritual things, even for a small thing, you will ask so many logical questions. And you think that because your questions are very logical, you are very intelligent. Sometimes you have the pride. I don't believe in superstitious things. You are dangerously unaware of how many thousands of nonsensical and superstitious things are actually there within you. You are the body is the first superstition that you are carrying. You are not even aware of this. Anyhow, at least now, internalize this so that you will be ready for the process. When you are having 100 thoughts per second, TPS, thoughts per second, you will be away from present moment by that proportionate distance. Very far from, you have so many thoughts, you're very far from the present moment. The present moment is where the future and past meet. If you're jumping too many times, which is what is going on now, naturally you will be away from the present. You will never be in the present moment because in the present moment you cannot think. There is no space for thoughts in the present moment. If you come back to the present moment, there will only be a beautiful silence. The more number of times you are jumping between the past and the future, the more number of thoughts you will have. 100 TPS means you are completely away from the present moment. You are just not concerned about what is happening in the present. Even if I am standing and talking here, you just pick up one thought and compare it with all that you have heard in the past lectures, discourses, classes, and books, and you remain judgmental about what you are hearing now. You will be sitting and having a big comparison notes and missing all my statements. That's the problem. I'm not saying that whatever you heard is wrong, but sitting and analyzing at this time is wrong because you are missing my continuous flow of statements. For any statement that I make, they'll be sitting with 100 dictionaries and 100 references and comparing my statement with the statements here. They'll be doing two things. Either they will refer to all these books, and if they find some relationship with what I'm saying, they will say, what is he saying is right. If they do not find the right quotation or match for my statement, they will say, oh, this is not right thing. I don't think he knows the subject fully. He is too young. This is the problem. Whether they say yes or no to my statements, by comparing notes, you are not going to grasp. Even if you say yes, you are going to miss the other statements which I am making. By the time you finish your analysis, it come back, it would have been I would have gone 10 steps ahead. So far now, just keep all the things which you have read, studied, heard in one corner but, for today. When you go back from here, you can pick it up. Okay. So if you work further to reduce the TPS to 60. Okay, let me go back. So what is TPS? Thoughts per second. Because of some meditation that you do, because some technique that you sincerely practice, you might manage to bring down your TPS to, say, from 100 to 80. This means that instead of moving 100 times between past to future, future to past, that so fast you are jumping 100 times per second, you reduce it to 80. You come down a little towards the present moment. If you work further into some technique and then you reduce it to 60, you move a little more, move towards the present moment. Sometimes, very rarely, by powerful techniques, by blessings of an enlightened master, you can bring it down to 20. And these are just indicative values. It's not that you're currently having 100 TPS. You're probably having 1,000 and 2,000 TPS. It may even a million. So one more important thing, please do not sleep. Sleep does not mean zero TPS. So I always tell people that meditative listeners are the ones who are thinking about something else and are lost somewhere else. Anyhow, coming back to the subject, rarely in the presence of the master or through some process or some initiation, you come down to 20 TPS, 20 thoughts per second. When you come to the present moment, suddenly you will have the intelligence to see the future and the past clearly. From higher TPS point, you cannot see the past or the future clearly. When you come down, you may be able to see a little better. The lower your TPS, the better your vision of the past and the future will be. One important thing, now it feels like I'm giving you a big promise, but let me tell you, if you come to the present moment, you can see your future clearly. Let us analyze one important thing. Sometimes when you are at a party, suddenly you think that some person is going to appear in the next few minutes. Some old friend or someone, and you will see that person and is suddenly there. How many of you experience this? Sometimes when the telephone rings, suddenly you will remember someone who was not there in your memory for the past few years. When you pick up the phone, that person will be on the telephone line. When the doorbell rings, suddenly you remember a relative who was not come to your home for the past 5 years, whom you have forgotten for the past 5 years. When you open the door, you will see him standing there. So how many of you had these kind of experiences at least once or twice in your life? Surely all of us have experienced. So many of you are raising your hands. So, but when it happens to you, what do you say? you usually call it a coincidence. If it happens in one person's life once, it can be called a coincidence. Practically, all of the majority of the people have this experience. So when, say, majority of the people have this, how can you brush this aside as in the name of coincidence? Majority of the people are experiencing this. There is something more than coincidence in this. This is actually what we call intuition. It means when the doorbell was ringing or when that cell phone was ringing, maybe due to sudden jerk or due to some other reason, your TPS suddenly dropped. TPS can be made to drop even by force sometimes. When the TPS dropped, you were able to see the future, maybe the next 5 minutes of the future clearly. So you had a glimpse of the time shaft. That is how you are able to see the person on the other side of the door or phone. When the TPS drops, you see the future. And you are able to connect with what I'm saying. This is the reason why you will be able to see what is going to come or what is going to happen. Suddenly, due to the doorbell ringing or the cell phone ringing, or probably because you were really relaxed and happy, maybe because in a party where you don't have your direct relatives or your in-laws, you were very relaxed. For whatever is the reason, your TPS suddenly drops. Then you will have a glimpse of the next 5 minutes of the future. Just imagine if your TPS falls just accidentally, if you can glimpse the future, if your TPS can be consciously brought down, then understand the value, understand the clarity which can be added to you. Now, the next few statements which I'm going to make are very mystical. Until now, whatever I said looked very logical, and they are logical. But the next few statements are going to be mystical. An enlightened person is the person who is established in the present moment, whose energy is in the zero TPS. He is neither lost the future nor lost in the present. Understand this. The first statement which I am making is an enlightened master is enlightened person is the person who is established in the present. It means that if you can bring down your TPS and establish yourself in the present, you are enlightened. Second thing, the future and the past and the present, all these three put together is called eternal. Eternal means Nithya. You can touch eternity only in the present moment. Eternity can be touched only through the present moment. You cannot touch eternity through the future or the past because both of them do not exist directly under your control as you think. The past you cannot touch because it is not there. You can't catch the future also because it is not there. You can only touch the present moment. You are in the present moment. If you want to enter into eternal bliss or the present moment, or enlightenment, or whatever you want to call it, the only way is to bring down your TPS. An enlightened person is a person who is established in the present moment. If you are in 100 TPS and you are in the presence of a being who is 0 TPS, something happens in you. Your time shot also starts slowing down. This is what I meant when I said that I'll be making a few mystical statements. A person who is in 0 TPS, if he sits with a being who is in 0 TPS, suddenly TPS drops drastically. Fortunately, TPS of an enlightened person cannot be raised by you. Only yours can be dropped by them. So now you need to understand a little deeply. How does TPS drop? TPS again is what? Thoughts per second. Let us now understand these koshas. Koshas are energy sheets in our system. The outermost sheet is called Annamaya Kosha, the physical layer or physical body that you have. The Annamaya Kosha is very closely related to the next layer, that is the pranic layer or Pranamaya Kosha. The pranic layer refers to the movement of air, the air circulation that is happening in you all the time. Air circulation is not just inhaling and exhaling. When we come to that layer, I will explain more about it. The third layer is the mental layer or Manomaya Kosha. Mental layer is what? Manomaya Kosha. Your visualization is your fourth layer, Vijnanamaya Kosha. Finally, the fifth layer is the silent or bliss layer that is within you, which you rarely experience. It is called Anandamaya Kosha, the bliss layer. The outermost layer on Annamaya Kosha, you can think of as the physical layer. You can visualize it as a physical layer. The second layer, Pranamaya Kosha, visualize it as air. Prana is not actually air. It is the air energy, the life energy that is carried by the energy, that is carried by the air. Air is simply the medium to carry the energy. That's all. It is the air energy that is required for us to sustain life. The third layer is Manomaya Kosha, the mental layer. Visualize it as the constant inner chatter that goes on inside you. I remind you again, yesterday what we studied, all the chakras belong to this mental layer. We studied the one layer actually. The inner chatter is your inner or mental layer. The fourth is the Vijnanamaya Kosha or the visualization layer. The fifth layer is the Anandamaya Kosha or the bliss layer. The bliss or joy which you rarely experience. The inner chatter is your inner or mental layer. After this done. Most of the time, you experience only blisters, not bliss. Causeless bliss has become a rare thing in our life. Understand, we are not disconnected and separate islands as we think. Even though civilization constantly teaches us that we are separate entities, we are not disconnected and individual islands. Maybe in the physical layer, we are all individual islands. For example, if food is poison, only the person who eats it will suffer, not everyone. In this sense, you can think of yourself as an individual. But if the air is poisoned, whoever is breathing will suffer. This means that in the pranic layer, the second layer of our energy bodies, which is to do with our breath, the distance between us is reduced. Going further, if the mind is polluted, a much bigger group will suffer. For example, if one person who is disturbed in the Manomaya Kosha, that is, if someone disturbed in the brain sits as a leader, you know what will the result in that entire city. Now, going still further, if one corrupted visualization leads to any action, for example, take the visualization of an atomic bomb, corrupted visualization, what happens? It can destroy the entire planet Earth. Albert Einstein, the famous scientist, says, I am successful because I did whatever I did by my visualization. I am successful because I can imagine well. He did not discover the atomic theory, E is equal to mc said, through his logic. He says the formula comes first, and after the truth of the formula came out. He developed the logical steps behind it. This means that it was done through visualization. But corrupted visualization can disturb the whole planet Earth. We are all now threatened by this one visualization, by this one invention called atom bomb. Today, planet Earth has got atomic weapons enough to burn itself 700 times over and over again. Just imagine, burning once is enough, but there are enough weapons to burn planet Earth 700 times. Fortunately, the bliss layer cannot be corrupted since it is in the control of enlightened beings. Otherwise, planet Earth would have perished long ago. Fortunately, the bliss layer is kept with us. It is not avoidable to the public. It is not available to the public. That is why planet Earth exists today. This is the mystical prophecy. Don't bother much about these things. You will never perish. Global warming and such things will come and go, but it will affect only those people who have created collective negativity. Nothing will happen to planet Earth because this layer is still under the control of enlightened beings. They manage the whole situation. All you need to understand is that you are not islands as you think. When you come under the influence of a corrupted mental layer, whether you want it or not, you suffer with it. Am I right? In the same way, when you come under a person with a pure mental layer, you will see that he is a great leader. Whether you want it or not, you will be touched by all the pleasures and joys created by that person. In the same way, whether you want it or not, when you come in the presence of the bliss layer person, your TPS will come down. That is what is meant in Upanishad. Sitting with an enlightened person brings your TPS down. Because the person has gone beyond the mind, he has entered the bliss layer. As long as you have the mind, you will be disturbed. When you enter the bliss layer, the person has no mind to get disturbed. Rivers can dry up, but ocean cannot dry up. An enlightened being has become the ocean. In his case, the river has entered the ocean. That's why instead of others affecting him, he affects everybody. He influences everybody. The person who affects everybody, positively of course, is an enlightened being. Anyone who comes into his presence gets affected in a positive way, but he remains the same. He is not affected by anyone. As Bhagavad Gita says, this person is established in the self. The TPS comes down when you sit with the master. You might ask, then let us sit for half an hour and go back. Why 2 days unnecessarily? The problem is you have forgotten how to just sit. Just sitting, it takes time, basically. For example, when you have 100 TPS, you are in the physical layer. When you have the 80 TPS, you are in the pranic layer. When you have 60 TPS, you are in the mental layer. As your TPS comes down, you go deeper and deeper into your inner layers. When the TPS is completely down, you enter the Anandamaya Kosha, the bliss layer. Any questions, please do post. Any clarifications, questions, please do post. Guru Prasadni, very clear explanation and interesting topic. And Lingodhavan, will today's world negative energy will affect us? Yes. So, can you all please post what is your understanding so far? Okay, now totally how many layers present? Koshas, it's 5. Physical, prana, mental, then intelligence layer, Vijnanamaya Kosha, and Anandamaya Kosha, the bliss layer. Now let's learn more about these. Annamaya Kosha, the physical layer, cleansing the fear of death. The physical body, which we can see, all see and touch, where we store physical pain memories. When this layer is cleansed, we will experience liberation from all fear. The next is Pranamaya Kosha, cleansing of unfulfilled desires. Pranamaya Kosha is related with our desires. This is our desire layer where you experience pain and frustration of unfulfilled desires. When this layer is cleansed, you will experience clarity in purpose. The next is Manomaya Kosha, cleansing mental and emotional trauma. This is the mental and emotional body where you store your worries. There is a mental and emotional body where you store your worries and anguish. When this layer is cleansed, you will experience deep and profound cleansing of negativity, pain, and suffering. Cleansing of negativity, cleansing of pain and suffering. The next, Vijnanamaya Kosha, or the intelligence layer. There's a cleansing of tiredness and boredom. This is the layer where we store deep held negative beliefs about ourselves. When this layer is cleansed, you will experience excitement and enthusiasm with life. The next is Anandamaya Kosha, cleansing deep-rooted self-denial. This layer is stored deep-rooted negative ideas about the nature of the world. Where this layer is cleansed, you will experience intense feeling of love, belonging from the cosmos. There's a pramanas from the Pingala Upanishad, 2nd chapter, verse 4, a reference of all these koshas. Many Upanishads refers about these koshas. Ata Annamaya, Pranamaya, Manomaya, Vijnanamaya, Anandamaya, Panchakoshaha. This is the first line. Ata Annamaya, Pranamaya, Manomaya, Vijnanamaya, Anandamaya, Panchakoshaha. Now, there are 5 sheep that are food of vital breath, of mind, of knowledge, and bliss, of bliss. The sheet of food comes into being from the essence of food alone, developed by it, and is dissolved in the earth that is predominantly in the nature of food, and that alone is the gross body. The 5 breath, the prana, together with the 5 organs of the action, constitute seat of vital breath. The seat of mind is the mind together with the organ of cognition. The seat of knowledge is the intellect together with the organ of cognition. And these are the sheets constitute a subtle body. The sheet of bliss is knowledge of one's essence. This is the causal body. So these are scriptural references of these five sheets. And there are more references from Viveka Chudamani, verse 149. And the Pratyaksha Pramana, the International Ayurvedic Medical Journal also published. There are many pramanas. Here we are presenting one. Understanding the principles of yoga on the basis of quantum physics, which is currently the highest form of science available to mankind, will help us to get a clear picture of what exactly the sages wanted us to understand. In the process of healing, yoga conceptualizes the human being as a multi-layered conscious being possessing three bodies of Stula, Sukshma, and Karana, and having the five-layered existence, Pancha Kosha. Consisting of our anatomical, physiological, and psychological, intellectual, and universal existential layers. What are the boundaries of these layers? We understand that we have these five layers. And what are the boundaries of this? The boundary of the Annamaya Kosha is your skin. Where your skin ends, the Annamaya Kosha ends. The second, Pranamaya Kosha. It is the distance up to which you can smell. It can even be up to 30 to 40 feet, but not more than 100 feet. 100 feet will be the maximum. That is why people who have a strong sense of smell will be very sharp and intellect. But somehow, civilization has destroyed the sense of smell. The third layer, the Manomaya Kosha, is the mental layer, includes all the subjects which you can understand logically and which you are able to reproduce. That is the boundary of your Manomaya Kosha. If you're a doctor, all the medical subjects come inside your Manomaya Kosha. The Manomaya Kosha corresponds to your nervous system. The fourth, or the Vijnanamaya Kosha, is whatever you can visualize or imagine. The people who live in a visualization and imagination, like artists, poets, singers, and painters, live in this layer. From a healing perspective, the medical system to purify Annamaya Kosha is allopathy. The medical system to purify Pranamaya Kosha is Yogasana and Pranayama. The medical system to purify Manomaya Kosha is homeopathy. The medical system to purify Vijnanamaya Kosha is nature cure and Ayurveda. The medical system to purify Anandamaya Kosha is energy healing, like our Nithya spiritual healing. You are all going to get initiated during when we study the Arogya Purana, one of these days, which is upcoming. Any questions before we move further? Please do let me know. And today, yes, please do let me know if you have any questions. Now we are going to work on these panchakoshas, and we are going to work on all these 5 layers, and we'll be doing the meditations for these 5 layers. We're going to understand about these koshas, and we are going to do the meditations of these panchakoshas. Now, we're going to do one power manifestation. Distance vision or remote vision. We are going to manifest this power today. Please post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. We are going to manifest another power called distant vision or Dura Drishti. Quickly pen down your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. This power can be manifested in different ways. So, how we are going to do is, today, I'm going to keep some objects on my right side. Okay, I'm going to keep some objects on my right side. So you're going to scan through your third eye and find out what are those objects. All right. So to manifest the power of distant vision. Is it clear? Are you able to understand what I'm saying? It's the same power manifestation, but you're going to manifest by experiencing the oneness space. Okay. Now the powerful cognition from Living Enlightenment book posted by Lingotbhavan, that understand your intelligence is more intelligent than you think. Yes. Now please sit straight. And bring your awareness to your third eye. Fill your inner space with Swamiji's form. Your head, neck, back should be straight line. Visualize Swamiji. Paramashiva has come down as Swamiji. Remember, fill your inner space with his form. Again and again and again, bring your awareness back to your third eye. With this space, start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With the space of oneness, scan through your third eye and manifest the power of remote vision. So there are some 5 objects I'm going to keep my right side. So what are those objects? No cell phone, okay? Don't say cell phone. Cell phone will be there, but that is not manifestation. So now chant the Mahavakya. Intensely and experience the space of oneness.
Ananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes. Now, can you all post what are the objects on my right side? No cell phone. What have you seen through your third eye? Anyone else? Someone posted black scissors. Black scissors are not there. Some black stuff is there. Book. Yes. So book is there. But cup is not there. Stone, no. Speaker, no. Anyone else? All right. So we are going to do multiple rounds. This one in the upcoming sessions. Little red cloth packet with the golden pattern wooden dragon. All right. So let's move on to our next session. Your next Acharya is there. So we'll move on to our next session.
Yes. Nithyanandam everyone. I think all of them are taking a break after the first segment. So can you all please turn on your videos and be available? Please turn on your cameras and please be available in front of the camera. Let us begin with the Sadguru Vandanam. Please sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line as we chant the Sadguru Vandanam. Om Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyaadhilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Triguణarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Yes. So in today's session, we are learning about the Atma Spurana program, isn't it? The session on the 5 koshas. Today we will be learning about the 5 koshas. What are 5 koshas and what does it do to us? And why we need to learn about the koshas. Understand, all of us are seekers, and all, not just the seekers. The purpose of man's life is to realize the self or the Atman and merge with existence. That is the actual purpose of human birth. Enlightened masters have realized this, and they have devised techniques for others to realize it as well. Now, what is standing in the way of man in realizing this are the 5 body sheets called the koshas, which we will be looking at in detail. So we will be understanding each and every kosha in detail and the meditation related to those particular koshas, which cleanses the koshas. We will also be doing all the meditations that will cleanse each and every kosha or layer. So a man's awareness needs to be pulled through these sheets in order to reach the Atman or self. So, as introduced by the previous Acharya in the first segment, we have 5 koshas. The Annamaya kosha, the food body, the Pranamaya kosha, the breath body, Manomaya kosha, the mental body, Vijnanamaya kosha, the intelligence body, and finally Anandamaya kosha, the bliss body. So, in this program, that is the Atma Spurana program, this program is a unique meditation program where all the 5 sheets are discussed in detail and the techniques taught to pull our awareness through these sheets to realize the self. Okay, so okay. Just a minute. Okay, so let us enter into the segment. Just a minute. Okay, so now we will first begin with the Annamaya kosha. Now we are going to look at this kosha from a healing perspective. So what can be done to heal this kosha? What are the methods that are available to heal the Annamaya kosha? So we will be revisiting these koshas from a healing perspective. So first of all, let us understand that the Annamaya kosha, the physical layer, is created from memories. The allopathic system of medicine is related to the Annamaya kosha, that is the physical layer. For all problems related to Annamaya kosha, allopathic medicine is the best cure. Allopathic treatment plays an amazing role in all sorts of problems related to Annamaya kosha. The injuries caused in accidents occurred in the Annamaya kosha. So intensive care, emergency care, etc. are available in the treatment of Annamaya kosha. So whenever there is an emergency, whenever the body, like, say for accidents, bleeding, breathlessness, these kind of issues, whenever there is an emergency and the person has to be rushed into intensive care, he needs emergency case, allopathy treatment is preferable, it is suggested. Nithyananda, Christina. Okay, let me look at all the participants. Nithyanandam, Vishwanathan, Guru Prasadini Ma, Nityalingodbhavan, YPY, Shunyu, so Ma, Kylie Wong, all the others who are off camera. So a warm welcome to each and every one of you. Okay, so it is only allopathic remedies which are useful for treating fractures and other injuries related to accidents. The trouble starts when the layers beneath the Annamaya kosha need to be treated. After trial and error with various medicines, people realized that close to 90% of illnesses were psychosomatic in nature, and it came to be accepted that allopathic medicine was not very effective for it. So understand, if the problem is related to your mental health, like psychosomatic problems related to the mind, then allopathic medicine is not effective in such cases. So today, research on mind-body medicine is happening at a very fast pace in the world of medicine. People have begun to explore the deeper, subtle layers that are inside the physical body. The research is being conducted on the Manomaya kosha, looking deep inside the physical body, the Annamaya kosha. The physical body, which we think of as solid, is not solid at all. So, this is something new to all of us. We haven't heard about it earlier. We have all been thinking that the physical body is a solid body. So, first time in this program, you will understand that it is not a solid body at all. It is like this: the cosmic energy is all pervading. The next second, it would have fallen. But how huge it looked when it was at its peak. The very next second, the same wave ceased to exist. Sorry. The cosmic energy is all pervading. The various living forms, such as trees, animals, and human body, are actually different forms of the same energy. How is it that this cosmic energy is available in various forms yet remains one? Let us understand this with an example. Suppose you have a picture of a wave that is 6 to 12 feet high. Is this wave a truth? No, it had just risen when the picture was taken. The next second it would have fallen. But how huge it looked when it was at its peak. The very next second, the same wave ceased to exist, only in the picture. the wave seemed like an independent object. Apart from the photograph, the wave would be part of a continuous motion. Similarly, we see various objects only through the mind. We are able to see objects independently only due to the presence of our mind. If we did not have the mind, we would not be able to realize the boundary between our own body and that of a chair that is present in front of us. Everything would be seen as a whole. People who have slipped into deep meditation say that suddenly they feel they have totally lost their self. This is because the mind becomes still. This is the case of man going beyond the mind. Now, this is the experience when you go beyond the Manomaya Kosha. One more thing. Allopathy can cure the problems that affect the outermost layer of the human body. A person has to go for allopathic remedy to fix a broken bone. However, after it has been plastered, for the actual healing to happen, the energy play has to be addressed or nurtured. Now, there is a popular quote amongst the doctors: Doctor stitches, God heals. Now, God is the all pervading, pure form of energy. God is neither an individual nor a character as we think. If we are able to connect to this pure form of energy, then we can maintain eternal youth. The energy called God is available in plenty in every single layer of our body. However, it gets filtered as it passes through each of the layers. So, we are trying to understand what is God. The divine energy is overflowing in the deepest kosha, which is the Anandamaya kosha. It is reduced in the Vijnanamaya kosha and gets lesser and lesser as it comes towards the outer layer. The medical system suitable for Annamaya kosha is allopathy. The medical system suitable for Pranamaya kosha is yogasana and pranayama. The medical system suitable for Manomaya kosha is homeopathy. The medical system suitable for Vijnanamaya kosha is nature cure and Ayurveda. The medical system suitable for Anandamaya kosha is energy healing, like our Nithya spiritual healing. Now, only the healing touch of the Master or the healing energy passed through divine meditation can heal the problems related to Anandamaya kosha. Now, let us sit up with our head, neck, and spine in a straight line. We will start the process on the first layer. Let us now work on the first layer, that is the Annamaya kosha, the layer that is the physical layer. The body which you are carrying now, the body made of flesh, bones, and blood. So it is very important to imbibe these truths. So your posture is very important. When you sit straight and imbibe and listen to these truths, the energy flow in your body, there is samana, okay, in the energy flow. So when that is proper, you will be active. You will not fall asleep. And you will be more attentive. When you sit straight, the blood circulation to the brain, the posture is very important. Understand, whenever you are attending sessions, whenever you are in these sessions, avoid lying down, because you will not be grasping anything when you are lying down. And it is also disrespecting the master when you are lying down and listening to these truths. It is like directly disrespecting your body as well as the master. So your posture is very important. Always sit straight and receive the truths. It really helps in grasping. Yes. Thank you all. Let's continue. Now, Annamaya Kosha is the material part of creation. Whether it is a tree or a rock or man, all these have the Annamaya Kosha in addition to having different degrees of consciousness. This kosha is the gross manifestation of energy as matter in different proportions and strength. It is the first layer of the skin, muscle tissue, bones, and organs. It is called the gross body, the tangible part of yourself that you can mostly see, touch, and feel. Yes. So Nithya Lingodhavan is sharing. Thank you for reminding, Ma. Yes, it is our responsibility to take this program in the best way possible because all of you are here for that superconscious breakthrough, and it becomes the responsibility of each and every acharya to guide you in the right way. So with this guidance, you will be able to focus on what needs to be done. So the complete focus will be there with these small corrections and guidance. So thank you all for your support and cooperation. And yes, your sincerity is what matters at the end of the day. How sincere you are in receiving these truths. Okay, so how do we create the physical layer? The Annamaya Kosha is the material part of creation. Whether it is a tree or a rock or man, all these have the Annamaya Kosha in addition to having different degrees of consciousness. This kosha is the gross manifestation of energy as matter in different proportions and strength. It is the first layer of the skin, muscle tissue, bones, and organs. It is called the gross body, the tangible part of yourself that you can mostly see, touch, and feel. You have actually created this body of yours out of so many engrams or samskaras or engraved memories belonging to past lives. The base material out of which you created this body is your engraved memories or samskaras. Engraved memory means the memory out of which you do all the actions, including your thinking. The engraved memories or samskaras are the base material out of which you have created this body. Let me repeat. Engraved memory means the memory out of which you do all the actions, including your thinking. The engraved memories or samskaras are the base material out of which you have created this body. If you ask me whether I believe in a person having many births, I don't just believe because I know it is the truth. So you go through many births, the samskaras which you collect in the many different births. Out of that, you create your body for this birth. So two things you need to understand. All samskaras or engrams will have a certain power, a certain energy in them. There will be an energy and a certain love or hatred attached to it. Let me describe this engram concept very clearly so that you will understand what I am trying to convey. Now let us take some engram. For example, the engram to have a cup of coffee as soon as you get up in the morning. When you get up in the morning, you will have that urge to get up, go to the kitchen, pick up the coffee and drink. The picture of coffee and the experience of coffee, both these put together is what is called samskara. Now we are trying to remove the picture and give the energy alone to you. So if you remove the engraved memory completely, you will lose both the energy and the picture. But when you work on the Annamaya Kosha, the memory's energy will be there, but the pictures will disappear. The vasanas will be removed but the Shakti or the power of the samskara will stay with you. Vasana refers to the object that created the samskara in the first place. It is like the seed. Shakti is the power of samskara. Removing vasana, but not the power of the samskara, is called self-actualization. Understand? Self-realization can be achieved in two ways: by completely removing the samskara and the energy. This is the path of renunciation, or by having the energy but not the vasana. This is the path of self-actualization. Now, by working on the Anandamaya Kosha, you will be having the power but not the pictures. The Vedic way of putting the theory of evolution is the most beautiful way. Understand? Charles Darwin missed an important point in the theory of evolution. If Darwin had caught a little bit of the energy of enlightenment, the whole history of the West might have been different. He took the monkey as the father figure, and there lies the problem. The Vedic tradition says man came down from God. Darwin says man came down from the monkey. The throne is given to God in one tradition and to the monkey in another tradition. Whoever put you on the throne, you will remember and live like them. That is why Darwin missed the game. He did not catch the exact thread. Again, Sigmund Freud, after 40 years of research, concluded that human beings as such cannot be helped or healed. After 40 years of research, he said this. The problem is he did not get a single enlightened specimen to work with. He worked only with patients with sick people who had not experienced the flowering of enlightenment and hence the totality of being a human. So he was led to conclude that that was the normal state. He concluded that man as such was sick and hence can never be helped or healed. A follower of Sigmund Freud went to Tiruvannamalai, a spiritual nerve center in South India, which is Swamiji's birthplace. He was afraid to meet the enlightened master, Ramana Maharishi, and so came away without meeting him. He writes, I was afraid I would be lost in his presence. I have done too much research and I have too much investment in my beliefs. All my beliefs might disappear if I meet him and sit in his presence. So look at his mind game. It clearly shows that he was not a true scientist. He was just a marketing person, one who sells himself, not the one who works for the truth. Understand? If you are a scientist and you sign an agreement with a company, you are completely bound. The moment you sign an agreement, you give up your freedom to research the real truth. Then you are no more a scientist, you are not a true seeker. In the same way, this man had lost the truth. In the olden days in India, there was a taxi which you had to push half the distance and the other half would go by itself. This man writes in his reminiscences that such a taxi came to take me to Ramana Maharishi's place. That morning, some fear gripped me and I simply took the taxi and ran away to Chennai. From there, I came back. So he went all the way and it was just half an hour's distance away from Ramana Maharishi. If he had met Bhagavan, the whole Western analysis of human psychology might have been different. They would have enjoyed the science of living enlightenment. So these people have done enough research in the waking state, dream state, and deep sleep state, but they missed the samadhi state. If only they had one enlightened specimen, they would have been flabbergasted by the results. They would have had real fun with science defying the results recorded. So in the Vedic tradition, evolution is linked to the different avatars of Vishnu. The first is considered to be the fish body. You are born as a fish. You accumulate some samskaras through a few incidents when you are a fish. And then you see a tortoise going around. You see a better possibility in the body of the tortoise. You decide, next time I will create a body like that. So a tortoise can live in water as well as on land. And then when you are in the tortoise body, you see a better and bigger body like that of a pig or some other animal. And then you decide, the next time I create a body, I will create that kind of a body. So when you die, you create the next level, that is the pig body. And as the cycle happens, you evolve and also collect different engrams or samskaras every time you take birth anew. So understand, you raise the frequency of the system or the body every time you are given a chance to create or design. So you will be seeing the same sequence that you can see in the incarnations of Lord Vishnu as well. So you can Google and learn more about Vishnu's incarnations. Very interesting. It is going to be very interesting to learn these. Dashavatar it is called. Okay. The 10 incarnations of Bhagavan Mahavishnu. So the first avatar is the Matsya avatar, the fish incarnation, and then the tortoise, the pig, then half man, half animal, then the pygmy man, then the primitive man, then the civilized man like Rama, who is dharmic. And lastly, even beyond civilization, there is the civilized Purnavatar, the completely enlightened being who is not bound by any rules and regulations, who is just radiating joy, energy, and enlightenment. That was Sri Krishna Bhagavan. It is this evolution that happens in man also. Step by step, different kinds of beings happen. At every stage, you collect samskaras and design a body when you are given an option in a better way. This is the process of evolution of the physical body and the intelligence of evolution. So, what can an enlightened being do? Let us now understand what an enlightened being can do to your mind, being, and body. So, even Ramakrishna Paramahamsa says of himself, even seeing me is like a glimpse of enlightenment for a person. So, understand, looking at an enlightened master is nothing but having a glimpse of enlightenment. Now, Ramakrishna Paramahamsa used to go to Calcutta in a horse carriage, and he lived a very joyful life. Most of the time picnicking, going out, jumping, dancing, always lived very blissfully. He did not undertake the responsibility of a mission during his lifetime. Ramakrishna mission was not created by Ramakrishna. He initiated around 60 disciples. When he died, only when he died, they all gathered, the disciples gathered around him when he left his body. He says, even if someone sees me accidentally, they don't even have to understand that I'm enlightened. Even if they just see me casually, they are blessed. So you might be thinking, how can that be possible? It sounds too egoistic. Now, it is like me saying that if my car is standing at the signal and another car comes next to my car, if the person in the other car just happens to turn and look at me, he is blessed. He doesn't have to understand that I'm enlightened. He does not even have to think that I'm a holy man. Just a casual glimpse is enough. Ramakrishna says he is blessed. Now, how can that be? when you understand how to design your body after death, you will understand this statement. So, hope you're all with me. Any questions? Any doubts? You need any clarification? You can type in the chat box. So, if you don't have any questions, we can move on. Okay, let's continue. A very interesting segment, isn't it? So, here, now let us look at another small incident from Ramakrishna's life. One day, suddenly, he permitted his photograph to be taken. Okay, understand? He lived a very simple life. I hope all of you have read who the Bhagavan Ramakrishna Paramahamsa is. He was also another incarnation, please understand. He was also another incarnation who lived on planet Earth and who came down just to show the man the purpose of his life. Like all other enlightened being masters, he was also on here for some time to guide the whole of humanity towards the spiritual path. And he also happens to be the master of Swami Vivekananda. So if you don't know about Ramakrishna, you can go online and read about him. Ramakrishna Paramahamsa. So one day, suddenly, he permitted his photograph to be taken. He selected one of the 3 photographs and said, "Please make prints of this photo. This is going to be worshipped by thousands of people." Ramakrishna kept the print in the prayer room and worshipped the photograph. The people who saw this were confused by this act of Ramakrishna and asked him the reason. Ramakrishna explained that he was in the Samadhi state when that picture was taken, and hence it had become the very form of Parashakti, cosmic energy, which could be worshipped. Another interesting story from the life of Bhagavan Sri Krishna. Once, Bhagavan Sri Krishna and Arjuna were walking in the forest after the Mahabharata war was over. Suddenly Arjuna said, "Krishna, you told me so much in the Bhagavad Gita during the war. You delivered such beautiful aphorisms. But because I was feeling deeply troubled at that time, I'm unable to remember them all clearly. Can you please repeat it to me now? I will absorb it deeply in my mind." Krishna replied casually, "What? You do not remember? Even I do not remember anything now." So Arjuna was perplexed. He asked, "What are you saying, Krishna? How is it that you yourself don't remember what you said?" Krishna replied, "Yes, Arjuna, I would have remembered if I had told you all the sutras myself." Now Arjuna was even more perplexed and said, "Krishna, do not confuse me. It is you who told me the 700 verses during the war. If you say that you did not tell me, then who did? Krishna replied calmly, all that was said was not spoken by me, but by the Parabrahma Krishna, the cosmic Krishna. So, the Krishna who is talking to you now is Vasudeva Krishna, Vasudeva's son. Through these stories, understand the physical body of enlightened masters is not their own. Whatever they do with their physical body is only through divinity. They are a pure channel of existence to flow. That is why getting even a glimpse of them is enough in a lifetime. And Swamiji, our Bhagavan, Nithyananda Paramashivoham, he always says, go beyond my form. Okay? Go beyond my form and connect. Don't, uh, stick on to this form. Go beyond the form and feel that energy. And it is also highly recommended for all of you to read the Bhagavad Gita, decoded by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Again, our own Bhagavan, Swamiji, who has given this treatise on the Bhagavad Gita. It is actually, the Gita should be a part and parcel of your life. So you can download it online also. We will provide the link in the chat before we conclude the session. Yes, we will share the link. Right now I don't have it. I will get it and I will share it in the link. So you can all download and read the Bhagavad Gita every day. Try to read at least 5 to 10 pages. If not possible, at least 2 pages in a day. But it is a must. So you will know how to live powerfully. It has all the solutions to all the problems that you're facing in your life. And it also helps you to understand yourself better, that you are beyond the body and it is not just, you're not just limited to this physical body, and the divine also expresses through the body. It needs a human body to express itself. When you read the Bhagavad Gita, you will be able to understand the master, how he works on each and every being. So it is very important for all of us to upgrade ourselves with the right knowledge, isn't it? Now that we are on the spiritual path, we need to understand how everything works in the cosmic level, how the cosmic energy pervades into each and every, not only just the living beings, human beings, but all the beings on this planet Earth are, the whole thing is run by the cosmic energy. So you will be able to understand how the cosmos functions, and you will also be able to understand that you are a mini reflection of the cosmos. So understand, whatever samskaras you collect when you are alive gets recorded in you, even if you have not paid conscious attention while collecting them. For example, let us say that you were driving your car and on the way, some accident or some loud expression of grief was happening in the road. You did not really observe much, you just drove past quickly. Consciously, you may not have even registered the car number, the color of the clothing of the person, or the face of the person who was involved in the accident. But if you are hypnotized, you will tell the exact car number, the color of the cloth, and the person's face, etc. So, what does this mean? It means even if you don't pay attention to the scenes in your life, there is a system inside you which records anything and everything happening around you. Anything happening around you is getting recorded inside. When you leave the body, all the things which gets recorded in your entire life will replay in front of you. Like an option, your mind will ask what you want to pick up. So by natural intelligence, you know that the body of an enlightened being, which is there in your memory, is the best body to choose. But you choose only out of whatever is available in front of you. When you are living as a fish if you have seen a tortoise even once, you will choose only a tortoise. From the fish stage, you can only take one jump at a time. So only one jump at a time. There is nothing else you can do. But the next jump you take will be based on the best information available, the best data available. So this is why you need to read the scriptures. So see, we are not evolved so high that when we learn from the scriptures directly, we will be able to understand or grasp the truth. So what Bhagavan has given us is the refined form of the scriptures. He's refined it completely and given it to you as simple as possible. He's made it as simple as possible for your understanding. So that is why it is very important when we tell you read the Living Enlightenment book or read the Bhagavad Gita book. It is only because of this, so that you can have a better understanding, you can have the best information available and the best data available only for you to take the next jump. Understand? Now, one important thing is the onlooker, the man who got a glimpse of an enlightened being during his previous birth, may not recognize that he is an enlightened being, but after death, the memory will show him very clearly that he had the darshan or glimpse of an enlightened person. And this happens because that memory alone will shine. At the time of death, that will be in multicolor, while everything else will be in black and white. So when you choose the next body, you will sit and try to recall the best physiological structure that you have seen in your entire life. You will analyze the best physiological structure possible, and naturally, the enlightened physiology is the best. Human beings are the best physiological structures as of now. And naturally, out of whatever human structures you have collected in your lifetime, the best will be the enlightened physiology. It is a physiology that does not bother much about food, eating, the outer world, that which is established in bliss and ecstasy. So you see all this and naturally you say, oh God, this seems to be a very strong and beautiful physiological structure. Let me choose to work for this. Either you may choose the enlightened physiology for yourself, or you may choose to live around that kind of an enlightened being, to be in the same space as that being. But your next decision, the decision of your next birth, will be very strongly towards enlightened physiology. So Ramakrishna's words are true. Even casually seeing an enlightened master is a blessing. At face value, it may sound egoistic. Only if you look inside logically and understand, you will know that it is a blessing. So when I read this before enlightenment, it looked egoistic. When I got enlightened, I clearly understood what it was. Either you are on this side of the game or on the other side of the game. But blessed are those who understand the real inside view of this game, who understand the ideas or truths underlying the game. So now you can look at the image here and you can understand for yourself. It is self-explanatory, isn't it? The picture here is self-explanatory. So what was I during my previous birth? Which animal was I during my previous birth? And how did this quantum jump happen from the animal to the human form? So it's time for us to clean and reprogram ourselves. So any questions till now? So you don't even have to wait till death to create an enlightened physiology. If you are seeing me now, you can pick up the MasterCard right away. You see, every night your sleep is actually death for you. Every day you wake up, it is a new birth for you. So here, Swamiji's, one look, from Swamiji, or you look at the master is enough. Okay, that is like picking up the master card. Now you understand why darshans are so important. If you look a little deeply, every ingoing breath is birth and every outgoing breath is death. Every moment you are actually dying and taking birth. If you can understand this, you don't have to wait till death to create an enlightened physiology. You can start right away. You can create the enlightened physiology now. So how to do it? There are 2 steps to create an enlightened physiology. The difference between your physiological structure and the enlightened person's physiology is that he does not carry the samskaras from so many births. He has burned everything. Understand? He has burned all the samskaras. He may be carrying a human body, but let us not take him for granted and think that he is also a human like one of us. He is beyond the body. So you can also renounce all the samskaras brought from animal body to human body. So basically, the samskaras that you bring from the animal bodies are violence and greed that give rise to sex and fear. Because animals do not have a mind, they don't have a mind and they don't have intelligence, they have only instinct, but they have true instinct. They can save themselves from any survival threat. They can also reproduce themselves through physical relationships. Now, they don't do anything else. So, your body, the base material for your body is basically made up of these 2 engrams, fear and greed. Now, if you can enter into the animal body again and release these 2 engrams, your body will be ready, purified to be programmed for enlightened physiology. So, there are 2 steps. One is throwing away the engrams you brought from the animal body and other birds. The second is programming your body to have an enlightened physiology, a more positive and energetic physiology. The first part is cleansing, and the second part is programming. So, cleansing you will do, programming is Swamiji's job, and he does a beautiful job. Now, this is the status in India. In the West, the specialization is even more. An American devotee, a dentist, shared with me this information about the high specialization happening in the medical world. Now, if we look at things in such great detail, how can we understand anything holistically? So, studying the simple tooth itself may take 32 years. Then imagine how long it will take to study the rest of the body. A specialist will be able to take care of only that part he has specialized in. Then who will cure the rest? Whenever any cure approaches a disease from the outside, the cure can never be total because the body is not made up of independent parts. It is a whole and holy system. Now, meditation is what looks at the outside from within. Meditation approaches the body in its totality. There is nothing like meditation separately for the head, hand, or stomach. Any meditation technique energizes the whole body. The whole body benefits from it. Medical science has grown vastly with specializations, but medication, along with meditation, is what will restore a positive well-beingness in the person as such. So we must first understand that the disease is not caused by disorder in any particular organ. Disease is related to the whole body. So when only the diseased part is treated, the cause for the disease still remains inside the body. It will not be eliminated. Since medical science looks at curing only affected body parts, the simple approach of eliminating the root cause of the disease is missed. So, why did this approach of dividing the body into parts come into practice? The reason is that there are many mysteries about the body which science still does not understand. Many functions of the body remain unexplained. Whether we understand the body parts or not, it is important to understand these 5 vital layers in our bodies, which are called koshas. It is difficult to understand these 5 koshas as they are of a subtle nature and based on spirituality. Since we are used to analyzing everything through scientific methods, let us try to understand these 5 koshas scientifically. Now let us take the example of an electric cable. What is inside the electric cable? A copper wire, isn't it? Now what is inside the copper wire? Electricity. And what is electricity made of? It is made up of electrons. And what are electrons made of? They are made of vibrations and information. Now, what constitutes the information and the vibrations is all energy. So, I hope you're all with me. If you're finding it difficult to follow, please let us know so that we can slow down a little bit. Okay, so Everardo Alfaro is sharing that. Yes, we are understanding. Wonderful. Now, what constitutes the information and the vibrations? It is all energy. So, will people not laugh if you say there are 5 invisible layers inside a cable? Only the people who know the science behind it will agree to this. So, you can use the same example to visualize the 5 koshas. Any questions? Any questions? If you have any questions, please share in the chat box. So now we will be moving on to, we will be understanding more about the physical body, and we will also do a short meditation for the first layer, that is the Annamaya Kosha. So when you do this meditation, this kosha is cleansed. It is energized and it gets cleansed. So let's learn more about the physical body. Now we will be working on the physical body. Now there are 3 things that we are going to do. One is balancing the body. The second is erasing the body consciousness or the outer line of your body from your mind. And the third is just merging the physical body back to energy. The physical body is more like matter right now. It will be merged, it will be put inside energy. So why are we supposed to balance the body? Unless you balance your body, your mind will be continuously in the body. There is a beautiful saying by Patanjali, Stiram Sukham Asanam. Patanjali is a great enlightened master from India known for his yoga science. The meaning of these words can be interpreted to mean when the shoe fits, the feet is forgotten, when the belt fits, the belly is forgotten, or when the chain fits, the neck is forgotten, or when the ring fits, the finger is forgotten. If the ring doesn't fit you, you will be continuously remembering the finger, isn't it? If the chain doesn't fit, you will continuously be remembering the neck. Similarly, if the shoe does not fit, if it is either too tight or too loose, you will be continuously remembering the feet. Now, what is the scale to see whether it fits or not? If you have forgotten the feet, you can be sure the shoes fit. If you have forgotten the belly, you can be sure the belt fits. If you have forgotten the neck, you can be sure the chain fits. If you have forgotten the finger, you can be sure the ring fits. So, When you can forget the body, only then can you be sure the body is comfortable. Whenever your body is not comfortable, you can never forget about it. If you are not remembering your body in any way, it means you are comfortable in it. If you can forget about your body, you can understand that you are healthy. If you don't remember your head, it means that your head is without any discomfort. If you have a headache, can you forget your head? The answer is no. And that is why spouses always give headache to each other so that you will not forget them. Okay, that is on the lighter side. So if some part of the body troubles you, you will never be able to forget that part, isn't it? If you forget that part, what does that mean? It means that you are not having any trouble with that part. That's all. If the body is healthy, you forget about it. We can also say when you forget the body, it becomes comfortable automatically. Now, let's get ready to forget the body. Okay, we will do a simple technique to forget the body. If you are a little bit balanced, you will be able to forget the body and you will be able to enter into the next second session. So first thing, you need to balance your body in order to forget it. If the body is balanced, you will forget it. Now we will learn a small technique to balance the body. Now just think of your mala. That is, see, if you are wearing a Rudraksha mala, you can think about it. If you don't have one, it is okay. You can just visualize. Now think of your mala as the center of gravity line of your body. If this line is straight, then it means the mala is in the rest position. Now I'm wearing the mala. Now if the mala is held to the side, then it is not resting. Okay, but if I leave it, it will come back to the restful position, this down position. So this mala is now resting totally and comfortable. In the same way, your center of gravity line should fall in a straight line. If it falls so, you will be totally comfortable in your body. You will be able to forget the body. Now let us learn how to do it. Now, all of you, please be seated cross-legged on the mat. Try to sit in the Padmasana. If you are not able to sit in Padmasana, then you can sit on a chair or just a simple cross-legged. Ardha Padmasana, full Padmasana, or just cross-legged. Now it's very important for you to be seated in the right posture. Now Swamiji here in this picture sitting in the Padmasana pose. Okay. The right leg on the left thigh and the left leg on the right thigh. That is the Padmasana. If you're not able to sit in this pose, please don't exert yourselves. You can sit on the ground cross-legged. If you're not able to sit on the ground, you can sit on a chair. Okay, but try your best to sit on the ground. Now, if your legs are really under your control, you should be able to do the Ardha Padmasana, the posture. Half, like, one leg, either your right leg or your left leg, you can have one leg on the other thigh. If it is not possible to have both your legs on both the thighs, you can put one leg on one thigh and keep the other leg crossed. Now, only then your legs are under your control. Now, if you're not able to sit in Ardha Padmasana also, your legs are not under your control. It is under somebody else's control. Now, you don't have to sit like this the whole day. So just if you sit once, it is enough. So you will be balanced the whole day and you will be comfortable. Now, it is good to sit often in the balanced posture at home or in office or in your car or wherever. That is what Patanjali means, Thiram Sukham Asanam. So it is always good to have the balanced posture wherever you're sitting. That is why we repeatedly tell you to sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Okay, sit cross-legged on the floor. If you're not able to sit on the floor, only then you sit on the chair. Now your whole body will be balanced. Until the age of 7, your body has its own built-in mechanism to balance itself. Once you have grown into society, you forget the original balancing technique. So now I'm just giving the original balancing technique back to your body. So once you learn it, you don't have to sit the whole day like this. And you don't even have to sit straight. Whatever way you sit in, the body will balance itself. It is like when you start training to ride a bicycle, you need to sit straight on the seat and hold the handles properly. But once you have mastered the technique, you can put your legs on the handlebars and you can balance, isn't it? So just the knack of balancing needs to be learned. Actually, it will take only 5 minutes. So try to sit with the right leg on the left thigh. And first thing, for one moment, lean forward slightly and put your whole body's weight in front of you and feel the weight of the body. So naturally, you will feel that the whole body is being pulled by gravity. Now, slowly, inch by inch, if you raise yourself and make your body straight at one point, you will feel weightless. You see, when your body is leaning forward, you will feel the weight, the heaviness of your body being pulled by the ground. Now, step by step, very slowly, in leaning backward to midpoint, you will see the gravity becoming less. At one point, you will feel totally weightless. That is the line in which your center of gravity falls in a straight line. Now, very slowly, lean backward and feel your weight again. Let me repeat. So as I am guiding, please follow the steps. Okay. Once you're seated on the floor, okay, very slowly can you all please turn on your cameras so that I am able to see your seating, how you are seated, so that I can guide you. Waiting for all of you to turn on your cameras. Please turn on your cameras. So please be seated, cross-legged. Okay, so first thing, for one moment, lean forward slightly and put your body's weight in front of you. Okay, lean forward and put your body's weight in front of you and feel the weight of the body. So naturally, you will now feel the whole body is being pulled by gravity. Now slowly, inch by inch, if you raise yourself and make your body straight, at one point you will feel weightless. So slowly, inch by inch, raise yourself and make your body straight. Now, as you're raising yourself, you will feel at one point, you will feel weightless. So you see, when your body is leaning forward, you will feel the weight, the heaviness of your body being pulled by the ground. Now, step by step, very slowly in leaning backward to midpoint, you will see the gravity becoming less. At one point, you will feel totally weightless. That is the line in which your center of gravity falls in a straight line. Now, very slowly lean backward and feel your weight again. Then, slowly bring yourself back to the straight position again. At one point, you feel totally weightless and relaxed. This is your center of gravity line. Now, you will be able to feel this balanced position as well. So only one thing should be understood. Your center of gravity should be in a straight line and you should feel weightless at that point. At that point which you feel you don't have any weight, at that point when you feel your body is the lightest, that is the point when your body is balanced. At this point, the hip should be in complete rest. It should not be moved. It should be totally fixed. Now start balancing your body. Do it very slowly. You need to observe your body well. Only the backbone should bend forward or backward, never the hip or thighs or legs. If you are balanced, then close your eyes. You may also sit on a chair to do this balancing technique and relax in this balanced posture for a few minutes. Okay? So sit in this balanced posture and relax for a few minutes. We are going to do the next meditation sitting in this posture. So once your body learns the language of comfort, whenever you sit, automatically you will sit only in this posture. If you have observed me, that is Swamiji, you would have noticed that whenever I sit and wherever I sit, my body will always be straight. Only with specific instruction to it, I bend my back. So with you normally you will be bent. Only by instruction you will sit up straight. So now taste the comfort of sitting straight and balanced. If the body learns this, you will see a total attitude change. The whole body's attitude, the body's whole attitude will change and it will make itself completely comfortable. Now we will do the meditation. Now, this is a meditation that is actually working on the physical body, making your physical layer into energy. So, yesterday we did this meditation. Okay. This was one step in the meditation that we did yesterday. Yesterday we did a meditation. There were 3 steps to unblock the Muladhara chakra. We did a meditation which had 3 steps. So, this is one of the steps in that meditation we are repeating. So, now, stand with 1.5 foot space between your feet and close your eyes and tie the eye band. Requesting all of you to stand with your eyes closed. Please tie your eye bands. Keep your eyes closed. Keep your legs apart. Okay, a 1.5 foot space between your feet. Now, first, start inhaling and exhaling slowly and deeply. Start inhaling and exhaling slowly and deeply. It is a very important meditation technique that will help to cleanse the physical layer, the Annamaya Kosha. So please pay attention and do the meditation sincerely. So inhale and exhale slowly and deeply. Concentrate on your feet. Now first, concentrate on your feet. Forget all other body parts. Tense your feet. Visualize your body as a beanbag. Tense your feet as intensely as possible. So we will begin with each and every part of the body. We will be tensing and relaxing, tightening it and loosening it, in other words. Okay? So first you will tighten your feet. You'll tense your feet, hold it for 40 seconds and relax for 20 seconds. Now, first thing you need to visualize is your body has become a bean bag, that is very soft and flexible. Visualize your body as a bean bag. Tense your feet as intensely as possible. Now, relax the feet completely. Okay? Tense your feet as intensely as possible. Stay there for 40 seconds and then relax for 20 seconds. Next, tense your calf muscles as intensely as possible. Tense your calf muscles as intensely as possible. Relax. Now move up towards your knees. Tense your knees as much as possible to the point of pain. So you'll be tightening it. Tensing is tightening it as much as possible until you feel the pain. So tense your knees as much as possible to the point of pain. You can relax. Tense your thighs intensely. Do not allow even a single nerve to rest. So tighten your thighs intensely, tense it. Do not allow even a single nerve to rest. Next, you will tense your hips. Tense your hips. Now tense your navel region intensely. Relax. Move up to your arms. Tense your arms intensely. Relax. Next, tense your face intensely. Relax. Tense your face intensely. Relax. Tense the crown of your head intensely. Now, finally, tense your whole body. Tense your whole body. Now you can all relax and be seated. Keep your eyes closed. Please be seated and keep your eyes closed. Now visualize and start inhaling and exhaling through the head. Visualize and start inhaling and exhaling through the head. Visualize that the whole head is porous. Next, inhale and exhale through every pore of the face, ear, nose, eyes, mouth, neck, shoulders, hands, and entire body. Visualize that the whole head is porous. Next, inhale and exhale through every pore of each and every part of your body. So understand, as of now, you are solid matter, but we will be making you totally porous to the energy of nature. Mostly, all of us resist the energy of nature. So understand, in the part of your body where you feel cold, where the cold air is touching you, if you do not resist and just allow the cold air to pass through you, you will never have a problem with nature's energy around you. Now, Swamiji is sharing that he walked in the Himalayas in the very same dress when he lived in the Himalayas during his pre-enlightenment period, and he walked in the Himalayan snow. So he did not wear any woolen clothes or cover himself with any warm clothes. Now, he even did not wear sandals at that time. So understand, all the wandering ascetics live in this way in the Himalayas, in the snow. So if you have this basic understanding, if you have this basic relationship with nature, you will not fall sick due to cold and such things to do with nature. So at least that much you can manage. So this balancing will help you, and moreover, becoming energy will make you porous to nature. So you can now all relax and open your eyes. How are you all feeling? You can share your experience in the chat box. How are you all feeling after the meditation? You can all share in the chat box. So there are some more people who have joined. So you can all turn on your cameras and be visible in front of the camera. Jessica, Linkle, Wong K. Yong, Kylie Wong. Yes, you can all be visible in the camera. Please turn on your cameras. So Everardo Alfaro is sharing. Posture feels amazing and you feel awakened. Okay, wonderful sharing. Anybody else would like to share? You can mention. So now we will be moving on to the next layer, the breath layer, known as the Pranamaya Kosha. Okay, so on a physiological level, the layer of prana refers to your circulatory and respiratory systems. The streams of life flowing in you. Prana refers to the life-giving energy that you inhale through air every time you breathe. You don't actually need air to be alive. You need only prana. So before we move on into the further segment, understand the Annamaya Kosha, the physical body. You can treat your Annamaya Kosha through allopathy, okay, especially during emergencies. But to keep yourself healthy continuously, you can practice this meditation that we just did, okay? Balancing the posture, having the right posture, and doing the technique. So continue to do this technique to keep yourselves healthy. So now we will learn in the next layer what needs to be done, how we can keep that kosha cleansed and healthy. So Vishwanathan is sharing, feeling nice. Okay, ma. So the 5 prana processes that happen in you are inhaling with holding. Staying means holding the breath. Spreading, okay? Spreading the air across the body. Exhaling and cleansing. So Everardo Alfaro is sharing, yes, keeping body like building blocks, Legos and string pulling you from head. Okay, thank you for your sharing. Now there are 5 processes that happen in you. See, we don't even, for most of us, we did not know how we breathe. Okay, the process of breath, we didn't even know until we came here to this program. So now there are 5 steps. The breathing has 5 steps. It is called prana. It is not just the air. The air is just a carrier, the carrier of the prana. So when we breathe, what do? We also take the life energy is going inside along with the air. So you inhale and then you hold hold it inside, and then the air gets spread. The prana it gets spread across the body, and then you exhale and the cleansing happens. So it is the processes, the 5 processes are, the 5 actions of prana are prana, vyana, udana, samana, and apana. These are the 5 actions of prana. So going in, that is inhaling the air going inside, staying there, spreading all over, and leaving the system and cleaning. All these 5 processes put together is called the pranic layer. So one more important thing you need to understand here is the air that goes inside through your nose is not prana. So understand the difference between the words prana and air. Air is the vehicle, it is just the medium to transport. Prana is the energy which is carried by this vehicle. For example, you see many times a vehicle comes here, unloads something and goes out, isn't it? In the same way, air that goes inside unloads the prana shakti and comes out. The problem is because of your restless, unconscious, and shallow way of breathing, separation of prana shakti from air, that is, the unloading time, is not much. I hope you're all following what is being shared here. If you have any questions, you can ask here in the chat box. You can mention here. Please type your questions. Okay, if you don't have any questions, let's move on. Now, the problem is because of your restless, unconscious, and shallow way of breathing, separation of prana shakti from air, that is, the unloading time, is not much. Your mind and your pranic cycle and the way in which you breathe are both very closely connected. Because your breathing is so unconscious, the unloading time is very less. With less unloading time, only half of the prana gets unloaded and spreads through the body, and the air comes out. Now, Ramakrishna Paramahamsa saw Vivekananda's breathing and said, "This boy will not live long." So, Ramakrishna said very clearly that he will not see the age of 40, and Vivekananda passed away at 39. His breathing was very shallow. Maybe he consciously designed it in that way. And after all, he was an enlightened master. Of course, if he wished, he could have altered the way of breathing, but he decided to leave the body early. So anyhow, you have not decided to leave the body, so you can change your breathing consciously and you can make it sharp. As of now, our breathing is unconscious, and that is why the unloading time is very less. If you bring awareness to all five prana movements, much more prana can be unloaded from the air that goes inside and spreads throughout your system. Civilization has taught us to completely control the activity of cleaning. That is why you end up with stomach problems. In civilization, the natural cleaning process is not allowed. It is considered bad manners, so you constantly have to control yourself. One important thing, you constantly harbor so much tightness in your Swadhisthana chakra when you try to control the cleaning process. The Swadhisthana chakra is the energy center below the navel, which is associated with fear. Okay, Ma Hongli Wong, you're not able to follow. I will slow down, Ma. Okay. Thank you for sharing that. So, one important thing, you constantly harbor so much. You're most welcome, Ma. Is the tightness in your Swadhisthana chakra when you try to control the cleaning or cleansing process. The Swadhisthana chakra is the energy center below the navel, which is associated with fear, and it is not good to keep this area tense. Let me repeat. The Swadhisthana chakra is the energy center below the navel, which is associated with fear, and it is not good to keep this area tense. So being too tense takes you away from the cleaning process. Either you should have full control so that you don't need to do the cleaning process, or you should be in an unconditioned and relaxed mood. Due to social conditioning, you create so much tension in the navel center. There is nothing to laugh about it. It is a serious problem. This conditioning is actually killing you, especially if the breathing is shallow. Then the complete unloading and loading of the prana does not happen. If the kumbhaka, staying of air, happens for a few seconds more, then the prana will be completely unloaded, and whatever needs to be sent out will be sent out. Also, if whatever is to be sent out stays inside your body longer than required, you will be struggling with it. Bad breath, constant sweating, all these are just because your breath does not have your awareness. You don't breathe with awareness. All the 5 steps of the breathing process do not have your awareness. That is why there is so much of suffocation. One more thing, because the routine for the entire day is fixed, you have practically lost the spontaneity. Many times you must have seen, you will come down from your bedroom through the same path, sit in the same chair, have breakfast, walk in the same way, and get into the car. But only after reaching the office you will realize that you drove for half an hour on the road. So your entire morning routine goes unnoticed, even by you. So I'm just sharing here. Recently, I read an article that a person died in an office in India, and for 3 days, they did not realize that he was dead. They thought he was working sincerely. So only on the 3rd day, they realized that he was dead. So your routine is so fixed. Your breathing pattern is almost also fixed. But that is not the way life should be. it should be spontaneous, and so should the breathing pattern. It should be alive and deep with awareness. So bringing a little awareness to the breathing pattern, bringing a little awareness to the prana will create more of a gap between the inhaling and exhaling. It means that the unloading of the prana and the spreading of the air energy, which is no longer necessary, will be done completely. If there is enough gap between inhaling and exhaling, then the cleaning process, that is apana, will also be done by its own nature. You don't need any other process for apana to happen. So I hope you're all following what is being shared here. If you have any questions, you can ask. Okay, if you don't have any questions, let's continue. Now, you don't even need to do any exercise. So generally, working out until you sweat is considered a big thing. If you create a gap between inhaling and exhaling consciously, you don't even have to do any physical exercise or make yourself sweat. What can be achieved through a workout can very well be achieved through just this. These are the basic secrets of pranayama. That is why pranayama is considered to bring good health, energy, and healing to the body. Now, how does it do so much of cleaning? It is a very simple technique which you're going to do now. It is just bringing awareness to all the 5 processes, that's all. Okay? Now, you will be bringing your awareness to the 5 processes of the 5 actions that we learned just now. That is inhaling, withholding, spreading across the body, exhaling, and cleansing. You will be bringing awareness to all these 5 processes through this meditation technique. Now you have become completely aware, especially of the process in which prana is spreading all over your body. Every second, the pranic energy is spreading from your head to toe. That is why you are still alive and you are not even aware of it. So it is not only that the impulses in our bodies which travel from the body to the brain and back from the brain to the body are the physical manifestations of prana. It is prana that coordinates the activities of the body and mind and things such as rationality, emotions, and other aspects of our personality. In the yoga system, they say that when you add awareness to your prana process, you will experience the immortal nectar throughout the body. When you become aware of this pranic energy flowing throughout your body, only then do you experience the nectar, the joy and bliss, and this automatically leads you to longevity. Your breathing should be very deep with deep awareness. I don't mean that you should change your breathing forcibly. Forcibly, you can change only for 2 or 3 minutes. But if you change the pattern consciously through deep awareness, you can change it once and for all. Throughout the day and night, the pattern of breathing will be changed. Now, we are not going to change it by force. Changing it by force is called pranayama. So, it will help only for 10 minutes. Changing it consciously by bringing awareness to it will completely change the breathing pattern throughout the day and night. Now, as the duration for which the prana stays inside increases, you will become aware of the nectar. Naturally, having awareness and unloading more prana shakti will increase your longevity. That is why we call it Amrit, which means nectar. In many Upanishads, they say when the prana reaches the Sahasrara chakra or the crown center on top of your head, it flows all over the body like Amrita Dhara, meaning the flow of nectar. When you bring your awareness to the 5 processes, inhaling, staying, spreading, exhaling, and cleansing, all the 5 processes happen beautifully. The sensitivity towards the experience of these 5 processes can add more prana and more energy to your system. You will be able to experience the life energy flowing throughout the body. So, one difficulty with this meditation is that when we do it after food, we tend to sleep. So, now just get up and stretch your bodies, and then we can sit in meditation. So, please loosen your, if you're wearing a belt, loosen it. If you're wearing tight clothes, you can change into comfortable clothing. Okay, nothing should be tightly gripping your body. Since you all just did the meditation, you must all be feeling fresh. So we will take a few moments and become aware of all the 5 activities. Okay, inhalation, withholding, the spreading of the prana throughout the body, exhaling, and cleansing. Let us become aware of these 5 activities so we can start working on them. Now, working on this pranamaya kosha is more like a bridge to connect yourself to the manomaya kosha. Manomaya kosha is the mental layer, which is the next layer. The first thing for the next half an hour, do not be civilized. Do not bother about social conditioning. It means you may have the cleansing process happening here. So if you feel shy, just sit at a distance from. Okay, this is for the general public. In the sense, for the participants sitting in the same hall. So you have been civilized all these years, and what you have lost because of that, you don't know. For the next half hour, do not hold on to your civilization. When the pancha prana, the 5 prana processes happen with awareness, consciously, your whole body will get cleansed automatically. Not only your nose, even your fingertips will start breathing. Your whole body will become alive and it will start cleaning itself. So I have seen a yogi who can breathe through his eyes. He would tie a thread in front of the eyes and blow it through his eyes. He could clean the eyes just with the prana. If you can clean your eyes through the prana, they will look sharp and shiny. So first understand at least how the natural ways of prana can be cleaned and healed. So understand your pranic layer can be healed and cleansed. Now you are going to inhale, hold the breath and exhale with deep awareness. You will be doing all the 5 processes with deep awareness. You don't have to put any pressure or force. Do not change the breathing pattern by force. Let it happen as it is happening. Only bring in awareness. So you will be guided during every step. So now first become aware only during the inhaling part. If you miss the other parts, it is alright, but do not miss the inhaling part. Just become aware of what is going on, what is happening. When the process happens, what is happening inside your system. And then next, we will shift our awareness to the gap between inhaling and exhaling. So if you're unaware of inhaling and exhaling, it is alright, but don't miss the gap. So you see what is happening in the gap completely, to what distance you are able to feel the flow of prana inside your body at that time. So next, you will bring your awareness to the exhaling. So we will be doing the meditation in a few minutes. Let us now first go through the steps in the meditation. Okay, it is a guided meditation, so you don't have to worry. You that you have to remember each and every step. It will be guide. You will be guided. So I will read out the steps. You just focus on what is being read out. So bring your awareness to the exhaling, and after that, bring your awareness to the cleaning process. Observe what is happening inside your stomach. What is happening when the prana comes in and goes out. Just watch and feel the whole thing. In this way, bring your so don't be tense, okay? And you cannot fall asleep. You cannot lie down. You can sit on the chair or on the ground. Now, let us begin the meditation. So, please close your eyes and tie your eye bands. You can be seated on the floor. If you're not able to sit on the floor, you can sit on a chair. So, sit in a very relaxed way. Release all the tension. There should be no tension around the navel area. Let your navel area be completely relaxed. Do not change the pattern of breathing by force or by will. Just bring in awareness. That's all. By being aware, if it changes by itself, it is all right. But if it doesn't change, do not try to change it by will or by force. Now, the first step, bring your awareness to the inhalation. Bring your awareness to the inhalation. So inhale deeply. Bring your awareness to the inhalation. So avoid trying to change the breathing pattern by force. Just become aware of what is happening. So when you are becoming aware, if the breathing changes, it is okay. Just become aware of your inhalation. Only focus on the inhalation right now. Now, next, become aware of the gap between the inhalation and exhalation. So, be aware of the gap between the inhalation and exhalation. So, the first step, you were concentrating on only your inhalation. Now, become aware of the gap between the inhalation and exhalation. So, while you inhale and exhale, there is a gap. Now, become aware of that gap. Okay, now bring your awareness to the exhalation. The first step, you focused on your inhalation. The second step, you focused on the gap between the inhalation and exhalation. Now, in the third step, you will be focusing, you will be bringing your awareness to the exhalation, exhaling, only the exhalation. You will bring your complete awareness to the exhalation. So now, slowly bring your awareness to the space between inhaling and exhaling and feel the spreading of prana all over your body. Let me repeat. Bring your awareness to the space between inhaling and exhaling and feel the spreading of prana all over your body. Bring awareness to the part where the spreading of prana occurs. Prana spreads all over your body and makes you alive. So bring your awareness to the space between inhaling and exhaling and feel the spreading of prana all over your body. Now bring your awareness to all the four processes: inhaling, holding, spreading all over the body, and exhaling. Avoid sleeping. Bring your awareness to your inhalation with holding the breath, that is, the breath staying inside, and spreading all over the body and exhaling. So sit comfortably and bring your awareness to all the four states: inhalation, staying, spreading, and exhaling. Bring your awareness. Now, bring your awareness to the navel center. Okay? Focus on your navel center now. And again, bring your awareness to all the 5 movements by focusing on your navel center. Inhaling, staying, spreading, exhaling, and cleaning. Now, slowly, very slowly, you can all open your eyes, relax. Please relax. You can all very slowly open your eyes and just go with this feeling that you are connected to this entire space. Wherever prana exists, you are there. In reality, you are connected. That is why air pollution affects you, or pure air gives you the fresh feeling. So just feel connected to the air, to the prana. Feel connected to the prana throughout the next half an hour. Just remember and carry this one feeling that you are connected, that your whole being is only prana. So now we will quickly move on to do one more meditation, a quick meditation technique. It's a very simple technique and it is just a process, a very simple process. What you need to do in this process is just intone the sound of the humming. Okay, you just will you will make this sound along with your inhalation, and this is hum and sum. Okay, you will say hum and then you will say some along with the exhalation. So when you're inhaling, you will say hum, and when you're exhaling, you will say some. So it is a very simple process. We are just trying to separate your inner chattering and the pranic layer. If you intone this mantra, you will not have any other word or any other thought during your inhaling and exhaling. When you inhale, slowly make the sound hum along with it. It is not chanting, it is just intoning. When you exhale, intone the sound some. Okay? So intoning means just mentally going with the mantra. Do not miss even a single breath. Just intone this mantra for the next few minutes. This will separate your pranamaya kosha and manomaya kosha. When this happens, it will be easy for us to do the process, the programming of the pranamaya kosha. Understand? Just by intoning this mantra, it will separate your pranamaya kosha and manomaya kosha. And when this happens, it will be easy for us to do the process, the programming of the pranamaya kosha. So now sit in a relaxed way. Tie your eye bands over your eyes and just sit. Do not alter the way in which you breathe. Just intone hum, okay, along with your inhalation and some with your exhalation. So you will not be chanting, you will just intone, just internalize. So if you jump a little now, the second layer energy will be awakened. Actually, if you want to get up fresh in the morning, jump for 10 minutes before falling asleep, or sing or dance, do something very active before going to sleep, and then lie down and fall asleep. You will get up in the same lively mood. Actually, how you fall asleep, with what consciousness you fall asleep, with that same consciousness, you will come out of sleep also. Now, before entering into the next session, let us just sit. Let us allow the Upanishad to happen. Upanishad means just sitting at the feet of the master. When I say just sit, I mean no mantra, no meditation, no technique, no concentration, no awareness. Just sitting, that's all. Okay, for a few minutes, let us do the intoning of this mantra. Okay, when you inhale, when you exhale, some. Okay, let's do this for a few minutes before we move on to sitting in Upanishad. Let us finish this meditation before we move on to the next step. Yes, you can all relax. So now just sit. Let us just sit. Let us allow the Upanishad to happen. Upanishad means just sitting at the feet of the master. When I say just sit, I mean no mantra, no meditation, no technique, no concentration, and no awareness method. Just sitting, that's all. So even if you are restless, even if your mind is asking how to just sit, do not bother. Just sit as you are. Let your eyes be closed. So just sit with your eyes closed. So just sitting for no reason, without any technique, can do so much in you. The process can happen so beautifully by just sitting. In Zen, they call it Zazen. The just sitting is 1,000 times more effective than any other technique, because in any technique, in any method, you will be busy. I can't catch you as you are, but in just sitting, I can catch you as you are. It's the words of the master. Even if it is a little difficult, just struggle with that difficulty and sit. Only then I will know exactly in which space you are. Then it will be easy for the master's presence to work. The master's presence is like an intense energy that will start working on you if you are as you are. When you are sitting as you are, the process happening will be really deep. So, as the session progresses, you will see there will be an increasing silence happening in each one of you. When you just sit, the presence of the master works so much on you. If you are already working with something, it will become a little difficult for the master to work on you. So, with you just sitting, Swamiji can do a lot more on you. So, you can all relax now. Please open your eyes. With that, we come to the conclusion of the segment. We will now be concluding with the Purna Mantra. Please sit up with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Let us chant the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. So thank you all for your participation once again. You can all type here in the chat about your experiences. We did 3 different types of meditation today. How did you feel about it? You can share your experience about the meditations. So please do share in the chat, and the next Acharya will guide you into the further sessions. Thank you all. Nithyanandam.
Thank you, Ma. Nithyanandam, everyone. Now, we will be learning about the Manomaya Kosha that in the next session. Before that, we will be doing the power manifestation of distant vision, Dura Drishti. All right. So please post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Nithyanandam, Everardo, Alfredo, please come in front of camera. Yeah, how are you doing? Maharani Ma, Nithyanandam, how are you doing, Ma? Lincoln, Lesica, Calibang, please come in front of camera and participate in the sessions. So now we are going to do the power manifestation of distant vision. So please go ahead and share your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. mere achievement in external world in normal terms or in terms of fame or money is not real achievement. Swamiji, Stephanie posted, Swamiji said, my mission is to create a peaceful, joyful, blissful, conscious, enlightened society. So please sit straight. Now let's start manifesting the power of the distant vision. So please sit straight. Once again, how we are going to do this is I'm going to keep some objects on my right side. Okay, so you need to scan through, you need to experience the oneness space with Swamiji Paramashiva. With that oneness space, scan through your third eye and find out the objects on my right side. So let's start experiencing the oneness space. So please sit straight. Bring your awareness on your third eye. Fill your inner space with Swamiji's form. Any thoughts that are coming now, just let it come, let it go. Bring your attention back to your third eye again and again and again. Now start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, scan through your third eye and find out the objects on my right side. So, start chanting the Mahavakya.
Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Yes. Now, all of you, please go ahead and post whatever your third eye revealed are the objects. Open your eyes. And go ahead and post your object names. See, Atmalinga is there in my, I wear Atmalinga. So it is there, but it is not on my right side. Train. Stephanie, first I've seen some metal thing like a bell. Then I have seen colors, white, green, red, black. Yeah, so the bell, see, is there around me, the bell in my puja kit, but what I mentioned and the exactly not on the right side. I think you have not heard exactly on the right side. Yeah, all of you partially manifested. All right, so now let's enter into our next kosha, Manomaya kosha. And I request all of you to be on camera and participating actively. The third layer is the Manomaya kosha, the mental layer. It is the layer where your constant inner chatter goes on inside you. The inner chatter is nothing but the constant formation of words that happen in you that don't bear any significance to anything. It is just a flow of words to do with irrelevant association of things. That's all. This constant flow is what we call worry. If a person does not have a clean manomaya kosha, that is, if he is disturbed in the mind, sits as a leader, he can ruin the entire place where he is seated. The manomaya kosha is the center of all the 5 koshas. Not only it is the middle as we know, but even otherwise, this manomaya kosha can be called as the base of all the 5 koshas. From Manomaya Kosha, you can penetrate or work on all the other 4 koshas. Among the 7 chakras, the Anya chakra is the chakra Raja or the king of all the chakras. In the 7 layers, the Nirvanic layer is the considered to be the ultimate. In the same way, in the 5 koshas, the Manomaya kosha is the ultimate one. Not even the Anandamaya kosha or bliss layer. This because after the Manomaya kosha, things are involuntary and not under your control. Whatever you can do it only up to the Manomaya kosha. We'll work on the Manomaya kosha step by step. It will be a longer process than the first 2 layers. The meditation process for Manomaya kosha itself is very simple. It's actually just humming. Intense humming itself will break the inner chatter. When you hum, put your complete awareness on the humming. It helps you silence the mind. Our inner chatter is created around the navel area. When we hum intensely, such that we feel the vibration of the humming right now, right below our navel, we stop this process of continuous inner chatter. The humming should come from the navel region, right? So then we stop this process of continuous inner chatter. It is like shaking the whole thing up. So the humming should happen from the below the navel. Humming lets you feel your body as energy. The moment you start humming, you start feeling light as if you are floating. You don't feel heaviness in the body because humming matches the vibrations of the mind with the vibrations of the body. Body and mind become harmonious. You start experiencing yourself as energy. But you have to start at the Annamaya Kosha to enter into the Manomaya Kosha. It means that we have to start from square one. So now you have to go through all the meditation you did earlier because it's so when you say you slept, I mean that you have fallen below the Vijnanamaya Kosha, between the Vijnanamaya Kosha and Anandamaya Kosha. Now you have to go through the two layers, that is the physical layer and the breath layer, and only then touch the mental layer. Let me explain why you need to do this. You see, the humming that you will do in the Manomaya Kosha meditation, as I said, will shake your inner chattering in the mental layer. Intense humming will completely clean your inner chattering. That is enough to work on your Manomaya Kosha. But now, if you directly do it, you won't be able to penetrate your Manomaya Kosha as deeply as we want to. In order to touch and penetrate it deeply, we have to work a little on the earlier two layers that we are the Annamaya Kosha and Pranamaya layers also. So once you go deeply into these two layers, the humming will automatically do its work on the Manomaya Kosha directly. So we need to start with the Annamaya Kosha. So now let's listen from Swamiji about the flowering Atmaspurana, the flowering of the Atman. So we'll be doing this meditation.
The very word Upanishad means sitting with master, nothing else. Just sitting with master. Of course, sitting for the master is also Upanishad. Intense waiting is a wonderful technique. So this very waiting can do a lot in you. So when you are in my presence, be totally tuned to it. When you are in my absence, be totally tuned to that also. Let my presence and absence penetrate you. Then you will see naturally whatever is supposed to happen will happen. When I say tune to my presence, I say through all five senses fall in tune. By seeing, by hearing, by smelling, you will be able to smell me. When I say you will be able to smell me, literally I say you will be able to smell me. The Master's presence is very deep, penetrating. Only because of our insensitivity, we again and again and again miss it. The very air will give a different vibration, will give a different warmth when he is around us. The very air can be totally different. The temperature will change when he is around. So through all the five senses, just fall in tune with him. That is what I call falling in tune with my presence. falling in tune with my absence is intense yearning. That is what we call in Bhagavata Viragadaba. What gopis felt for Krishna. There is a beautiful story. In Bhagavata there is a beautiful story. Krishna was playing his flute in Nithuvan. One gopi wants to go there to see him, but it's a midnight. Anyhow, somehow she gathered the courage and slowly she was trying to walk. Just on the footsteps, mother-in-law and husband is sleeping. Mother-in-law and husband is sleeping just outside the gate. So she has actually put 1 foot on the gate, 1 foot on the steps, opened the door. She saw these two guys are sleeping. So just with one hand, she is holding the gate, holding the dwara, and she is thinking how to cross these guys and go. One side, she is just pulled and enjoying the music and the feeling, the intense presence of Krishna. The other side, the suffering, she is not able to go near. The deep suffering one side, the deep joy the other side. Next line of the Bhagavata says, just she fell and became enlightened and left the body. Nothing else. The first sloka says, she stood there thinking how to go. The next sloka explains the joy and the bliss. Third sloka says, she fell, became enlightened and left the body. Fourth sloka says, beautifully. I think tomorrow I'll try to pick up that slokas and bring it here. And I'll read the original slokas. Only then you will understand the beauty. The fourth sloka says, by the intense suffering, all our negative karmas, pains have disappeared. She has finished. By intense joy, all her punya karmas, the merits are finished. Both are over. Now there is nothing more to live. Simply she dropped, became enlightened and left the body. When you fall in tune with Master's presence, the intense joy, when you fall in tune with Master's absence, the intense pain, both can purify you and make the miracle to happen in you. Master works in two ways, by giving his presence and by giving his absence. By giving his presence and by giving his absence. Please be very clear. Never think he is not working on you if you are having his absence with you. He is giving his absence. He is giving his absence. Be very clear. If he makes you forget him, or if you forget him, only then you are really missed. Then you are unfortunate. If you are continuously remembering him, but you are not able to be around him, or he is just keeping you aside, he is not giving you due importance which you want, or he is not giving you his presence the way in which you want, never think he is not working you or he has left you. If you have forgotten him or if your trust is shaken, then you can be sure you are unfortunate. He has left you. Otherwise, you can be sure he is working through his absence. So these 3 days, you will see, you will have a peak or extreme of my presence. And each one of you will feel, when I enter the hall, something penetrating your body, like a needle. You will see my presence intensely works on you. The other side, you will see my absence also intensely works on you. Even a single moment, when I move, That absence will intensely work on you. In the stairs only, in ASP, the Anya meditation, I was giving instruction. Open the eyes and close the eyes. In Anya meditation, one portion you do opening the eyes, the other portion you do closing the eyes. I was giving instruction, close your eyes and start meditating. One lady didn't close her eyes. I said, I was just showing the mudra, close your eyes, close your eyes. She didn't close. Then I can't give the instruction because others are meditating. It will disturb her. It will disturb others. I called her separately and told, close your eyes and sit. She said, what for? I said, meditate. No, I am seeing what I want to see. I am already seeing what I want to see. I don't want to see anything by closing the eyes. Enough. Even one moment, of course, she was really sincere. Even one moment, she was not able to close her eyes. She said, no, I can't close the eyes, Sandra. I don't want any visions, this is enough. The intense presence also will penetrate, and the intense absence also will penetrate. So naturally, Atma Spurana can happen. Just be totally in the present moment. For next 4 days, drop your cell phones, enough. Drop your cell phones, completely drop your cell phones. Don't even go and talk in the gap time. These 4 days you are not going to have any gap. Please be very clear. In the ASP you had gaps. In the NSP you had gaps. In the ATSP you are not going to have any gap. No gap. It's an intense work. For next 4 days. No cell phone. No, not only physically, even mentally drop. Mentally also drop. First, drop your inner chattering. Simply drop your inner chattering. Just be. For next 4 days, witness every thought. Any thought comes, don't follow it. Now when my discourse is over, a thought will rise. Let me go to the room. Don't immediately follow. Give a gap, relax, witness. Let it come again and again. Let it become strong and move your body automatically. Listen here. Now, the moment the thought comes, let me go to the room, you catch that thought. Your body starts moving. For next 4 days, please don't do that. When the thought comes, let me go to the room. Witness it. Then again it will come. Witness it. Maximum possible time, witness that thought. After some time, after some 10-12 time, the thought will become so intense, it will just take your body, lift your body. When the thought directly lifts your body, without you being inside, something happens to you. That is what I call grace. That is what I call grace. When you are there in between your thought and the body, you look so ugly. When you are missing between you and your thought, everything, whatever you do has got grace. Even your scolding, your anger will have compassion in it. Even your lust will have a pure love in it. Everything. witness. Here, don't move along with your thoughts. Any thought, just witness. It will become unbearable and let automatically it move. Let it become unbearable and let your body move. After this program also, your mind will, the first thought will come. Let me go to the room and rest. Immediately usually what you will do? Get up, walk. Now don't do that. Relax, wait. Let the thought raise. Let it come. Just witness. Neither try to suppress the thought, nor try to go behind it. Just witness. Try to be witness as much as possible. Just witness the thought raising and falling. Raising and falling. Raising and falling. Don't bother. Oh, everybody has walked. I am sitting alone. No. Witness that thought also. Just witness. Let every thought raise and fall. Witness. Suddenly you will see, without you, simply the thought penetrates your body and just takes you. Like an arrow, something will hit you and will move your body. Let that thought move. Somewhere, if you are able to suddenly witness that thought, if that thought stops, then sit there itself or stand there. Don't bother. Relax, witness. Again some thought will come and hit you. Let that thought carry you as long as it carries. When you are stopping, when the thought is no more, relax. Whether you are eating, taking bath, sleeping, or 1, 2, 3. Just continuously witness. Witness. Just be out. Do you understand what I mean exactly? Now, the moment thought comes, you follow. Create a gap. If you can create a gap, you see, now the first thought itself, your body starts moving. If you can create, till second thought, if you can be witness, or till third thought, if you can be witness, you are becoming mature. Till 11 thoughts, if you can be a witness, you achieve the step of pratyahara. Till 21 thoughts, if you can be witness, without letting your body move, without suppressing it. You should neither suppress, because suppression will become one more thought. Neither you should suppress, nor you should follow. Just witness. Just witness. If you can, witness 21 thoughts. Same thought raising 21 times, again and again, but your body is not moving. If you can create so much of witnessing space, gap between you and your thought, you achieved what is supposed to be achieved. That's all. The Nithyananda state is achieved. So just relax. Try to create a gap between you and your thoughts. There is a single key. Continuously use throughout these 4 days. Throughout these 4 days, use this key. Throughout these 4 days, use this key. This is the key which is very, very, very important. Understand, only based on this key the whole program is going to be. Witness totally. Just you be dropped. Let you be dropped. You are nothing but your attachment to your thoughts. Your emotional attachment to your thought is what we call you. You are neither here nor there. Actually, you are not. But you claim yourself as you are because of your emotional attachment to your thoughts. Now, here I am creating a space for you. Here I am creating a wonderful space for you for next 4 days. Whenever you go, kitchen will give you the food. Please be very clear. Whatever time you go, because you may suddenly sit somewhere and you may start witnessing. Don't bother. When you go to the kitchen, they will give you food. I'll instruct them. When you go to the kitchen, they will give you food. But this 24 hours, this next 4 days, don't even have the fear I will be missing the class. Don't even have the fear. If you are supposed to be here, simply that inspiration will pull your body and bring you here. Don't bother. If you are supposed to be here, you don't have, you just be absent. I will bring you here. I will bring you here. Just totally relax. If you are there, I can't work on you. Be very clear. If you are, I will not be. If you let me, then you shouldn't be. This is a simple key. Vacate. For 4 days, vacate. Get out. For next 4 days, just get out of your system. I will do all the clearing work. I will sweep your house, wipe it, and remove all the septic tank and flush it out. Keep everything clear. Then come and sit. Just for 4 days, vacate. No question of moving your body with the ego. Understand, when I say the word ego, don't have any other idea. Just this one thing. When thoughts rise, don't follow. Any thought, when it rises, don't follow. If you can create a gap between you and your thoughts, all your actions will have a flavor, what I call grace. Will have the thing called grace. Even you are firing, even if you scold somebody, you will see that compassion is underneath. Even if you express your so-called emotions, you will see that underneath there is a beauty. With this mind which you are having, even if you do some dana, even if you are compassionate, you will express your ego. Even your compassion, even your so-called charity will express your ego. You will only present your ego. You will not be expressing your compassion. It is actually the basic thing is not what you do, what you are. Not what you do, but what you are. So be very clear. For next 4 days, this is a master key. Master key to live through these 4 days. When you are in the presence, be intensely present. When you are in my absence, just be totally into this absence. This one key is more than enough now for you to contemplate. This whole program is going to be, actually I do not know as of now. Anyhow, before I start speaking, you will all come to know. Now let me give the instruction. You see, be very clear about the instruction. Don't let you move your body. Let the thoughts go to such extreme where it is not under your control, simply where thoughts are moving your body. You understand what I say? Simply the thoughts are supposed to move your body. If thoughts move your body, then let it move. You will see a new type of grace happening to you. A new grace happening to you. Actually, when you don't interfere, everything goes beautifully. The moment you interfere, you spoil the whole thing. The whole thing is spoiled. Everything goes to down. Everything goes to down. Maybe hot dog. We don't know. But don't interfere with your body and being. Relax and get out. Get out of your system just for next 4 days. I can assure you, you will not die. You will not die. You will live much better way. You will live in a much beautiful way. When your thoughts are moving you, if you are going if you can create witness, simply sit there or stand there, simply be still and start witnessing. You may think snake may come, bear may come, cheetah may come. If snake comes or bear comes, naturally you will run. Let you run that time. Till then, why do you bother? Till then, don't bother. When the snake comes, you are not going to witness. Naturally, you are going to run. Because the fear will take over you. You see, there are few emotions which takes over you. If that happens, that is different case. Don't bother. Let it take over. Don't bother. But as long as that happens, be relaxed. That is different. But till that time, I am utterly relaxed. Utterly relaxed. When that comes, automatically the fear will rise in you. When the actual tiger comes, what rises in you is not actually fear. It's a self-defense mechanism. Self-defense mechanism. It automatically will take your body and keep it in a safe place. That running will have a grace. Please be very clear. That running will have a grace. That will not have a poor feeling which you are having now. The slave feeling which you are having now. Please be very clear. That running will not have poor slave feeling which you are having now. Automatically your body will be moved. The energy which is raised in you, that moment will take your body and keep your body in a safe place. That is not called fear. That is called only as a self-defense mechanism. So don't confuse the self-defense mechanism and fear. If you are interfering, your love will become lust. Your compassion will become passion. Your expressing attitude will become anger. Your self-defensive mechanism will become fear. The moment you enter, everything is spoiled. The moment you walk out, everything becomes flower. The moment you enter into your Muladhara chakra, it becomes lust. The moment you come out, the same fantasies will become creativity, visualization. The moment you enter into your Swadhisthana, it will become fear. The moment you come out, the same emotion will become a self-defensive mechanism, which I call immune system. The moment you enter into your Manipuraga, which becomes Ori, the moment you come out, will become an inner chattering to serve the humanity. I have an inner chattering, which has no being. I am using it. Unless I have inner chattering, how am I talking to you? I am talking to you. When I stop talking, it's not there. In this gap, it has disappeared. The gap which I created just now, it has disappeared. It's not there. Because I am not there, my inner chattering never hurts me. Neither hurts me nor hurts others.
Now, we will be doing the meditation. As Swamiji said, we are going to work on the physical layer, then pranic layer, then mental layer, all simultaneously. So let's get ready. So we're going to first work on the physical layer, then work on the pranic layer, then on the mental layer. So let's again do the meditation technique for physical layer. So how many of you remember what we did? But these meditations are all really useful on, you can start practicing actually daily. Very powerful meditations. So let's start doing this. I'll go over again the physical layer meditation. Very powerful meditation. So just stand with just, first listen to the instructions. For those of you who joined a for this session, I'm just going over the instructions once again. So we are going to do all three bodies, physical layer, pranic layer, and mental layer, all three simultaneously we are going to do now. The stand with 1.5 foot space between your feet. Just stand with a little space. Then you need to close your eyes and tie your eyes with eye band. So basically from bottom to top, each body part by body part, you have to, body part by body part, you have to tense and release. I'm going to explain to you how to do that. See, you have to tense in a such way, let's explain. See, starting from feet. So first feet, calf muscles, knees, thighs, stomach. So like that, body part by body part, you have to, from bottom to top, you have to come. So when you are working on the feet, forget rest of the body. When you're working on the calf muscle, forget rest of the body. When you're working on the stomach, forget rest of the body. So when you're working on one body part, your complete awareness only on that body part. Is it clear? Then, second thing, you need to tense and release. For the tense, you visualize your body as a bean bag. So it's like you can press it tightly, right? And release it. Press it so tightly and release it. This meditation is really powerful. It releases all the muscle memories and releases your any body tensions. It's a very powerful meditation. You'll see, and it keeps the energy flow in the body. You'll feel active. So every body part, when you're working on that body part, forget rest of the body. Complete awareness on that body part alone, and when you're working that body part, visualize that is a bean bag and press it and release it. With your mental effort, how you are going to press your feet with your mental effort, how you are going to press your calf muscles. You put your physical effort and mental effort, visualize that as a bean bag and press it and release it, right? So like that, from feet to head, you do it. Then when you, after pressing and releasing it, visualize that body part is like nose, you are inhaling and exhaling, right? Similarly, whole body part is going to inhale and exhale. So when you are working on the feet pores, every pore of your feet, you press it, release it, then every pore of the feet is inhaling and exhaling. Just every pore of that particular body part, inhaling and exhaling. Visualize that every pore is inhaling and exhaling. Is it clear? This is how you need to go over from bottom to top, every body part. Then we are going to move on to the pranic layer. So if you have any question, please do let me know. So I request for those of you who are offline, so please come online and do this meditation, so that I'll know you're doing correctly. All right, so let's start. Are you all ready? So you need to tie your eyes with eye band so that your complete awareness will be on what you are doing. Now relax from this meditation. Now we're going to do the Prana Sharira, pranic layer meditation, which is breath awareness. All of you are ready? Now we are moving on to the entering into the pranic layer. Close your eyes and continue to tie the eye bands. Sit in a very relaxed way. Now sit. Wherever you are, you sit. Release all the tension. There should be no tension around the navel area. Let your navel region be completely relaxed. Release all the tension. There should be no tension around the navel area. Let your navel region be completely relaxed. Do not change the pattern of breathing by force or by will. Just bring awareness, that's all. By being aware, if it changes by itself, it's all right. But don't change it by will or by force. Bring awareness to the inhalation. Just be aware of the inhalation. Next, be aware of the gap between the inhalation and exhalation. Now, bring awareness to your exhalation. Now, bring awareness to your exhalation. Now, bring awareness to the space between inhaling and exhaling and feel the spreading of prana all over the body. Bring awareness to all four processes: inhaling, Staying, meaning the gap between the inhaling and exhaling. Inhaling, staying, spreading all over the body, and exhaling. Sit comfortably and bring your awareness to all the 4 states. Bring your awareness to the navel center. Now we are going to enter into the Manomaya Kosha meditation, mental body meditation. We are going to do the humming meditation. So continue to close your eyes, tie your eyes with, continue to sit. Bring your awareness to the navel region. Continue to be in the navel region, awareness in the navel region. Now, start humming intensely as long as possible, as loud as possible, as intensely as possible. Now, just witness your thoughts with a blissful smile. Continue to be aware on the navel center. Be in the space of unclutching. Now relax. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Relax and share your experience. Share your experience. Yes, can you all come in front of camera? Those who are off camera, please come in front of camera. Yes. Quickly share your experience and we'll move on to our next kosha. Getting some fresh feeling. That's nice. Oh, link call also. Me too. Karuna Kaya says nice. The link call says alive and alertness, calm. Wonderful. That means you're experiencing, see, you calm down your mind, so you're experiencing your the present moment. Are you getting it? Which our natural state. See, whatever you're experiencing, right? Alive, calm, alertness. All that is when we are in the present, that happened. How we are in the present? When our mind and its oscillations calm down, isn't it? So that's what exactly you got. Actually, you experienced the meditation. You did sincerely and experienced the meditation. Stephanie says it was relaxing. Nice, but yes, you guys really did sincerely. It's a long meditation, but you guys really did sincerely. That's wonderful. Now let's enter into the Vijnanamaya Kosha. The fourth layer. Let us now see the Vijnanamaya Kosha, the fourth layer. This is the visualization layer. We need to understand the boundaries of all the koshas, the layers. The boundary of Annamaya Kosha is your skin. Where your skin ends, Annamaya Kosha ends. Second, Pranamaya Kosha, we already actually had one round of this in the beginning of the session. I'm just quickly go over it. Second, the Pranamaya Kosha, the distance up to which you can smell. You can smell up to a certain distance, say 10 feet to 15 feet. That's your Pranamaya Kosha. Maximum of 100 feet. Then, the third layer, Manomaya Kosha, is the mental layer. The boundary, the mental layer includes all the subjects which you can understand logically and which you are able to reproduce. That's the boundary of your Manomaya Kosha, the mental layer. That means if you are a doctor, all the medical subjects come inside your Manomaya Kosha. If you are a lawyer, all the books that you study, all that comes into your mental layer. So whatever you can understand logically and reproduce, whatever you're able to express comes in the boundary of your Manomaya Kosha. Your feeling of love, hatred, depression, joy, jealousy, or comparison are played out on this level. Ego and its natural characteristics and needs are also manifested in the Manomaya Kosha. The Manomaya Kosha corresponds to your nervous system. Now, the fourth or Vijnanamaya Kosha is whatever you can visualize or imagine. The people who live in visualization and imagination, like artists, poets, singers, and painters, live in this layer. They live a more satisfied, happy, and a deep life when compared to the logicians. Lawyers and accountants may have money, but not joy and or fulfillment. Now, a large firm which has a large firm which were doing scientific research decided that it would experiment its medicines on lawyers instead of rats. They gave 3 reasons for it. One, there is more number of lawyers than rats. And second, reducing the number of lawyers does more good to the country than reducing the number of rats. Third, there are some things that rats won't do for the sake of money. Anyhow, artists, painters, and poets, even though they live with less money, live with a deep satisfaction because their boundary is much bigger. For example, in a day, if you spend most of the time in visualization layer or the next layer, that is bliss layer, you will feel fulfilled. The time that you spend in the deepest layer is what is going to give you the real fulfillment. Are you able to understand this powerful cognition? You all need to catch this. The more you spend your time in your deepest layer, the more you get, your life will be joy and real fulfillment you'll get. Your fulfillment depends on that, not on the money which you make or the car which you drive or the house that you live in. All those things are not going to give you fulfillment. For example, if you spend 10 hours in Annamaya Kosha and 10 hours in Pranamaya, then you'll have only 2-3 hours in Manomaya Kosha and no time at all in Vijnanamaya. then automatically you will feel that your life is dull and dead. That's why if you have too much of entertainment in the Annamaya Kosha, you may feel good on and off, but depression will be the basic threat of civilization for you. Look at all the civilizations which have too much entertainment in the Annamaya Kosha. Depression will be the basic threat of that civilization. I'm not condemning anyone. I'm only telling you some simple truths. The average time per day that a person spends sitting in front of the television has gone up to 7 hours now in India. It's shocking. Actually, I didn't believe that when I read this report. I think in America, an average time 3.5 to 4 hours. Now, one good thing is that the majority of the population still does not have access to television, and so this is okay. So, in the Vedic tradition, even entertainment was designed in such a way that you would be again and again pushed to the second or third layer. What will such entertainment be? For example, one such tradition is that you should go to the holy town of Tirupati and your head, tonsure your head and pray to the Lord. But you also have to have people who go to casino, give away everything and come back. Enjoying the probability is one of the important qualities of human beings. If you play the example, if you play the slot machine, you may or may not win. Similarly, if you pray to Lord Venkateshwara in Tirupati, he may or may not give you. That is the theory of probability. Our Vedic masters know that there are some basic instincts which you can't kill in human beings. Enjoying probability is one such instinct. So they diverted those energies in a proper way and used them. Enjoying probability is a basic instinct of human beings. Those few moments of anxiety, a certain kind of adrenaline release happens in the system. You enjoy that. Sometimes you may feel frightened, but you enjoy it subconsciously. So that's why you sit in all these terrific rides and roller coasters. During the sudden drops and wild rides, the adrenaline release happens in your system and it gives you a sort of kick. So when you are in the anxiety that something may happen or may not happen, that probability gives you a sort of a subtle kick. That's why you are sitting in front of a slot machine continuously. The same probability has been used by the enlightened master to put you into the third layer, the Manomaya Kosha. In the case of slot machine, the same probability is used to retain you in the first layer, that is, in the physical layer. But there in Tirupati, you are just dropped into the third and deeper layer. At the end of the day, in Tirupati, the money collected goes back to the social service. In the casinos around the world, the money goes back into the same business. And who is there? Who is controlling such huge business? Who is getting empowered in the end? Just think. That's why I say the right visualization can change the whole civilization. Just a few enlightened masters change the history of mankind. If you have to write the entire planet's history, all you have to write is the lives of 10 enlightened persons. Their biography is the gist of the entire history of the planet Earth. The more time you spend in the visualization layer, the deeper and more fulfilled your life will be. I'm just throwing a few points for you people to ponder over. Let me give you an introduction to Tirupati for those of you who don't know. Tirupati is the richest spiritual center of the world. Per day, 100,000 people worship at the altar there. There is no city to support the entire infrastructure. People go there to the top of the hill where the temple is located and come down. Only a few people can be accommodated there. It is an amazing source of inspiration. Can you imagine 100,000 people gathering? During festivals, the gathering is around 2 million. Nobody prints invitation. Nobody is invited. Similarly, in the recent Kumbh Mela, another sacred Indian festival, about 91 million people assembled. There are no restaurants. No one sells food. All the 91 million are given free food. For those of you who do not know, and even our organization served lakhs and lakhs of people during all the Kumbh Melas. You should see the infrastructure and the arrangements to prepare the food, and along with, it's not just the free food, but along with the various other things. So 91 million people are fed freely. That means how many organizations are giving that service? Selling food is a crime in that area. No one sells food. Even though that many millions are present, each spiritual organization takes up one tent and distributes free food. Their kitchens are open to all. Spending more time and energy in the deeper layers will give you fulfillment. That's why artists, musicians, painters, and poets feel so much more deeply fulfilled than the logicians or the mathematicians. With logic, you stay in Manomaya. With visualization, you come to Vijnanamaya, meaning the fourth layer, the deeper layer. All your fantasies call you again and again back to yourself, back to samskaras, meaning patterns, just because of the joy you experienced in visualization. This is the closest to the bliss layer. Because it is closest to the bliss layer, the smell of bliss will be there. Just to experience the smell, you again and again go back to the visualization layer. The fantasy itself does not have juice. I don't have to tell you this. You know for yourself that after cherishing the fantasy for a few minutes, what happens? You are bored. For example, if the joy comes from the sweet that you eat, then the joy should increase with the number of sweets, isn't it? But that is not the way it is. After 10 sweets, what happens? You feel repulsed by the sweet. It means that joy is not from the sweet. There is some other source. The source or the joy is from the bliss layer, the fifth layer, because the visualization layer is nearest to the bliss layer. You tend to think that the source is there and try to enter into fantasies again and again. Now, we are supposed to go beyond this visualization also. How do we go beyond visualization? Because anything you do will be under your visualization. It is like going beyond your imagination. How can we? We can. As I was telling you, anything which you can logically assimilate is the boundary of your Manomaya Kosha. If you are using logic, you are in the which kosha? Manomaya kosha. Anything which you can visualize is your Vijnanamaya kosha boundary. For example, if you can visualize this room, it means that this has become your boundary. If you can visualize the entire hotel, it means that the hotel has become your boundary. If you can visualize the whole Seattle, then the whole Seattle has come inside your boundary. If you can visualize this whole country, the whole country has come inside your Vijnanamaya Kosha boundary. If you can visualize this whole planet Earth, then the whole planet Earth has come inside your boundary. You can visualize the whole cosmos. The whole cosmos or the solar family comes into your visualization or the Vijnanamaya Kosha. So if you start expanding and visualizing the whole cosmos, what will happen? At some point, your visualization has to break. It has to give way. Sometimes it will give way even when you try to visualize this whole country. Sometimes it will give away the moment you try to comprehend the entire planet. At one point, it has to give way. I will guide you step by step. You will see that your visualization gives way. At least for a few moments, you will relax without visualization happening in your inner space. Let us see how it feels. If you have the urge, the very urge will stop the process. Just come along with me in a very relaxed way. When I say visualize Seattle, whatever you know about Seattle, visualize and feel it inside your skin. The whole thing is happening inside what you think as your boundary. Just expand your visualization step by step. Suddenly, you will see that your visualization gives way to existence itself. Now, let us start doing this. Please close your eyes, tie your eyes with eye band. Sit in a very comfortable way. Do not lie down, do not sleep. Sit in a relaxed way. There should not be anything tight gripping your body. First, your boundary, any tight clothes, loosen it. First, feel your boundary of the Annamaya Kosha, the physical layer. Feel yourself completely inside the skin. Feel yourself alive from head to toe. Go to your feet. Feel from inside that you are alive. You're alive inside your feet. Feel yourself completely alive inside your skin, your head, your toes, your hands, your fingers. Feel yourself alive everywhere. Feel yourself completely alive inside your skin, your head, your toes, your hands, your fingers. Feel yourself alive everywhere. Now expand up to your pranic layer, about 10 feet around you. Now expand up to your pranic layer, about 10 feet around you. Now, the few people sitting around you are also inside you. Expand 10 feet all around you. Expand 10 feet all around you. Feel that you are expanding up to your pranic layer, up to the space where you can feel the smell. Feel that you are expanding up to your pranic layer, up to the space where you can feel the smell. Feel that the people who are sitting around you are all sitting inside you. Now just expand and fill this whole room. Wherever you are sitting, fill this whole room. Feel that you are filling all the corners of the room that you're sitting. This whole room is inside you, including me. All of us are inside you. Everybody is sitting inside you. Just expand. The chairs, sofas, all the people, everyone sitting here are inside you. Fill all four corners of this room. Fill the whole room. Expand. Now expand and fill the whole building. See very clearly, this whole building is inside your being. Expand and feel this whole building inside your body. What you think as your boundary is now around the entire building. Now fill this whole street. See that the whole street is inside you. Feel every inch of the street. Feel every corner of the street to be inside of you. Expand now and fill this entire city. Whatever you know in the city, all the places that you know in the city, just bring all of them back to your memory and see that everything is inside you. You are feeling it. Every bit is filled by you. Every street, every road, every home, river, hill, everything you are feeling everything. Everything is inside you. Now expand further and fill all the corners of this country. Whatever you know about this country, bring it back to your visualization and see that you are filling all those spaces. Everything is inside you. All four corners of this country are inside your boundary. Feel that everything is inside you. All the movements, everything is inside you. You are filling everything. Now expand and just feel that this whole globe, the entire planet Earth is inside you. Whatever you know about this planet Earth, all the places that you have heard about or seen, whatever your memory can penetrate, expand to cover it. Let the whole thing be inside your inner space. Experience all the places inside your boundary, inside your skin, inside you. Expand. Let everything be inside you. Feel the oceans, mountains, rivers, cities, everything to be inside. The whole globe is moving inside your inner space. Expand further so that the whole solar family is inside you. The sun, the moon, the planet Earth, all the planets are moving inside you. Feel everything moving inside your head. The sun, the moon, the planet Earth, all the planets are moving inside you. Feel everything moving inside your head. Let everything be inside your head. See that you have expanded and the whole solar family is moving inside your head. Now expand further. Let the whole cosmos be inside you. The whole empty space, light covered by light, darkness covered by darkness, big bangs, the black holes that are happening, whatever you know as the cosmos, expand and allow it to be inside you. Continue to expand. Feel the bliss in you. Continue to expand. Whatever you know as the cosmos, expand and allow it to be inside you. Continue to expand. Feel the bliss in you. Feel the immense lightness in you. Feel the expanse of bliss in you. You will start moving towards experiencing the Anandamaya Kosha. It is at the level of Anandamaya Kosha that the true yoga happens, where the union of the mind, body, and spirit takes place. Where you are one with the cosmic energy, where the self is alive, where your being is alive and you have identified yourself with it.
Oh, you there? Hi, Ma.
Please mute yourself.
Well,
Now relax. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Now relax and share your experience. Ratnakar says, energized. Wonderful. Nice. Now let's listen from Swamiji.
Nine to 11. Now, yoga for spirit being. As a being, the being level, you don't need any separate meditation or yoga. All our yoga or meditation is to reach that level. That's all. If you can experience that level or stay in that level, you don't need any meditation or yoga. The aim of the yoga is reaching the level of being or the spirit. First thing, what do I mean by the word being or spirit? Let's analyze. Let's analyze what do I mean by the word being. In Sanskrit we call Atman. You can translate it in a very superficial way as consciousness. Consciousness is not equivalent or exact translation of Atman, but we have no other way. We have to use the word consciousness. Soul is much poor word.
consciousness is at least a little better than soul. So I am using the word consciousness. Actually, being cannot be expressed by a single word. You can say what is not being and make people understand what is being. But you can't pinpoint and say what is being, because whatever you can pinpoint is only related to mind. You can't say anything about the being because it is something beyond mind. It is something above your intellect, above your it is something beyond your logic. Again and again, our masters declare it is beyond the body, beyond the pranamaya, beyond the manomaya, beyond the vijnanamaya, the different sheets, different koshas. You have 5 bodies according to our Upanishads, are the 5 part of your being. First thing, physical body, which you are having, made out of flesh and bones, you know. Next thing, the pranic body, all the prana movement which is happening inside your system, inhaling, exhaling, all the other prana movements in your system. Third thing, your inner chattering, that is called manomaya. Fourth thing, the deep sleep state, what they call vijnanamaya, which you experience at the time of deep sleep. Fifth thing, anandamaya, of course, which you experience very rarely when your mind is totally in peace, when your mind is totally in silence. It is very rare people experience this Anandamaya Kosha. It's like if you are continuously asking for something, for example a sweet, particular sweet, continuously you are thinking about it, you want to have it, you are working for it. Suddenly one day you get that sweet. When you put that in your mouth, the restlessness which you had for that sweet, or continuous thinking which you had for that sweet, it disappears, it comes down. Your mind becomes a little calm for a few moments. That few moments you experience Anandamaya Kosha. You experience the joy which is from your being. But unfortunately, your mind starts thinking that joy is from the sweet. Then you start running behind it. You think if you create a same situation or a same atmosphere, you will be able to experience the same joy. If that is the case, continuously the sweet must give you the same joy. But it is not giving. 4 sweets, okay. 5th, it's all right. 6th, you say, I think no, too much. 7th, you try to escape from it. If it is from the sweet, it must only continue or grow. If it is from particular space or particular situation, it must continue or grow. But it is not our experience. Sometimes you go to the beach, you feel sudden peace, calmness in your mind. If you think, oh, the beach is associated with peace and calmness, try to go every day, what you start experiencing? You will sit there and start your regular worries. That's what I always tell people. It is not the outer space which decides. It is the inner space which decides. The person who can't create the inner space of bliss can never have vacation. You may try your best to change the outer place, to try to have vacation. You may try all your best, all possible way. But finally, you will end up only in the changing the place. You will never have changing the space. It's like a, understand this one example. If you are sitting in the office and worrying, it is work. If you are sitting in the house and worrying, it is homework. If you are sitting in beach and worrying, it is vacation. That's all. That's all we know. We don't know anything else. When you try to associate peace or bliss with the outer space or the outer situation, outer things, you try to repeat the same thing. But you will not have the same calmness, same joy, same peace, same ananda from that space, from that thing again and again. If you somehow learn the technique or manage to tune yourself with your being and open the Anandamaya Kosha, the bliss space, continuously you will be able to stay in that space. Continuously staying in that space is what I call Nithya Ananda, the eternal bliss. Eternal bliss. That is what I call the state of being. You exist in three levels: being, having, and doing. Some people exist only in the level of doing, workaholics. They can't relax. The moment they relax from the work, they feel that they are not needed. Even if they don't get money, they will not be able to relax from that work. Many people I have seen, they take up some social service just because they can't keep quiet. Please understand, if you take up social service or serving others just because you can't keep quiet, you will only damage the society than helping. You will be only creating more misery. Unless you are totally in tune with yourself, how do you think you can help others? You can serve others. Many times I discourage people from serving. Usually, when you take up serving, usually people take up serving others just because they can't keep quiet. The first side effect will be ego. My name should be displayed. I should be given priority. This should be my place. This is the way I'll do. First side effect of doing service just because you can't keep quiet is ego, which is more dangerous. That's a beautiful Zen saying. Even if a master kills somebody, it will do good to that person. Ordinary egoistic person, even if he serves others, it will do only disturbance to others. It is the quality of your being which decides whether you are going to do good or bad to the society, to the humanity. If you take up any service just because you can't keep quiet, just because of your workaholic attitude, be very clear, neither you will be peaceful nor others will be peaceful. I have seen many so-called social service, so people who are doing social service are social service institutions. Actually, the social service organizations are the root cause for all the troubles. They create trouble so that they will have their job. They just wait. Otherwise, they feel they are not needed. Please don't do any service just because you can't keep quiet. Let all the service be outcome of bliss and joy. Then you will never expect any other result. It's a beautiful story. Bodhidharma goes to China. There, he was received by the king of China in the border. The king is very devoted to Buddhism. He has built thousands of monasteries. He has translated all Buddhist scriptures to Chinese language. And he has done all possible things to spread Buddhism. He is standing in the border and receiving the Bodhidharma. After receiving Bodhidharma, he asks Buddha, please tell me, I have done so much of service to Buddhism. What will I get after death? What is the reward for me? Because I have done so much of service. It's a wonderful story. He says, I have asked so many Buddhist monks. They told me that I will reach the seventh heaven. But I wanted to listen from you. What will I get after my death? What will be the reward for me for all this service? Bodhidharma is a very honest man. Very honest man. Straight away he says, he doesn't even bother that he is a king of this country. He says, I can be sure of one thing, you will reach only seventh hell. I was totally shaken. The king was totally shaken. He said, what are you talking? I have done so much for Buddhism. How can you say that I will reach seventh hell? Bodhidharma makes a beautiful statement. If you have really done the service, the very service itself is a reward. If you have really done this out of your joy and bliss, from your being, the very service itself is a reward. You have done from your doing. Just because you can't keep quiet. Your whole personality is centered on doing. Our personalities will be centered in three levels. Either it will be centered in being level, or having level, or doing level. Person who is centered in doing level, he is in hell. There is one more beautiful statement Bodhidharma makes. Don't think you will do some sins and then reach hell. You are doing sins because you are in hell. You will never hurt others. You will never be violent with others if you are happy, peaceful within yourself. You will do sinful acts. You will do wrong things because you are in hell. Very doing wrong things shows that we are in hell. Very doing right things shows that we are in heaven. Don't think you will do some sinful acts then go to hell. You are in hell because of that you do sinful acts. Don't think you will do some good things and then reach heaven. No. You do good things because you are in heaven. The very mood with which you do the activities, that is heaven or hell. Heaven or hell is not geographical, it is psychological. It's not geographical. Don't think you will reach somewhere. No. Bodhidharma explains beautifully. All your service, all your action is out of doing, not out of your being. Because you can't keep quiet, you have to do something. You are rajasic, restless. Just you wanted to show you are some way great. Whatever you take up, you do it in a very big way. Why do you think these so-called religious people install tall structures? It is not to show the greatness of God, it is to show the greatness of themselves. Big kings erecting tall structures. Why? It is to show that they are great. Not even God is great. I have seen in India some temples are called Birla temple. I was just shocked. Why should Birla have temple? Why should Birla have temple? It's for God we make temples. But when you erect temples just to show your greatness, The temple will be named only after you, not after God. It is out of restlessness, just to show that whatever you do it in a grand way. Whatever you do it in a big way. When you do the service just out of restlessness, out of doing, it will create only hell for others and for you. That's the first thing. Next thing, not only service, anything you do out of doing, anything you do out of restlessness will create only more confusion, more questions within yourself. I have seen many people coming and asking me, Swamiji, somehow I don't believe in my profession. How can I practice it? What am I supposed to do? I feel I am not in the right place. I feel I am misplaced. Deep misery, deep agony is their being. Then how can they do anything perfectly? How can they do anything totally? I have at least 600 American doctors as our healers. We have 2,000 healers all over the world, serving the society through 400 centers. Average 20,000 people are touched by our healers every day. This record, statistic record says every day average 20,000 people are touched by our healers. I have more than 600 healers for American doctors. I have seen many doctors coming and asking me, Swamiji, somehow I feel I am not in the right place, or I am not doing what I feel. What can I do? How can I do? What should I do? How to go about? Understand, it is not important what you are doing. It is important how your being is. Whether you practice this profession or any other profession, if your being is not tuned with yourself, you will feel the same restlessness. Don't think by changing profession or by changing house or by changing wife, you can come out of this problem. No. Only by changing the inner space, we can come out of this problem. We can feel more in tune. The next level, people are centered on having. This is another one kind of restlessness. Continuously acquiring things but never enjoying. Continuously acquiring things but never living or enjoying them. I have seen people continuously they acquire. When you are sitting in an ordinary car, you think of SUV. When you are in SUV, you think of Mercedes. When you are in Mercedes, you think of Rolls Royce. By the time you get the Rolls Royce, you think of helicopter. Continuously you are postponing. Continuously we run behind having, but not living, but not enjoying. The persons who are centered in the level of I, they are centered in the level of doing, just for the sake of ego. The persons who are centered on having, they are centered in the level of mind. I and mine. I is continuously doing, mine is continuously having. Continuously you try to expand your boundary. Continuously you try to change the outside things. Continuously you wanted to expand our boundary. I have seen people, if they have 5 acres, they will be standing near the boundary and try to expand the boundary little more. Suddenly, by fortune, someday if their boundaries, if they are given 500 acres, again they will be standing near the fence and try to push the boundary just few inches, just 3-4 feet. Whether it is 5 acre or 500 acre, these people are going to stay only near boundary. They are bound to be near boundary. They can't stay inside the home happily. continuously pushing the boundary, continuously trying to expand the boundary. These kind of personalities are based on having. They will feel happy, they will feel secure, they will feel relaxed only when they continuously possess more and more and more things. Deep feeling of insecurity, the fear is what makes you to have more greed and continuously trying to possess things. Continuously possessing things is nothing but deep insecurity feeling. If you penetrate your being little deeply, we can understand it is nothing but feeling deeply insecure. All our possessions, the idea of possessing continuously more and more things is just because of fear, just because of feeling of insecurity. We think, let this be with us, let this be with us. You feel your boundary is more. You feel if you have more things, you will not be taken away from this world. We usually feel if we have more friends, more relatives, more things around us, we feel we are secure. We will not be taken away. There is a beautiful sloka in Mahabharata. Dharmaraja is a hero of the Mahabharata. He was questioned by a demigod. Beautiful question. Kimascharyam itap param. What is the great surprise in the planet Earth, in this universe? What's the greatest surprise which you are seeing in the universe? Dharma beautifully answers. Aganyagani bhutani gacchanti yamamandiram seshas tiramischandi kimascharyam itap param. The running translation goes, every day we are seeing so many beings reaching the abode of Yama. Aganyagani bhutani gacchanti yamamandiram. Every day we are seeing so many beings reaching the Yama's abode, the Lord of Death's house. But even after seeing, we feel that we are going to be here eternally. We are going to be here eternally. We are going to be here forever. We never think, our being never feels that we are also going to leave. Continuously we are seeing. For a few minutes we feel, especially for doctors, after a few times, we just become insensitive to the whole concept. Or we just take it for granted. We don't think, we don't look, we don't prepare ourselves consciously for the whole life and death. We don't look the whole event. We don't look both sides. Either you try to forget yourself through greed, means expanding your boundary, or you try to forget yourself because of the fear. Of course, the fear also ends in expanding the boundary. We try to hide, we try to forget all these things by continuously expanding the boundary. Whether you stay in the level of doing or in the level of having, unless you reach the level of being, you will not be able to relax. You will not be able to experience what is really life. Actually, a person who is born blind, you can never make him understand what he is missing. Can you make him understand what he is missing? No. Same way, the person who has not experienced the ecstasy of being, the bliss of being, we can't explain to him what he is missing, what he is just not having. By not entering into the space of being, what we are missing can never be explained or expressed by words. That is the reason. Again and again and again, our rishis, our masters insist on reaching the state of being. In India, this is a basic lesson. The moment a person reaches the age of 7, the first lesson given to him is how to connect yourself into your being. How to connect yourself to your being. The first lesson taught to anybody is how to stay in your being level. The Gayatri mantra is a straight technique to reach the being level. Of course, the Gayatri mantra is nowhere related to any ritual, any puja or any worship. It is a straight technique to make you fall in tune with the being, to make you fall in tune with your consciousness. The meaning of the mantra itself says, let me meditate on the energy which awakens consciousness in me. Let that consciousness help me to meditate on it. That's all. Nowhere it says about any devata, any god, any ritual, anything. It's a straight technique to tune yourself into that being level. When I use the word being, I mean the thoughtless awareness. You are doing or having. These two are like a zeros. Unless there is a being, these zeros have no value. Only when you achieve your being, these zeros will have value. If you don't have the being, what can you enjoy? You can only just jump from one place to another, one space to another. You can just move. We are almost living like a ghost. We are living like ghosts. Our body is there. We are moving. Something is happening. We are there. But the being, the feeling of homeliness is missing. The first day, somebody asked me, Swamiji, what do you mean by the word you achieved enlightenment? Throw us a little light. Educate us about it. Who asked? Is the person is here? Who put that question? First day somebody asked me, educate us about enlightenment. How did you have that experience? What do you mean by the word enlightenment? I told him, I'll speak about it after a few days. I'll speak about it when I speak about the spirit, the being. See, enlightenment doesn't mean that you become extraordinary or you become something like a superhuman or you become some way superlative. No. By enlightenment, you achieve one thing, a deep, homely feeling, deeply rooted, centered in your being. You will feel a deep relaxation. You have come home. You are in your space. There is no other supernatural powers or there is no other supernatural things associated with enlightenment. Having some supernatural power is no way related to enlightenment. Please understand. Some powers may express through enlightened person, that is different. But the powers are not criteria. Just doing some magic or a miracle is no way related to enlightenment. If magic or a miracle is the criteria for enlightenment or saintlyhood, P.C. Sarkar is the greatest saint. He does all possible magics, all possible miracles, which nobody can explain. So magic or supernatural things are not the real criteria of enlightenment. Enlightenment is a deep feeling or deep settledness or a total relaxation which happens inside your being. When you know your being, when you feel in tune with your being, or when you experience your energy, you achieve the state of enlightenment. Let me tell you an incident which happened in my life. At the age of 10, I was taken to a great master, Annamalai Swamigal. He was there in my native place, Thiruvannamalai. As a small boy, I was taken to him. Usually, in India, the parents, they force the kids and take them to these Swamis and all these temples. I was also taken by force. He was talking to a group of Westerners. He was talking that we are not body, we are not disturbed, we will not have any pain or suffering, we are beyond pains, we are beyond suffering, all these high, great Vedantic ideas. He was talking. When I heard that first thing, I felt surprised. I was surprised. How can this be true? When my mom beats, I feel the pain. Of course, in India, kids will be beaten by parents. When my mother beats me, I feel the pain. When my teacher fires me, I feel the suffering. How can he say this statement? I went to the house and I wanted to experiment, test what he said. I took a knife and tried to cut myself. I cut my thigh to see whether I have pain or not. Of course, I had pain. I was taken to the doctor. They put the stitching and first aid, everything. They have done everything. After a few days, I went to that Swami again. I asked him, what is this? What did you teach? I went and cut myself. Why did you say all these things that we don't have pain and we don't have suffering? I went and tested it on myself. That Swami made a beautiful statement. Don't worry, my son. Do the small meditation technique. When time comes, you will understand what I said. Now you may not have understood. But when time comes, you will understand, realize what I said. Do this meditation. He taught me a simple technique of searching the source of your thoughts. Just start searching the source of your thoughts. So I said, all right, now you are teaching me the meditation, it's okay. But what about the pain which I am having? What about the suffering which I am having? Now I will do this meditation. This you could have told me earlier itself. What about the suffering? He told me the beautiful statement. Don't bother about this suffering. The courage to experiment the truth which you have is more than enough. That will liberate you. These one or two small mistakes, these small things, don't bother about it. It is worth doing. Or these troubles are worth facing. The courage to experiment with the truth, that's the greatest thing anybody can have. You have that. That is enough. That will guide you. That will lead you to the ultimate experience or to the end of the life. Of course, that one statement, the courage to experiment with the truth, that one statement gave me the courage to experiment with all these truths. To reach the being level, we need only one thing, the courage to experiment with the truths, the courage to go behind the truth wherever it leads us, not just as a time passing. Most of the time, all these higher ideals are just time passing for us. I have seen people coming and asking me, Swamiji, tell me something about God, how to realize, how to achieve spirituality. I tell them, please be seated, let's stop. They say, no, I have to go for bus urgently. Just tell me something within 10 minutes. I have only 10 more minutes. So you can't have instant coffee. If it is superficial, if it is very shallow, it will be only time pass and entertainment. I have seen, actually once a person came to me and he asked me, Swamiji, please teach me how to achieve God, how to reach the enlightenment. Please teach me. I did not answer. I just started talking something else. I just started talking to him. How are you? You are from where? What you are doing? How many kids you have? What your wife is doing? I started talking all these things. And he started answering. Then conversation turned towards other side. After that, he spent 3 hours with me. He did not even raise that question again. He forgot the whole question. Then understand how sincere the very question is. Just the time pass. Casual question. Just because you got somebody. Put some question, that's all. If he answers, okay. If he doesn't, well and good. Which is not sincere. Or the real problem. People tell me, Swamiji, many times I think I should ask this question, that question. I come with all preparation. But when I come in front of you, I forget all the questions. If you say this, be very clear, your questions are not worth answering. They are just casual. If they are real questions, how can you forget them? They will haunt you in your dreams, in your sleep, in your day. They will be continuously haunting you. If they are real questions, they will be continuously haunting you. If they are superficial, naturally, you will forget. The questions should become quest. Only when the questions become quest, you will be able to grow towards the higher consciousness. Only then you can reach the flowering of your being, what I call your consciousness or spirit. Take this only one message with you. Have the courage to experiment with the truth. Whatever you think as truth, you don't have to go for searching the highest ultimate truth. You can't say, let me first know the ultimate truth, then I will try to experiment with it. No. You will not know which is ultimate truth when you start. Whatever you think as truth, try to experiment with it. Have the courage to experiment the truth. That's the one and only way to reach the being. There is no other way. There is no other method. There is no other technique. No meditation technique will help than this one statement. Having courage to experiment with the truth. Actually, even with meditation, you will experiment. You will do meditation technique only when you have the courage to experiment the truth. Meditation is also the truth which you heard. Only if you have the courage, you will experiment with it. Otherwise, what will you do? Oh, 2 days, the Swami spoke really nicely. He's a good orator. Or you'll say, even though he looks very young, he's a good speaker. I have seen many people, after the discourse, they will come here and tell me, Swamiji, you speak so beautifully. You have spoken such great things. I just catch them. Tell me what I spoke. I just catch them. Tell me what I spoke. They say, no, don't ask that. You spoke very nicely. You are really a great person. I have never seen such a great discourses. I have never heard such a great discourses. I have never seen such a great person. You spoke really nice way. Please understand. If people are coming and telling after the discourse that I spoke beautifully, means they have not heard what I spoke. They are just sitting and preparing what they should come and tell me after the discourse. They are just preparing in the mind. What should I tell? You see, you praise others just to get others' attention. Let's be very clear. We just praise others to get the attention of others, or expecting that they will also praise us. We just have to be too polite. We can't say directly, please praise me. We have to be a little diplomatic. We have to be a little polite. So naturally we have to use little courteous words, good words towards others, so that they will tell, oh, you are really a great person, very good person, you have such nice words for others, you are such beautiful person. We throw good words towards others expecting that we will get them back. We will get them back. Please be very clear. Don't prepare words. I have seen usually people, when they sit and listen, either they will be preparing the words which is against what I am uttering, arguing with themselves. No, I don't think this is truth. I don't think this is right. Or they will start believing and start coining the words how to praise me. By doing both, you are missing what is said. Please understand, if you are against, if you are continuously questioning, you are missing the truth which is expressed. If you are trying to praise, if you are trying to create words to praise me or to accept, again you are missing what is expressed. Both the way you are missing. That's why I tell people, whether you have negative attitude or positive attitude, both the way you are missing. What you need is not faith or doubt. What you need is courage to experiment with the truth. Just have little courage. I always tell people, the so-called believers or the so-called religious people are the most cunning people. I have seen many different kinds of people. Atheists will be more honest and straightforward. In my experience, I tell you, atheists, non-believers, they will be more honest. They are more straightforward. If they don't feel, they are very clear, straight. They don't care for anybody. But the so-called believers, believing out of fear or greed, without having the courage to go behind the truth, I call only these people as believers. Believing just out of fear or greed, without having the courage to experiment with the truth. This type of believers, they will be, first thing, they will be hypocrites. Next thing, egoistic. They will design all cunning methods to escape from the truth. They will have everything except truth. What we really need to reach our being is the courage to experiment with the truths. Vivekananda says beautifully, instead of reading libraries, volumes and volumes of books, just have the courage to experiment with simple 2-3 concepts. Take 2-3 concepts, have courage to experiment with them. That's enough. Instead of reading volumes and volumes, instead of making yourself a great intellectual, just by reading without having the courage to experiment with the truths will make only our head more heavy, because you accumulate too much in the head. If you eat and don't digest, what will we do? We will vomit on others. Same way, if you read and don't have the courage to experiment, you will catch people and start vomiting on them. Whatever we read, we will start vomiting on others. We will catch people and by force we will vomit on others. Understand, all we need is only one thing. If you forget everything else, whatever I have spoken on these 4 days, it's okay. Carry this one line as a message. Courage to experiment with the truth, what you think as truth. Whatever you think as the truth of life, have courage to experiment with it. Whatever you know as the truth, just have the courage to play with it, to experiment with that truth. Let's pray to the ultimate energy, the divine cosmic intelligence, cosmic energy. Let it give all of us the courage to experiment with the truth and eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you. We'll take few minutes for your question answers, to analyze these concepts through questions and internalize. We have a few more minutes. You can put any questions related to this subject which I spoke today. By analyzing it, we can internalize it. We will have meditation in the next session. Between 10 to 11, we will be having one more session here. Actually, 9 to 10, Dr. Murali Krishna will be presenting. 10 to 11, I will be presenting one more session, prescriptions for the peace of mind. Prescription for the peace of mind. In that session, we will do a meditation technique. Now, for next few minutes, we will have question and answer. Yes.
Could you, Swamiji, tell something about Sarupa Samadhi?
Oh, that's nice. Too big word. In Patanjali, there are different kinds of samadhis explained. Savikalpa Samadhi, Nirvikalpa Samadhi. This Swarupa Samadhi word is used in 4 places. Let me give you the brief explanation where all this Swarupa Samadhi word is used. If you meditate on some Rupa of God and just become one with it, you don't have any other thought except that form, you reach the state of Swarupa Samadhi. In Swarupa Samadhi, there are few, I can say, types. There are few types of Swarupa Samadhis. You become part of that energy, or you become one with that energy. This is called, in Sanskrit they say beautifully, Sarupya Samadhi, Sayujya Samadhi, or Salokya Samadhi, Samipya Samadhi. Salokya means, for example, if you are meditating on Vishnu, if you are given the state, or if you are given the place in Vishnu Loka, it is called Salokya. If you are given the nearness, it is called Samipya. If you are given his own form, it is called Sarupya. If you just become one with him, it is called Sayujya. Of course, these are deeper levels. There is no need for us to do research on all these things. Just follow any one method, simply you will reach the goal. Instead of analyzing too much about the goal, if we work on the path, that will be really helpful for us. Next.
You talked about experiment the truth. What are your suggestions for dealing with the truth?
Dealing with the truth is what I call experimenting with the truth. First thing, we are not so matured to deal with the truth directly. Always we need buffer springs. In the car, we have buffer springs so that we will not have the shock of the roads. The shock of the road will not be felt by us. We have a buffer spring. Just like that in the life also, continuously we keep buffers. The fantasies are the buffers. Hopes are the buffer spring. Continuously we keep ourselves away from the truth. We don't directly face the truth face to face. We don't deal the truth face to face. We say, no, this is, today it may be like this, but tomorrow it will change. Day after tomorrow, it will change. Only kids need time to dream. Kids need lot of time to dream to cope up with the reality. Even after becoming a mature person, still, if you have the habit of dreaming to cope up with reality, please be very clear, we are childish. We are not childlike, childish. I use the word matured person to a person who can directly deal with the reality, who can directly deal with the truth without having fantasies or hopes. If you can, if you are matured enough to face the truth as it is without trying to give the sugar coat or without trying to postpone. No, tomorrow things will change. No, after some time things will change. I think there is some hope. If you are continuously postponing with your fantasies and hopes, we are immature people. Maturity is nothing but the ability to face the truth as it is, to deal the truth as it is, without any hopes, without any fantasies. See, continuously people fantasize about heaven just because they are not able to face the truth of the present moment. Just because you are not happy with the present moment, the reality, the truth of this moment, you fantasize, no, I'll have heaven, I'll have this, I'll have that. No. The ability to face, the ability to respond spontaneously is what I call responsibility. If you can respond spontaneously to this moment without having any buffer between you and the truth, you are a responsible person. Only then we can be called as mature person. Maturity is nowhere related to 21 years. It is somewhere related to our being. How much we are able to respond spontaneously to the present moment. How much we are able to respond to the truth as it is without having our own hopes, without having our own fantasies. So, whether you accept or not, whether you want it or not, you have to deal with the truth. Am I right? You have to deal. So, deal with more mature consciousness. Why to deal grudging, grumbling? Or why try to escape from it? Just face it directly. Start living with it. And one more thing, truth is like a diamond. It will polish you, it will mold you, it will make you a different person, it will transform you. I always tell people, whenever you feel insecure or totally shaken, facing the truth, some reality, some incidents which happens in your life, if it shakes your being, allow the shaking to happen. Let the truth shake you. Let the truth penetrate you. It will transform you. Truth is always intelligence. The truth will give you enough intelligence and energy to face the life. Only thing, when you try to protect yourself, when you carry some shield to escape from the truth, then you miss the whole thing. Then you miss the whole thing. If you hide yourself through some entertainment programs, some way turning yourself away from the reality, then you missed. You miss the whole thing. Whenever your being is depressed, whenever you face low mood, face it. Don't escape from it. If you try to escape through some entertainment, partying or drinking or TV or some media or magazine or some way, continuously it will be running behind you. The depression will not leave you. It is waiting. It will chase you. When you sit with yourself, it will come up. Don't try to escape from your being. Whatever is, whether it is guilt, low mood or a depression, whatever is reality, face it. Let's see who else can face. If you are not ready to face your being, if you don't want to be with your being, nobody else will want to be with you. So be very clear. Only when you face the reality of your being, you will be able to be with yourself. So you have to face, you have to deal the reality. You have to see the truth, whether today or tomorrow. The earlier you see, better for yourself.
Swamiji, you pointed out there are so many masters that we search for, come across. Sometimes things will work, sometimes things don't work. And we take all of these different experiences. My question in simple words is, are all of these different paths meant to take you to that same state of awareness or bliss or connectedness? And is that the main purpose of all of these yogic disciplines, meditation techniques, etc.? The second thing that I wanted to ask you, if I can get your permission, is to also explain the state of connectedness and the levels of consciousness in terms of waking consciousness, sleeping consciousness, because you mentioned this in the very first lecture about the dreams and the projections and of the energies. In terms of waking consciousness, sleeping consciousness, dreamless sleep, and because you mentioned something about that today, and how these four states of consciousness are symbolically expressed in the Omkara Shabda. That is my question.
Actually, two big questions. But the beauty is he's able to repeat it exactly. Usually, when I ask people to repeat the question, they just forget. Two big questions, especially about these four states. In the next session, I'll speak about these four states. About these four states, I'll speak about it in the next session. The first question which you asked, are these steps to put us in the bliss? They are not steps actually, they are techniques. When you use the word steps, it's like you do them and then reach the bliss. But when I say the word technique, I mean by doing it itself, it will put you in the bliss. Not that you will do, master it, then reach the bliss. No. Very doing will put you in the bliss. It's like the earth will open and you will fall into the bliss. Not that you will walk and reach the bliss, just the earth will open and you will dissolve into the bliss. That's why I say these are techniques. Patanjali uses the right word, Ashtanga Yoga. Not 8 steps of yoga, 8 parts of yoga. Anga means parts, not steps. Always, almost all translations, they say 8 steps to yoga. The Sanskrit and English translation, there they miss the whole thing. It is not 8 steps to yoga, it is 8 parts of yoga, Anga. So these things are also techniques. They are not steps. They straight away put you into the bliss. That's the first thing. One more thing you asked about, we see many masters and many techniques. Are they all helping us to reach the same bliss? Here I have to say honestly, I don't know. I know only one thing about what I am speaking, are the techniques which I am giving. I do not know, I have not experimented with all the systems, with all the techniques. Of course, there are so many masters, so many techniques. Anything which suits you, which suits your system, you can follow it. How to find out whether it suits you or not? Something beyond your intellect will happen. You will feel connected. Just like something has happened in you, you will feel connected. People ask me, Swamiji, should I accept you as Guru? Should I remember you continuously? Should I meditate on you? I tell them, never do that mistake. If I am your master, you can't forget me. Simply you will not be able to forget me. I will be there in your dreams, I will be there in your sleeping time, I will be there in your mind continuously. You will not be able to get me out of your consciousness. You will not be able to do anything. Simply you will see that continuously you are remembering me. The remembering or the accepting master or following a system, all these things should happen, should never be done. All you can do is try to have the courage to experiment with the truth. Try to experiment with some techniques or something which you think as truth. Do that much is enough. That much is enough. More than this, everything should happen. If you do it, it will not be having the same result. It will not be beautiful like it's happening. The other things, the higher things should happen. So just search, continue to search. At some point, with somebody, something will click. You will feel deeply connected and you will simply feel that he is the person for you. You will simply follow him. Something will say from your being, beyond your intellect. That's the right, he is the right person, that's the right technique for you. Till then, whatever you think as truth, whatever you know as truth, according to your logic, work with it. Just try to experiment with it. Go behind the logic, you will end in intuition. Actually, intuition is not something against the intellect. It is the peak of intellect. You will use your intellect as much as possible. You will put your intellect to the maximum use, and automatically you will experience the space beyond intellect, what I call intuition. I think it is time for us to leave, because around 9 o'clock in the same classroom we have the next session. So thank you. Let's gather for next session. Thank you. Nithyanandam Swamiji. Further to the Nithyananda Sutra and Aparigraha, in the quantum physics and quantum biology, whatever happens in the reciprocation of the happenings is reflected in your neurobiology, is responsible for what is happening in biomemory,
which is responsible for your existential reality. This was the statement I made spontaneously few days before in morning satsang. So the devotee, Megan Bishop, is writing, is the following interpretation correct? Subtle forms of energy materialize to form our body. This body is in turn affected by our thoughts and actions, which can rearrange the body and nervous system, causing disease. By becoming non-possessive of the body, we release our influence over it, allowing it to heal and achieve its natural healthy state. As it heals layer by layer, you finally reach a state of existing completely in the present, which releases you from the bondage of karma. Ultimately, the realization of the body as a mere vehicle of your travels. You merge with the existential energy and experience yourself as the divine presence. Megan from Calgary is writing, your interpretation is perfect but not complete. This sutra came out so spontaneously from such a high space. I am myself going to interpret and give the meaning for the sutra 108 times. The first explanation I have already given to the ashramites, and it is already uploaded in NTV, 5th January news on NTV. It is available. See, the sutra which I uttered, in quantum physics and quantum biology, whatever happens is there, and the reciprocation of the happenings is reflected in our neurobiology, is responsible for what is happening in your biomemory, which is responsible for your existential reality. It came from a very high space, suddenly, spontaneously. I am interpreting this sutra from many angles, giving new understandings on quantum physics, quantum biology, neurobiology, biomemory and existential reality. These are the key terms in that sutra. So for each key term, when you have the each layer understanding, the whole statement, sutra, will have a new meaning. Each key term you can experience from 7 layers. So 5 key term into 7, 35 into 7. So many ways you can understand, so many truths can be revealed from this one sutra. First sutra for this, the first interpretation for this sutra I have given to the ashramites. As you may all be aware, every day I am conducting strong meditation and spiritual sessions for the ashramites. In that I have spoken elaborately. That is already uploaded in 5th January news on NTV. So I request Megan to watch that interpretation. Your interpretation also is okay, is perfect. So I'll continue to interpret on the sutra. Maybe you can use that to understand that sutra more and more deeper. Now we will enter into the Patanjali's Yoga Sutras. Today's sutra is 93rd sutra of Patanjali, and in 2nd chapter, 42nd verse, Experience the supreme state of bliss is the subject. Santoshat an uttamaha sukalabaha santoshat anuttamaha sukalabaha. Swami Vivekananda translates this sutra as, from contentment comes superlative happiness. As the result of contentment, one gains supreme happiness. That's a Prabhavananda's translation. Prabhavananda's translation is, as the result of contentment, one gains supreme happiness. Sachidananda translates, by contentment, supreme joy is gained. I can say this is the straight sutra to enlightenment, to the ultimate truth. First of all, you need to know an important fact and truth. No roundabout ways, shortcuts. Please understand. There is no roundabout ways. Because there is no roundabout ways, there is no shortcut. There is only straight path. When you start believing there are roundabout ways, you start searching for shortcut. Person who believes there is roundabout way is cheated. Person who believes there is shortcut is cheated. There is neither roundabout way nor shortcut for the ultimate, just simple straight path. Patanjali is giving that simple straight path in this sutra. Either the simple straight path looks too small, too simple for you and you feel, wow, it's a shortcut. Or the same simple straight path you feel, oh, it is too complicated, it is roundabout way, and you suffer. But path and path showers are no way responsible for your feeling it is roundabout or simple straightforward. They are no way responsible for your feeling it is roundabout or a shortcut. It is just simple truth. I tell you, all sadhana fails when you think path is roundabout. If you have overconfidence, it is shortcut, you don't do sadhana. That's the biggest problem. All sadhana fails when you think path is roundabout. If you have overconfidence, path is shortcut, sometimes you don't even need start sadhana. It's time we understand path is simple and straight. You just need to live it. You just need to execute it. Santoshat anuttamaha sukalabaha. Through contentment, supreme, ultimate joy is achieved. Learning contentment. I think it is very plain, straightforward, simple opening. There is no other way. Anything else leads to more and more complication. I cannot interpret on the sutra. I'll apply the sutra in our day-to-day life and give you all the possibility and possible situations. That's what I can do. Because the sutra is so straight. No interpretation is required. No commentary is required. I'll just apply and expand are the mental contradictions and conflicts you go through when you try to apply the sutra in your day-to-day life. When you learn, when you decide to be content, the first biggest problem you face is you will feel almost everything is great, clear. Carpet is completely, properly covered. But that one corner, I think, just if I pull that one corner and properly straighten it, then I am contented. That is where the problem will start. You will not have too many opposition to be content in your being. You will have only one or two. I think within a month, my house will be sold. Then I am content. No. Within a month, I will divorce my wife. Then I am content. No. Just within next 1 week, my son will get a job. Then I am content. Just only one or two will stand. Do not ever expect you will have an army of enemies when you get ready to fight with your inner space. No, your inner space is very intelligent, very cunning. It will give you only one enemy at a time. You will think, after all, my inner space is so beautiful. My mind is so cooperating with me. It is saying only one enemy. Why not handle him? It's fair game. Whole life I was struggling with discontentment. Now I am trying to practice contentment after listening to Patanjali and Paramahamsa Nithyananda. And my mind is also cooperating. Almost 99% it is cooperating. Only one enemy is saying, why not just alter him? Then I am really be content. Understand, the moment you accept there is one enemy for your contentment from outside, you are done. By the time you kill that enemy, your great, friendly mind is ready with another enemy. By the time you finish that second enemy, your great friendly mind has already made you forget that contentment need to be practiced. You are out of the path. And you are in the same rut. Understand? If your mind brings 10 enemies, he is your direct enemy. He is at least courageous. He says, come on, let's fight. You and me, let me see. But your mind will not do that. Just see, when you want to be content, how many enemies are coming? Only one. There will not be second or third. Only one. Your mind will say, everything is great. I am really content. Just my husband needs to fall in tune with Swamiji. Nothing else. I think that will happen in few months. No, I am completely content. There is nothing which disturbs my suffering. Just this one thing. If that money comes, I am done. Your mind knows the capacity of your Shraddha, sincerity. The capacity of your Shraddha is only one thought. So if your mind can manage one thought and hit your Shraddha, you are done. You are done. Your mind knows. Nothing much is required to disrupt you from the path, from the sadhana, from the experience. Nothing much is required. Understand? Nothing much is required. Just one small problem. I think I am completely content. Only this incense smell is too much. I should tell Swamiji tomorrow onwards not to have incense. That's enough. That is enough. By the time you attend to that, there is one more small enemy. By the time you attend the second enemy, your idea, you have to be contented. That is supposed to be your path is lost. And your mind is laughing at you. Be very clear. For contentment, you will not have too many enemies. When I say now, Patanjali says, contentment directly leads you to the ultimate happiness. Santoshat anuttama sukalabaha. Decide, now you are going to practice. No question of even allowing one enemy. Even if you are convinced of one enemy, I am really content. Just this, my department, one work is pending. If I am done, I am completely content. Done. No. I am content from now. Out of that content feeling, I will work. Whenever that content feeling is disturbed, I will throw away everything and get back to that contentment again. As long as I am floating, gliding in the contentment, I will glide. Understand? Contentment is like a huge snow-capped mountain. Glide in that, ski in that mountain. The moment you hit the ground or the rock or the floor, go back. Now it is time. No more skiing, no more moving, no more walking. Go back to the snow-capped mountain. Go back to the snow. Yes. The moment you see you hit the ground, you are on the rough terrain, you are on the stone and the sand. Decide, no. I am dropping everything. Get back to the contentment again. Take time off, decide. I am not interested in doing anything now. I am dropping everything and I am just getting back to my space of contentment. And I tell you, your bio-memory is very responsible. Whenever you withdraw from your day-to-day activity, suddenly it feels threatened and it gets back to the contentment. I tell you, I am talking to all the ashramites also. Whenever you feel you are in discontentment, drop all the department work. Drop everything. Otherwise also you don't do, that is different. Drop everything. Get back to your room and say, no, I am getting back to my contentment, my santoshaha, my anuttamaha, only then I am going to work. Otherwise I am dropping everything. Do it. Your bio-memory is very responsible. Your mind, logic only is irresponsible. Your bio-memory is very responsible. It will say, no, I cannot be like this. How long I can be like this? Not being useful, not being productive, not doing anything. How can I be like this? Then what is the only way? Get back to contentment. Get back to the contentment. Sukhaha, labhaha. Sukhaha, labhaha means attainment of the ultimate joy. Get back to the contentment. Tell yourself. And not only that, once you dump like this everything and get back to your contentment, your mind knows how to get back to contentment quickly. Otherwise, your mind knows you are not going to get back to your routine. You are not going to get back to the normal life. So the fear that you have to get back to the normal life means you have to become content again. If you are working in the society or working with our Sangha, for both of you I give you this as a technique. Whenever you are discontented, drop everything. No. I am not going to go for a job today. Let whatever happen, happen. They will throw me out of job. There will be problem. No other way. I have to face. But this is going to be my life. Contentment. Naturally, what will happen? Your biomemory will feel threatened now. Oh God, my life is going to be disrupted. I cannot handle this. What to do? My wife is going to question me. My family is going to suffer. So many things are at stake. But you tell very clearly, no, I am going to move my body only if I am contented. Naturally, your mind will find out some method. No, let me get contented, It will find some technique, some method, some sutra, some idea, something will click. Yes. Hey, there are so many people who are in much worse situation than me. There are so many people who are suffering in thousands of ways than me. Some way, when you put yourself, when you put your biomemory, especially in the survival threat, it will just supply some 10 truth ideas to push you to the contentment. And not only that, instead of being lowered, instead of being arguing against you, your biomemory will be supporting you, pushing you. I tell you, strike is the best way. Do the self-strike, non-cooperation movement with your life. See, when your logic says, no, this one small thing, you correct it, then you are content. Don't listen, just say, then all right. Till I am feeling content, I am not going to do anything, drop. Do a strong strike in your life. Naturally, if you are in the house, the whole family will ask, what happened to you? Why are you sitting like this? The colleagues, everybody will ask. In the ashram, you don't need to do anything. I myself will be asking, what is going on? Why you are not up and active in your routine? So naturally what will happen? Your biomemory is under pressure to get back to the routine, to get back to the normalcy. So the only way is, if you get back to the contentment, you can get back to normalcy. What will happen? Your biomemory will find some method. Put pressure on biomemory. Being content is the only way to exist. Otherwise you are not going to exist. Another important thing, your identity feels comfortable only when you are in your regular smooth routine and normal life. When you break that suddenly, your identity feels threatened. Now you are saying the only way for you not feeling threatened or you to be blissful and peaceful is get back to contentment. That's the only way. That's the only escape route. Now what to do then? Now, nothing can be done. The only way now is get back to contentment. If I give you any special technique or idea to get back to contentment, your mind will say, no, 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 this all I tried 2-3 times, it doesn't work, it's all useless. No, your mind will do that. I tried thousands of techniques from hundreds of masters, nothing works for me. I am too big guy. Now everybody thinks they are bigger guys than the masters. Too big guys. So I don't want to give you any technique or method separately. Just do strike. I am not going to function if I am discontent. Do strike completely. Tell yourself, no food, no water, no question of sleeping, and I'll roll on the bed. Maybe 2-3 hours your body will fall asleep. When it wakes up, what to do? Get back to contentment. Then let us talk anything else. No, 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 tomorrow I'll get back to contentment. Today let us finish just this one work. I have to go for Naivedyam in the temple. That nothing can be done. Maybe if I go to the temple, I will have contentment. Nothing doing. I am not going to do anything. The contentment is the only thing. Then naturally what will happen? You will not go to Naivedyam and the information will come to me. I'll call for inquiry. And you have the pressure now. There is going to be a strong puja. Now then what to do? Your mind suddenly will find out, yes, all right. I think what is there? It will somehow support you and get you back to the contentment. Understand? Let your bio-memory get you back to contentment, then it will become system in you. It will become a regular traveled path in you. So whenever you drop from the contentment, again that path will open. Hey, otherwise you will lie down again. You will do strike. You will not eat. You will not drink water. You will not go for routine. Then it is a big headache. Create chaos in you. I am telling you, create chaos in you. That's the only way to find solution. More and more you try to keep your makeup perfect, the more and more diseases are growing inside. Instead, churn the root of the disease. Create chaos. Don't bother about makeup. Suddenly you will see, oh God, now nobody is there to take care of me. I have to take care of myself. Nobody is responsible. I have to be responsible. Just shift the responsibility to your identity, which has to keep itself alive. You may think, no, Swamiji, my mind is not that easy. Even if I lie down, that's what I am doing for last 8 years after coming to the ashram. Nothing works. No, try. You may be lying down for wrong reasons. Lie down for right reasons. Do strike for right reasons. Simply your biomemory will find a way, path, to get back to the normalcy, get back to your life, get back to your regular routine. Because by nature, your identity will feel shaken, disturbed. when you are normalcy and life is not going smoothly. And it is not going smoothly, it will feel disturbed. So, I am making it very clear. Make contentment as the first vrata. Like a breathing. I will be contented. Only then I am going to do any other activity in my life further. No. Do just this one activity, you will be contented tomorrow. No, I am not going to do that. Now I have to be established in contentment. Only then I am going to do anything. Till then, strike. Break all the routine. Break your regular life. What will happen to your whole being? Whole identity will shiver. And it will somehow put you in contentment. I tell you, let your identity shiver and put you in contentment. That contentment will never be taken away from you. Because even if your logic diverts you from that contentment, your biomemory knows, no, push him back. I need to live a normal life. Just try this strike for 3-4 days. Nothing else is required. Especially a tight routined place like our organization. Here you have to be smiling. Because 25 people will be asking you, what happened? You have to be up and running. Because 100 people are watching you. What happened? I'm telling you, really, whenever I put people back on their own biomemory, when it becomes their own responsibility, they just stand up. When I give too many supports, then the whole thing collapses down. Because they try to lean on me more and more. No other way. No other way. The only way is you taking up the responsibility. So tell yourself, I have to be content. Till then, I am not going to get into any of my daily routine. Come on. In 10 minutes, your mind will put you back into contentment. Even if your mind is not putting, the biomemory will put you back into contentment. It will say, no, we are contented, it's okay, life is okay. After 2 days or 3 days, if you lose that contentment, again the same thing, strike. You can even write a board and keep it in your room visually. I am striking. Discontentment, go. Contentment, come. Some slogans you can write to make it visual, more appealing for you. So whenever you have a discontentment, put that board outside your bedroom or outside your cot. I am on strike for contentment. I am telling you really. That boiling, now you know. The moment you put the board, your department head will know the news. In 2-3 hours, it will go to Swamiji. And he will ask this idiot, same routine for this fellow, will be called for enquiry. You know all the pressure. And all the people who are living in your area, they all know once in 2 days the board is up for strike. They know. So what will happen? You are putting yourself under the clear pressure. I have to get back to contentment. This is the situation of ashramites. I am talking about the outside devotees who are working in the world. Naturally, one day you can take off. Once in 2 days, continuously take off 3-4 days. What will happen to your job? What will happen to your spouse? They know. This fellow went to that Swami and learned some madness. And he is having a board, he is on strike. And no dog is bothered about his strike. No, they will laugh at you. You will create more chaos for you. And your identity will be afraid of the more chaos. But you be strong. I am not bothered. Any chaos is okay for me. But I have to get back to contentment. Nothing can be done. Don't trust the stability of the outer world. Don't base the stability of the outer world as a base for your contentment. No. It is a quality, not stability of the outer world. It's a quality of the inner world. The moment you are made to believe, no, just this one happening has happened in the outer world, it is done, I am content. No, you are trapped. Wild strike is the only method. Naturally, what will happen to your biomemory? Oh God, this fellow is going crazy, whole thing is tumbling down, and I am in a big pressure. Let me get back. Something will happen to you. That is what I call Shraddha Vivecha. Understand? The technique now which I am giving to you, Nachiketa practiced. He saw something is wrong. He decided to go to the extreme. He went to the father and asked, to whom are you going to give me? He said to Yama. And this fellow was ready to go to Yama. Let me die, but I will have the fulfillment which I am seeking for. I cannot live with this same nonsense. It's dragging. No. Let's decide to complete the inner space. The decision to complete the inner space, even at the cost of striking, is the only method, only way to the Shukalabhaha, the ultimate happiness. I tell you, you have only two ways of living. One, as and now, managing, just managing with makeup and going around. Great. But how long you will drag like this? When you don't have contentment, whole world should know you are not contented. Then naturally what will happen? No, your identity will boil. If everybody knows, once in 2 days the board is on your bed, nobody will respect you. What kind of fellow this fellow? Then they know. See, all I am saying is keep the dirt open when it is dirty. What will happen? Now your biomemory is under pressure. You cannot maintain any image. You cannot maintain any identity. It will be boiling. So simply your biomemory has to find a method. No other way. You have to get back to contentment. Then do the makeup. Only decide, only if you are contented, you will come out and be part of the regular routine and life. If not, put a strike board. That's it. I tell you, in 2-3 strike, somehow your biomemory will learn to get you back to contentment. I will not be able to tell how it will learn. It will come up with some thousands of ideas. Either it will make you understand, hey, so many blessings are there in your life, what are you doing? Or it will tell, no, 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 so many good things. Somehow it will get you back. This is what I call creating chaos for order. If you are trying to create continuously order, the chaos will be threatening you. You just create chaos. Simply biomemory has no other way except putting you into the order. I tell you, it will put you into the order. So do not allow discontentment to be part of your life and running the life normally. No. Contentment is the only thing that is life. That is life. That's only life, and that is life. I bless you all to achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, and share the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you.
How were the sessions for each of you? Take a moment and please share that with us. How was it for each one of you? How were today's sessions? Please take a moment and please share your experiences. Yes, Nithyananda. How was it for each one of you? I request each of you to share what was your most favorite click from today. Please take a few minutes and please share that. Today, all of us are going to be blessed with a very powerful form of Paramashiva. And through this form, you're going to be breaking free from all your limitations, lower identities, and you're going to experience intense powerfulness and leadership consciousness. One of the very important things is leadership does not, like today Swamiji is explaining, what is true leadership. And what exactly is needed? What's a recipe for a best leader? One very, very important thing in this, if you see, is the consciousness you carry inside you matters. If you want to be an amazing leader, who all here want to really be a leader in some place, whether it's your house or your office, somewhere, wherever, even with your own self, how many of you want to experience that leadership consciousness in you? Because today that is exactly what Swamiji is revealing to us. This leadership consciousness being awakened in us is too important. Understand? The leadership consciousness we carry. Leadership is not just some qualities. There are many leadership programs where they train your personality. They train how you should talk, how you should build relations, how you should be with your co-workers, how you should be with your colleagues, everything. But leadership is not based on a set of actions. Leadership is tremendous powerfulness that comes with high, powerful consciousness. It's that consciousness that you carry matters the most. How many of you are understanding this? It is that powerful consciousness, that powerful inner space that you carry. It's so nice to hear what you enjoyed, Ma Ying Z. What is the click you got too? I understand you're saying. So nice to see Somji. Somji, okay. See, Ma Ying Z, what is the powerful cognition you got? Take a moment to share that also. What did you understand? What was your perspective for, when Swamiji is explaining leadership? What did you understand? I see the heart you put to. Take a moment and share that. See, understand this. The consciousness we carry right now, how you feel about you inside of you, the consciousness is going to decide what kind of an experience life is going to be giving to you. How you're going to experience it. Understand? Same pot boiling water. If you put a potato, it becomes soft. You put potato and boil, what happens? It becomes soft and just disappears, dissolves. If you put an egg, it becomes hard. Situations are same. How you respond to it matters. What is the material that you're made up of, the stuff out of which you are made of? That matters. Even to be the best leader, what are you as a powerful person, not just your personality. Understand, your personality carries a flavor from your consciousness. The consciousness you carry, many times we think, let me fix my actions and let me behave in this manner so this person likes me, let me behave in that manner so that person likes me, or people will respect me. Whatever, we try to always work on the external level and try to fix our actions. But unfortunately, that does not fix the situations.
Actually, there's a very beautiful story that just depicts this. Right? He's Pujari, please, who is offering sincere, who's very devoted to God. Means every day he sees thousands of people come to the temple and pray. So they all come and say, "Oh, God, please, why am I facing so many problems? I've been praying to you for 10 years. You have not given me any solution." So he keeps hearing these complaints to God. So one day he is very deeply pained. He's like, "What is this, God? I am seeing you, I'm worshipping you continuously for so many days, and I'm only seeing continuously people are coming and complaining like this. I'm offering thousands of dollars to you, still you're not, bestowing anything on them." So God appears to him, gives a darshan, and then uh, God says, "Okay, all right." So the priest asks the God, "See, I'm so grateful you gave me darshan, but this question is really bothering me so much. People who keep praying to me are not praying to you are not, they're not getting anything." Then the God says, "No, even if I give, they're not willing to take." Then the priest says, "Impossible. How is it possible that even when you give them continuous opportunities, how will they not do it?" Then the God says, "All right, if I tell you, you will not believe me. Actually, come to me, I will show you." All right. So the God and the priest go. They both hide behind a tree outside the temple. And there is so God creates a huge stone in front of the temple. So the priest asks the God, "What are you doing? Why are you creating a temple in front of the stone? What is the point of this?" The God says, "No, just keep quiet and watch." So almost everyone walk by that. Many people tumble by that stone. So someone will curse God. They say, "What is this? I came just now and correctly to temple and had a darshan, and I had to stumble upon this stone. It is very inauspicious." One more person sees and says, "Who put the stone here?" and walks. Another person sees and comes, and then they see this and tell, "What is this? After praying to God, I just got hit by the stone. That's all. Nothing else happened to me," and they complain and go. Like this from morning till afternoon, they come, each one finishes and goes. And nobody, everyone stumbles upon, people even see others stumbling upon and they say, which irresponsible fellow left the stone here and went? But nobody does anything to the stone. This priest is like little tired. So he says, no, no, let me go and move it. Then God says, you keep quiet and wait. Finally, one beggar comes and then he goes, he asks nothing from God. He goes, prays to God and he comes back and he also hits on the stone. He immediately sees and says, oh God, I got hit by the stone. That means how many people will get hit by the stone? Let me take and throw it somewhere. Let me move it somewhere else. So he will go and he'll push the stone aside. A huge bag full of gold coins under that. Then, very beautifully, the God will tell the priest, look, to everyone who prays to me, I give them. Very few people will to take responsibility, willing to take actions to the boons showered on them. That is why they don't manifest results. It's not that my boons don't work. It is that they're not ready to take responsibility. They're not ready to take the actions needed for that boon to manifest. Then the priest realizes and he thanks God. This is literally what happens in all of our lives. The moment everything that we want, everything that you pray for is manifested. It is like that stone. You just need to move the stone, you will find the gift. The same thing happens to us. We just need to start taking an action, taking responsibility for it. We will find the results. This, if we just see responsibility is the best way to manifest anything you want in life, that ultimate leadership consciousness, that taking that responsibility is the best way to manifest whatever you want in life. Now, in today's darshan, through the initiation today, we're all going to be manifesting, experiencing this very principle, awakening the leadership consciousness in us. Today, we're all going to be having the darshan of Tripurantaka Murti, form of Paramashiva, where Paramashiva manifests as Tripurantaka. He burns the Tripura Asuras through his third eye. And in this form, today, all of us are going to be receiving the initiation to being our own boss, to manifest that space of leadership consciousness inside of us. How many of you really want to awaken this leadership in you? Put yes in the chat. How many think this leadership in you? Come on. I request all of you to put yes in the chat and let us know. Yes, okay. Ma Shukrendra says yes. How about all the others? Ma Maria Kalina, Ma Yingzi saying yes. Okay. How about the others? Okay, Ma Yogananda saying yes, yes. Ma Herlene, Ma Irene. Okay, so many of you have posted yes. Through the initiation today, all of us are going to be awakened that leadership consciousness inside of us. Excuse me, sir. Being part of the solution, being part of being a leader, being part of whatever you want to manifest in life. Not waiting for suddenly somewhere from the sky, something will open up, something will happen. Let me wait till then. Oh no, I have prayed to God. It is his responsibility. Let him give. We will keep waiting. You will still be on the waiting list. Only if you start taking responsibility, you will start manifesting whatever you want as reality. You will start experiencing that space in you. Sorry. So today, during the darshan, we're all going to be receiving this as the initiation. Are we all ready? Now, currently, what is happening? Our life is constantly having this backseat driving only done. Continuously, you feel constantly something or other, the incompletions are driving you. But not that you are taking responsibility. It is not coming out of your responsibility. You are being driven blindly by your incompletions. There's a small story, another small story. One day, a wife was busy making breakfast for her husband. So she's cooking. And Suddenly, her husband burst into the kitchen and he started shouting, "Careful, don't burn. Put in some more butter. Turn it over, turn it over. Oh, don't put so much butter. Reduce, reduce. Spread the butter nicely." His wife is surprised. Then next he says, "No, no, you're not listening to me. You always forget to add salt. Use salt, use salt, use salt." Then his wife is irritated. She just looks back at him and she stares. She says, "What in the world is wrong with you? Do you think I don't know how to make some breakfast? Do you think I don't know how to cook?" The husband says calmly, "No, but I just wanted to show you what it feels like when I'm driving." Constantly, you let your incompletions do the backseat driving for you. Before even your logic and process and think, the incompletions go on pushing you to make rash decisions in life. You don't take responsibility, you don't experience the solution, making yourself part of the solution. Instead, you constantly get bogged down by the problem. Today's initiation will liberate you from all these obstacles and make you manifest powerfulness within.
So something very important happens during initiation. It's very, very sacred time. Participants who are even here for the very first time, please understand what's the importance of darshan and importance of initiation. It is not just, yes, we all love to see songs, love to sit in the presence of Swamiji and enjoy Swamiji's darshan. But what actually Swamiji is doing is even more phenomenal. During the darshan, literally, see, you might be sitting in Germany, you might be sitting in France, Italy, Malaysia, Singapore, US, Canada, India. We have people, China. I mean, we have people from literally every time zone, so many countries sitting here. I just named a few based on whoever I'm seeing on the screen. But we have tons of people from various countries globally just coming and joining and sitting here. But do you all know something? Where you're sitting honestly does not matter. I mean, which country you are in, which corner of the world you are in, does not matter when Swamiji is giving initiation. Because initiation is something really phenomenal, way more powerful, beyond time, beyond space. See today, when Swamiji is giving us the initiation, literally, from Swamiji's, what does that mean? Say that you're struggling with a low inner image, you're struggling hard, unable to have a breakthrough inside you, unable to become a leader, but you really aspire to be one. You just sit in the initiation and be in that gratitude to just be like an empty inner space. You can only fill an empty pot. You can't fill an already filled pot. You just sit with that deep receptivity. That's all is needed. Swamiji will shower you. He will transcend his own inner space. Harling Gomez, I saw your question. You're asking, I know what I'm asking is about, it's not relevant topic for today's topic, the question you're asking. But you're curious if there's any color psychology in Hinduism. Is there such a thing? Color, more than saying it as color psychology, I highly recommend that we have the darshan of Swamiji as Bhagavan Lingodbhava Murti. And you'll also receive you will also receive the powerful understanding about Vastu Shastra and even the homework related to this, because Swamiji has also revealed about how some colors are significant for certain deities. So that is that. You're understanding more? See, understand one thing. Now, all of us, despite of where you're sitting, what you're doing matters, because your inner space needs to be ready to be able to receive Swamiji's powerful energy, right? There's a big difference between you taking work out with a spoon versus a bucket versus a tub or even a tank or lorry. I mean, it's up to you how much you want to receive. Some things just keep in mind. One, make sure you're in a very deep, respectful space, a very sacred space. And it does not understand darshan actually does not even have past, present, future. Means even the darshan that you watch, let's say 10 days before a darshan happened, and you're watching that darshan of Swamiji, especially if Swamiji is particularly blessed, you will actually see, you will feel physically Swamiji responding to you. Many times people have experienced this, many times. Literally, we have had people saying that how Swamiji's footprint materializes, like you'll see Kumkun materializing in the form of Swamiji's footprint. How many of you have had such experiences? Vibhuti materializing, honey materializing, or suddenly you're levitating, or you're having such immense bliss, so many hands going up. See, all those who rose their hands,